surprise us in the game. Until now, we didn't see the Yusen Shin because we saw it in the first game and we saw it in the like maybe totally in the all the games in the group stages.
Yes.
But until now, like for the picks for the DFYG, Harith, Labo Labo, Hayabusa, and Go
Chu.
Chu.
Yeah.
And for the last one, it's now
Valentina.
Valentina.
Yeah.
DFYG. They're trying to counter the counter picks and they're trying to take the priorities of the first game.
This is going to be a very hard game for both, mostly for VMS.
Dia nih ngomongnya nih casternya guys.
And you have lots of counters for the marksman. We have Chu, we have Harith,
ngomong kayak
and we
pepek
have
anjing.
So Novaria needs to be very, very, very well protected in order to be able to assist Vamos in the late game if they actually reach the late game. So yeah.
So drafts like this usually tell us how the games will be played. Are you still on your team?
Yeah.
We're still in the same line.
Okay.
Because this, we are predicting scenarios the same.
So okay, everything's locked and loaded. Let's throw it to the casters and get into the game.
Here we are, game number 2. Super Ken on this Hayabusa Air 404 on the Lancelot. We know that these two junglers from both teams are really good at assassin, and we're gonna see another showdown. Wolf and Nice, your casters for game number 2. I have a great feeling about this. It's Hayabusa versus the Lancelot, and Obsidia is in, man.
I was just gonna ask you, man. The Obsidia coming through, I think I was kind of surprised by that in the draft here. It's like, I remember when Obsidia came out, everyone was like, you know, is she gonna be OP? Is she gonna do all this that we usually see? And hold on, Zed, whoa, getting a little overzealous. Arrow 404 will clean up a kill. Both junglers picking up their own, trading the roamers on both sides. So that's about as even as it gets, man. Both kills going to junglers, both roamers going down, right? But, yeah, going back to my point, I feel like when Obsidia came out, a lot of people were wondering just how she would be utilized in that current meta. And I feel like teams, it took them a while to figure it out. Not that many teams, though, even globally, use the Obsidia too much. Like, it was very specific teams or players that like to go ahead and play that. And I know she didn't get any changes, right? In the patch, like, she was untouched. So
yes,
I just feel like Obsidia as a whole is kind of like in this neutral ground. Like, she can be good if she's able to scale up and get to the point where she needs to, or she does abysmal, you know? And that's not just because she's from the Void. Like, she can do really, really poorly. So that's something definitely you want to watch out for, how Nako plays this game here.
What I noticed is that in the past months, like better half of the season, especially when Obsidia was introduced, it was the Granger Harith show, basically.
I think it still is a bit.
It is. And the reason why that's the case is because you want to be strong in the early stages.
Strong in the early stages here. Arrow 404 will be able to claim that first turtle. Is Vel going to push this for Zorn? Okay, he does it, but now Vel might actually get punished himself as he does. A little overextension there. DFYG, but they trade it. Trading that turtle going in the hands of Team Vamos. So a kill plus an objective, and yes, as you were saying, Wolf.
Yeah, I think the reason why people are not, I mean, at least from our region in Southeast Asia, and particularly in the Philippines, why there hasn't been much Obsidia is because why would you go for an unsafe pick when you can just pick up Major and Harith, right? Yeah. And at the same time, because there are so many good assassins in the hero pool that we have, it's difficult to pull up a traditional marksman.
Is Zorn going to be able to get away from this? Oh, no.
Oh, my
Super Ken
goodness.
Goes back with a shadow, but he does get punished himself. And now Zed might be next. Uses the kick, though, just barely surviving. Good play there by Zed to stay alive. And this is Vel claiming a lot of extra gold up here on that gold turret. Gold plating up here up top.
Oh. I wonder, like, for Team Vamos, what we do know is they have this Lancelot, I mean the Guinevere with the Farsa, which is such a great combo. If they continue on pressuring DFYG and just punishing Vel, for example, the Lapu-Lapu, this will be a really good game for them because right now they're even oppressing this gold lane. if they still get this outer turret with shields, it will be massive. And I thought the Harith will be enough to defend. Okay, they will not push through. But that would have been a great way for them to kind of increase their gap, gold gap.
If they're able to increase a little bit further. Nice initiation, a forward play, and a recall from Zorn too. After that, again, this Guinevere we have seen so much lately in the past couple days here, Wolf. Well, now it's in the hands of Zorn as a roam instead of in the jungle. So,
yeah,
great initiation. They're able to get this turtle as well. Clockhoon actually survives the shadow kill, so he's going to be fine. And now this is an aggression play from Arrow 404. Going to be going for Super Ken. Super Ken, will he be able to get away? That he does. Feathered airstrike drop down too. A little bit charge here with Falling Star Moon. They're going to go for Zed. Siska jumps in on the turret, but doesn't want to overcommit to this unless they juggle it around. A jump in from Zorn, and now Vel joining the fight a little bit late. Comes down with a Land Shaker. Popping off here, but not enough damage on this Lapu Lapu just yet. But look at this. Siska comes in, staying around in the mid lane. Will finally have to flicker out. There's the shadow kill. Clockhoon takes a couple of the hits himself. Keep Siska alive, and now Super Ken could be in a bad position. Man. Team Vamos absolutely punishing DFYG.
Great synergy coming out from Team Vamos. You see how they get in and out of the fight there. It seems like it looks like a rally, actually, like a badminton or a ping pong rally or a tennis rally. We've seen from Team Vamos, they're just passing the ball around, and it looks very, very good. For example, when Clockhoon tried to evade the jump coming out from Vel, Siska did not overly commit onto the Lapu-Lapu and went for the Valentina instead, which would have been a kill, and they will get more even as Zed is getting outplayed across the map. Clockhoon and Zorn are just so good at making the plays happen for Team Vamos.
Good plays there. Again, very aggressive and decisive. And you know what this allows Natko to do on the Subsidia that needs that time to go ahead and scale up? Well, just, you know, have the time of your life. Natko, go ahead and farm up, get that scaling that you need, get the stacks that you need here on the Subsidia, and you're going to be all good. So DFYG really down behind now up to this point. You know, 6.5 minutes in almost. I don't think they're in a position to actually contest the turtle, so they kind of have to just kind of give that up here. Look at this positioning too from Team Vamos. They want to go ahead and challenge DFYG. There's the kick. Way the Dragon's going to be able to find Zorn. Zorn out of the picture. So DFYG will take that challenge. Oh, the damage from Arrow 404. Is he going to be able to get long? He does, using the puncture under the turret, but now Arrow 404 might get punished. He's got the moves, though. He's still alive, and Siska will take down Zed. It was so bad for DFYG to fight under that turret. Man, Super Ken style on the Hayabusa right now.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of recovery from DFYG, but it's not going to be enough. It seems like Team Vamos are just well coordinated. The way that they are managing their abilities and their spells, you know. They didn't even have to use the flickers, but just the fact that Zorn's spacing was great, the way that he's finding the targets. Siska, not only is this Esmeralda a very good pick versus the Lapu-Lapu and the Harith, like it counters a lot from DFYG, but Siska's positioning and aggressiveness is just so much on point. He knows his limit, and he knows the proper targets to go to. He doesn't need to be in front of the Lapu-Lapu all the time. He can even pressure the Valentina, as we've seen many times in this game. And now it has came to a point where Zorn is tanky enough to act like a pseudo Cho, or even a much tankier Cho in this game.
The tank Cho at this point, you know. And I feel like that one saving grace here for DFYG might be that late game if they can somehow get there. Whether that's going to be Super Ken scaling up, but I don't feel like Arrow 404 is giving him much of a chance, you know. And Vel, I think he's going to do a better job at just choosing when to go in with the bravest fighter in a lot of these exchanges, and they need time for long to build up. They're going to need actually quite a bit of time to catch up after this. You know, almost 6,000 gold behind. Here's the bit of the stacks too from Natko, and you know, we haven't even seen that full potential just yet from the Subsidia, because it's definitely, you can definitely feel it towards the late game, but I don't know if DFYG is going to get there, man.
It's going to be up to how they fun of some of the resources up to Yo as they drag for his health. Not only that, you have to give farm to Super Ken as well because he is that hero that can output the damage enough to take out this Esmeralda. Oh no.
That's Natgo's time to shine.
Aduh guys,
He
jujur
pops
gua
out
bingung
a
guys.
ton of
Kita
damage,
mau
and again,
komen
you
apaan
really
ya,
can't
respon
get
beras kayak
away
gini ya.
once you're tethered.
Mau nge-live juga gak ada
He's going to
tujuan
be
gitu.
dragged
Yakin
with you,
juga
so
gak ada.
Team
Oni
Vamos
gak
just
main
taking
RFG,
more
gak main. Ini
up to
bener-bener
this
tim
point.
8 non beras doang.
Lord's going to be
Udah
coming up
gitu.
here in
Kita
a
join live
couple
gua dah.
seconds. So now
Sekarang.
Team Vamos
Yuk, guys.
healthily ahead of DFYG. Some big items being picked up here. They got complete control of this side of the jungle. Super Ken might not see his buff at all up to this point, as Lord is quickly dealt with by Arrow 404, securing that. See what happens. I don't know if DFYG even wants to get close to this. Yeah, they don't. It's taken, man. Everything right now is all Team Vamos. They're looking to end this game quickly if they can, potentially even on this first push with the Lord. We know it's still difficult to end a game with a first Lord push, but it's possible. With this kind of lead, almost 8,000 gold ahead. Oh, Zed's going to try to make a play, I think. He's charging up.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, the jump in. Zorn
Tapi
actually
guys, gua
goes in. He
komen
already
apa
has the
ya?
immortality, so he's actually going to be
Masih
fine.
ya tepi Hanya
They
tuh.
get the flicker down from Zed, so that is out of the picture as they have to defend here. That holy shield's going to pop
Gua
down.
tidur aja, anjing.
Mid waves are going to be pushing in to take down
Ini
this
gua
tier 2
kira nanti
turret
kalau
in
gua
a
tidur.
second. Cocoon might drop this feathered airstrike once it's back online, just to go ahead and keep them in control. There's the punch in, a spatial migration, taking out Zed, knowing he doesn't have the flicker. Shadow kill going to be used as Vel's trying to get back to the base, trying to disengage from this as Siska cuts them off. A tier 2 turret finally falling. And that's going to be the last shield that pops as well. DFYG in a tough position now up to this point.
Not even a tickle of damage for Siska from that Ogi Shadow kill. And we talked about how this became that Zorn was able to reach a point where he acts like a pseudo tank with a Guinevere. That's exactly what happened. You saw that he jumped in front of 3 members of the FYG with the immortality untouched, like up to 60% HP, and the FYG felt like, okay, there's no point on trying to punch this Guinevere. Let's just get out. That would have been a good play for DFYG, but Zorn had the luxury of checking the bushes, face checking the bushes even, because of how strong he is. This is immortality and a couple of casual items for the Guinevere. Silence rope for magic. You have the Dreadnought armor, and then straight into the immortality. Belt of Ares obviously giving him HP.
Anjing,
So
dia bukan slow, guys.
this is an interesting.
It's an interesting, it's a Zorn
interesting
build,
item.
man.
It's a Zorn build, and
You know-
also he has more gold compared to the Farsa. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Zorn, part of
Gua tidur di kursi
his
beda
mission
gua.
too is, just to jump
Dia-
in,
dia-
get
dia
that
tidur di
focusing
kursi
mark
dah.
activated, and then, basically from there, he leaves the rest of the team's hands. And, that's how you want to play the Guinevere in the roam. You're kind of just there to go set things up, spatial migration, and go for it. Zed's going to get seen out of that bush. Yone, I'm not sure if that's the ultimate he's going to want to hold on to. Yone taking a feathered airstrike to the face. He's going to fall, just gone in an instant. There's the Violent Requiem too. Vel's trying to get away, but under the base they go. A defensive kick from Zed to keep Arrow 404 from possibly cleaning up a kill. A Shadow kill's not going to do anything. Not a tickle at all, as you mentioned, Wolf. Base turret falls in the mid lane. And there you go. I'm not sure if they want to press for more with the Lord being up. Take the discipline round, go start this Lord for Team Vamos. 11,000 gold ahead.
The walk of shame coming out from Ewon. The Valentina popping the Purify, double dashing, but the flicker and the feathered airstrike coming out from Clockon was just way too much on point, and Valentina could not survive that. Even the Shadow kill tried to defend the mid lane with that. Super Ken just cannot output enough damage to even be a threat for Team Vamos. This is looking to be a one-sided affair. Esmeralda from Siska is a good pick that cannot escape the Obsidia now.
Yeah, solid choice here that they have right now. The Obsidia, this is definitely the time where she's online and ready to rock and roll. Nako having the stacks there as well. They're going to go for it. Yone in trouble, trying to get away and burst it down again. Vel trying to do his best with the Bravest Fighter. Goes in with a Landshaker Flicker combination, but it's just way too much as Nako has all the space in the world. and now fighting around this Lord. 3 members of the FYG trying to disengage here. Zed trying to buy some time with Jikando, but he's dealt with by Siska. He's gonna have to heal back up. The Lord was cleared out, but the waves pushing in on every front as Team Vamos is looking to take it to game 3 in this elimination match. A Feather Airstrike dropped down again from Clarkoon. Zed will go down to the jump in forward, but the base is gonna be worked on and locked on forward. They're looking to end it here, but clearing out the waves, and Team Vamos will take game 2.
Sure, we'll be very happy about that because a one-sided game for Team Vamos. They started with the draft. This Esmeralda answered 3 of the heroes of the FYG, the Lapu-Lapu, Harris, as well as the Cho. Adding a little bit of flavor in there with the Guinevere pickup and then become very aggressive with it. Team Vamos have made a lot of work with this Guinevere in combination with the Lancelot. The first, of course, Falcon is very much on point. Wonderful game for Team Vamos, as this is an elimination match, and they will force a game number 3. Now, we're going to see them in the Assassin showdown. I would love to see another Assassin versus Assassin battle between Super 10 as well as Error 404. May become game number 3. But we will have to wait a little longer as we are allowing the teams to prepare. Get back to the panel.
And just like that, we are tied 1-1 here at Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025. 1 game each, momentum splits, and everything now comes down to a decisive game 3. Let's look at the big picture here. How do you sum up this series so far with it sitting at 1-1?
To be honest, for VMS, it was maybe first game it was testing limits, testing the waters. They will see. Let's try this card. Maybe it will work, and maybe it didn't work. But in the game 2, they surprised us.
Yeah, actually, Team Vamos, the second game, they were dominating from the first minute of the game. Although their picks were actually, kind of not so meta, I would say. But they played amazing with these heroes. And the FYG actually made a lot of mistakes, I would say, in the second game. They had a strategy, but it didn't work out. They didn't focus on specific heroes. For example, like Novaria, they didn't actually take Novaria into consideration a lot. They should have focused on Novaria because Novaria in the late game, from mid to late game, would be very annoying for them. But Team Vamos was actually trying to push the FYG to the mid lane to forget about Novaria a little bit, so they forced them to forget about Novaria. Guinevere, on the other hand, was top-notch. Guinevere was very annoying to Team DFYG. She did a great job. So Zorn, I salute you for what you've done. To me, he is actually the MVP of the game, to myself, because he played the biggest part in actually making Team Vamos win this match.
Okay, looking at the statistics right now, did you expect the response we saw in game 2?
We expect for VMS to lose this game and it's have the lower hand.
Yeah.
But in the paper it was for DFYG, but in the game and the scenario it was totally different, because Navaria, it was a cherry on top of the cake, and she surprised us. And also the game of the style, it was totally different, because how they snowball in the first how many minutes in the game, and also they continue the snowballs. They didn't little bit behind. No, they continue on the snowball, and it becomes bigger.
Yeah.
And Team DFYG, they didn't cannot resist this, how much strong it's the snowball.
Yeah, actually Team VFYG did not expect this to happen.
Yeah.
We're talking about a huge difference in gold from the beginning of the game. No towers destroyed from VFYG, no Lord slain, no turtle slain. So it was complete dominance for Team Vamos in this game. And Esmeralda also did a great job. So Error 404 is actually the MVP of this game, who played with Lancelot. He did a great job as well. But his team actually did a wonderful job. Farsa was doing great in this match. I think Volkan was playing with Farsa. The team surprised me, to be honest. And if they play with the style for the next match, I think Vamos is actually going to take it, unless Team DFYG have something else to say.
The damage dealt from PMS, it was totally insane.
Yeah.
Because the damage dealer, it's from Falsa. We are seeing like the blinks she's having, the like the snipers she's doing for the team, like totally the controls for the Hamab during the fight. It was totally perfect for him. So PMS carry.
Yeah,
Perfect for her.
They were amazing actually.
But this is exactly what we want from the series, right?
Yeah. Although, by the way, if you noticed, actually, the most damage dealt was actually from a team member in Team DFYG, but the rest of the team had a hard time dishing out any damage. But when we're talking about the damage dealt from Team Vamos, it was actually spread out to 3 or 4 members of the team. So they were actually playing in synergy much more than Team DFYG. And also in playing in objectives, they were objective focused more on this game, more than the previous game for Team Vamos. So I salute them for this amazing game that we've watched.
The chemistry they come up with this game, it was totally like unpredictable. Because
Definitely.
I like the chemistry between them during the game, during the objectives taking, more than the FYJ.
Yes.
But in terms of execution, who's been cleaner overall?
The VMS.
PMS.
Oh,
VMS, definitely. VMS did a great job this match. They executed each and every objective that they've done perfectly, to the point that they didn't give even a chance to Team DFYG to even take one tower, which is amazing.
But do you think that fights are being won through mechanics or coordination?
Mostly through coordination. Because, one hand can clap in the end, you need both hands. So, in that case, Team Vamos, they showed that they were actually, very synergized with each other in this game. They knew what they were doing. It seemed like they knew what they were doing. They knew their objectives. They knew when to start a fight and when to back out. So Team Vamos actually stood out this match compared to the first one.
and the scenario of one-sided game, it was in my mind, and it happened during this game. No towers taking, no objective taken, and they have the full
Yeah,
total
so we can see
target on the
who's
game.
Yeah.
more disciplines among the two
Yeah.
regarding objectives.
Yes. And Guinevere actually was taunting the FYG a lot in this game. I think he was trying to piss them off, and they might have actually, he might have got to their nerves, in this game. But I know Team DFYG is way more professional than, they would actually not get emotional throughout the game. So, but Guinevere was actually on point this match.
But do you think any player under pressure right now?
Of course, the whole team of DFYG.
Yeah.
Because now, not the whole team, because the two teams now only one mistake, will get you down, or one objective that will make you up.
Exactly.
So it's 1-1, and now the winner will go to the next stage. So we will see more stress and more chemistry and more scenarios we will see in the next games, and new hidden cards also.
Definitely.
You were talking earlier about MVP, so
Yeah.
meaning the most valuable player. But do you think this is a star player game or more like a team-driven game?
It is actually, I would say it's both. But I would prefer the MVP would be actually the team spirit and the team playing game more than actually the star of the game. But we do have a star for each and every game. The person with the most, effective play, throughout the game. So, yeah, Error 404 with Lancelot, he actually did amazing, But I would say that he couldn't have done it without his team.
That's a great analysis, but we will be on break right now. Catch you after this. It will be the drafting. See you guys.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous robotics and many other activities.
Here we go, game 3, the deciding game, and we're officially into the ban and pick stage. Everything we've seen so far comes down to these next few decisions. How much does the pressure change the ban phase in a deciding game?
A lot, actually, a lot, because the ban on the picks is actually takes around 70% of the game, basically. Soldier might, or do you agree with me on that?
Of course, 70% as I said, and the 30% it's the scenarios in the game and the strategies. Because the only strategies that's happening during the game, that's the thing. And as we see in the 2 games in the back, we see a lot of strategies and a lot of switching and chemistries in the game, because BMS surprised us with the chemistry between them, and the collaborations happens. That's the thing they won. As we can see in the pick and bans Adham, it's happening like the same picks and bans and the meta bans, also a little bit of the target bans
Yes.
between the 2 teams.
Yes. But as for the bans, as you can see right now, Soldier, Lancelot joined the ban list this
Finally.
time. Yeah, finally, because I think both teams, they realize that whoever picks Lancelot is most likely going to win, And now we're
Helda.
seeing some actually heroes from the ban list joining the game this time. And the first pick from DFYG is Hilda. And oh my god, Hilda is going to be so annoying for VMS. I can tell from right now, I know how annoying Hilda can be, actually.
For the first pick, as Hilda, it will be annoying, and it will be a little bit pain in the team.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. So we're going to see right now from Team Vamos, what are they going to do regarding this Hilda pick? How are they going to try to counter it? How are they going to try to overcome this pick, which is not going to be easy? We are expecting a Yi Sun-Shin and a Yu Zong, so this is very exciting from Team Vamos. As I can say right now, from now, Soldier, I can say that this game is going to be on fire, actually.
Yusin Shin, we didn't see it in the second game, and we saw it we see it in the third game.
Yeah.
Because Yusin Shin, it's a mark in the team, like it's adding an objective thing in the team who's picking, and giving a chance to having advantage and having snowball.
Soldier, after the first 2 games, do you think there is a must ban hero?
Yeah, of course. The must ban, it was Lancelot, because who's picking Lancelot, he's having an advantage of winning. And also we are seeing also Labu Labu again for team DFYG. They are not surrendering. Like, we will take it again and we will teach BMS how to win.
Soldier, do you think we're seeing player-specific bans now?
Specific bans for players, we can see Farsa, we can see Ruby, as we see it in the two games. Also for the Harith, we can see it.
I can see actually Vamos is actually kind of comfortable right now with the Guinevere pick, although the FYG is actually, they picked Hayabusa again, although in the second game they had a hard time, Hayabusa had a hard time, but I believe since Lancelot is banned this time, Hayabusa might have a chance to actually show up this game more than the previous one, so yeah, we'll see. And as you can see, the fourth ban for Team Vamos, they're still banning Zushin. They're not giving a chance to Zushin to join the game. I don't think they will ever. And as we can see also from Team DFYG, the Ruby ban is a must for them.
Yeah.
They know how annoying she might be, especially because Ruby can actually counter Hayabusa a lot. She might stun him, and then they might actually gank Hayabusa, so they had to ban Ruby. They didn't want to give a chance for anyone to counter Hayabusa.
Because Hayabusa, it's the point on the TFYG, and they need to trying to eliminate anything annoying Hayabusa, and anything like trying to encounter Hayabusa, and they are banning counter picks and also target picks.
I'm surprised they actually banned Lunox this game. There might be a reason for that, and most probably because of the crowd control factor of Lunox. Although on the other hand, I'm still having questions about the Hayabusa pick
Yes.
because most of what I'm seeing right now from Team Vamos is crowd control based heroes, you know, and Hayabusa wouldn't do a great job with a crowd control team, you know, focusing on crowd control. So it's kind of surprising. What are they going to do with Hayabusa this time, and what are they going to target? You know, so it's kind of weird, but they might have a strategy that I might not have speculated. So let's see in the match what are they going to do with that.
For the second game, Hayabusa didn't get the full potential in the game. Maybe you will see in this game the full potential for the Hayabusa and with Labu Labu and Helda.
Yeah.
But as we see, Farsa it's banned.
Yes.
So
yes.
they are trying to eliminate the damage dealers, the crowd controllers, and the other things that they are trying, the snowballers, we can say, for the both teams.
Yes. As we can see right now, I think they're picking Kimi to be the mid laner.
New pick.
Most probably, yeah. Kimi is going to be a mid laner this time. We saw a Farsa ban this time, and we have a Kadita, or are we having a Valier? This actually, both of these picks are actually very, very, very nice. But I would mostly, I think they would actually go for Valier more than going for Kadita. Especially that Valier is basically more of a slow hero and a stunner, more than Kadita. Kadita is actually a burst damage hero. So we're gonna see where they're going for, or just gonna go for Valentina then in that case. That's
We see
interesting.
Valentina Harith combo together.
That is very interesting. I think they wanted to benefit Valentina because she benefits from the enemy hero ults. So I think they wanted to benefit from a Yuzong ult or a Guinevere ult in that case, which will help Team DFYG a lot in this match. Let's see the last pick. Oh,
Esmeralda. Wow.
Okay.
VMS.
This is going to be an interesting game, you know. I think it might actually go to the late game. I think it might go to the late game. I think both teams are actually focusing on the late game more than actually the early game.
Both teams have fabulous picks and fabulous bans. And we will see in this game new scenarios like we didn't see it. Because now the last game for both and who's winning, it will go for the next stage.
Yeah.
But for VMS and the FIG, like equal, but the upper hand will go to, for my mind, the FIG.
I'm rooting for Vamos, so I wish them all the best. I wish both teams the best, and yeah.
Good. With this draft, which is more forgiving if mistakes happen?
VMS. Yeah.
Soldier?
VMS.
VMS.
I'm with you now.
Yeah.
So if both teams play perfectly, you think VMS will win? They will take the win?
If both teams will play perfectly, and the scenario in my mind will happen, the FIG.
DFYG.
Yeah.
And you?
VMS definitely.
VMS.
All the way.
We will see during the game.
So drafts are locked in for game 3. The deciding game, pressure is high, plans are set, and now it's all about the execution. Let's send it over to our casters for the deciding battle.
And here we are indeed in a deciding battle between DFYG and Vamos Superken now on the Hayabusa Error 404 on the Yisenshin. The junglers for both teams. Nice to do you like what we have come game number 3.
I'm glad we got a game 3, man. I'll put it that way. You know, we had a bunch of sweeps in the previous 2 days. Well, for play-ins, when things are now a little more spicy, I'm glad we're getting game 3s. And I think if you look at both drafts, like our panel mentioned, I think you could say, like, yeah, in a way, let them go to the late game here a little bit, right? If they get to the late game, though, both these lineups have the potential to go ahead and shine more than the other. And a big part of Team Vamos' lineup is, once again, are they able to go ahead and utilize the amount of crowd control they have? Zorn, when he played the Guinevere earlier, like, he was able to do it. You know, he was able to actually go ahead and set things up with the spatial migration. He's very aggressive. And I think that's what makes Zorn, like, always a fun roam to watch. He is one of those roamers that, people really tend to talk about or watch when it comes to the international scene. And, part of that, too, is the scaling. Like, their scalability like we've talked about Akimi for so long, since she's been in that mid lane meta for so long now, you know that she can provide a ton of damage, and Traction Pulse is great. I think for Team Vamos, though, it's also just making sure that the early game doesn't go to DFYG, because Hayabusa, for example, or even a better game with the Lapu Lapu for Vel could actually be quite devastating in these earlier fights, depending on how they go for it. A Dragon Form is going to be used. Zoning out Super Ken, though, from this turtle pit, but he's going to go back, trying to get Zorn out if he can. He pops the Shadow Kill, does get the first blood. Air 404 will be able to secure it to the turtle, but he finally falls as Vel picks up a kill. The trading across the board, though, an objective secured for Team Vamos.
I believe that DFYG are the happier team to come out of that, especially because Super Ken really outplayed Vamos. He went for the Shadow, went out, and then got back in, got a kill up to Zorn. That's the first blood. And I think that's well worth it in exchange for the turtle, especially from a jungler's perspective. And the bonus that they got from that is to be able to kill Air 404. Like this time, we can see Zed utilizing this Hilda properly in a way that he was able to out the damage, then flicker out. There were so many baits that the FIG were able to do in that exchange. I would still feel, though, that Team Vamos has got an easier lineup to execute, especially because this last pick, Esmeralda, again, has so much value. Great versus the Lapu Lapu. We already know that. But then you add in the Harriet as well as the Hilda, Natko will have a great time later on, and that's something that DFYG should be prepared about.
I mean, part of that, too, is, again, if you look at Team Vamos' lineup, you know, what can you take here for the Valentina? The most value over here is probably the Black Dragon form, or what else could you take that actually would help DFYG's case when it comes to having a Valentina?
Yeah, I think just the
Dragon form, no?
Dragon form. Yeah, but problem is if you overextend, it can actually work badly for you. So you gotta be careful there if you're E1.
E1?
E1, yeah, right. And Super Ken is still very impressive with his jungle, though.
Yeah, I think of this too is just the amount of time that we're seeing it take for a Harith to build up now, scale up. I would say a majority of these Harith games that we've been watching now for the past couple of days here, Wolf, I don't know. I don't know if we're still going to see Harith picked up a ton as the days and weeks go by here. It just seems like it does take a little bit too long to build up. Air 404 is going to be able to secure this second turtle pretty easily. Whoa, a mountain shot. Holding on to the Black Dragon form, doesn't even get to use it. E1 deleted quickly under the turret too. Putting some pressure here in that tier 1 mid, but man, Team Vamos still have an easy kill and a pickup for an objective.
That's a problem with somehow a double-edged sword to copy the usual ultimate, because you're fairly weak and you don't have the double dash anymore for the fight. That's why he was knocked down even after popping the ultimate, and also didn't have the Purify. That's why Team Vamos have picked up a great kill. In fact, Vamos are leading with 600 gold. As we mentioned, they have an easier lineup to execute. Natko already has the Enchanted Talisman. It will take only a while before we get to see him with the Oracle, which then makes it so that DFYG will not have enough of a firepower to eventually take out Natko. DFYG needs to really ramp up now. They really need to make a play. Otherwise, Team Vamos will just easily take over this game.
We'll see what happens. You know, it's just a very small lead for now. DFYG still potentially can turn it around here. Not letting that play out a little bit further. So, you know, I don't even... I think for the third turtle, DFYG, if they can kind of get into the position where they have a favorable one, and maybe that's a kill off of Super Ken if he's able to get a shadow kill off of this, just like this against Air 4-4. Wow! Happens as soon as I mentioned it. Now Black Dragon form going to be used to pick up E1. And Super Ken's pretty low, so they might still put pressure on the purple buff here. A spatial migration combo from Zorn. They're going to put it for Zed. Double kill for Sizka. A massive pickup and just a great game for Sizka already on this Yuzhong. It's so devastating to deal with the Yuzhong scaling up this fast.
Wow, this is back-to-back games coming up from Sizka that he's played so well. Actually turned the fight around. That would have been great. Of course, Super Ken is able to get a pick off, but in comes the fray. Air 404. Ooh! Esmeralda misses, and Super Kid collects the kill before getting out. He is taken out eventually. And it's the fourth straight kill for Sizga. Might not have the Yisenshin now, but with the turtle up, they will just kind of take it.
And Cisco's eating good, man. 4-0-0. He's gonna scale up so much faster than you traditionally would on Yuzhong here. And once that Petrify is available, this should actually be a pretty easy turtle for them to take. He does pop it. Yi1 using the Mountain Shocker actually gonna force this fight anyway. Arrow 404 actually dies, so a good play there. But now they gotta deal with Siska jumping in for Yi1. He's gonna chase him down. The shot assist is there, but Super Ken's actually gonna be able to join the fight instead.
No.
Now Natko will kill Long, and they're still going back and forth. Siska though, he's gonna have to be careful not to take too much. He'll heal back up a little bit. This turtle's still for the taking, but Super Ken will go grab his buff. Clockhoon picking up that Sky Piercer now, though. So all of that might have gotten DFYG their first turtle of the game, this last one, as it's secured by Super Ken.
Pretty scrappy fight for both teams, as Air 404 was left alone. Cisco went for the dangerous grass play around the turtle pit, where he popped the ultimate but did not find anyone. Had it been that they connected with the Mountain Shocker Extra Vision, then Cisco would not have wasted his ultimate on essentially nothing but grass. Could have been good for Team Vamos, but there's just some miscoordination out there. That's why Air 404 eventually got taken out. But Natko punishing Long once again. Long popped the Salmon Force in front of the Esmeralda. One of the capital mistakes, cardinal errors that we can do against the Esmeralda as the Harry.
Zone setting things up again. Zed, quite tanky though. Should be fine. And that's why we see that Esmeralda pop up so much, from draft to draft. Teams really leaning towards Esmeralda, whether that's in the gold lane or XP lane. Like, we've seen both. It's just kind of annoying to deal with, and you kind of have the freedom to do what you want in a way until the proper items or that, enough of that burst is there to deal with an Esmeralda right now. But the fact that you have an Esmeralda this way, but then at the same time, Siska is having the game he is on this Yuzhong, it's really difficult to win some of these fights, depending on how it actually breaks out. And like I said, most of them are happening here with Super Ken being able to dish out quite a bit of damage on this Hayabusa. But traction pulse thrown out, spatial migration, Requiem combo, Vel falling here in the mid lane, getting caught here. And that's one of the things you have to watch out for with a Guinevere across from you.
Get out of there. Zorn picking up where he left off. Game number 2, it wasn't as clean as game number 2, but Team Vamos are slowly finding steam once again, leading by 1,000 gold. They already zoning out the members of DFYG up top so that they can naturally push it. It's going to be the turret down. They try to put pressure on the Super Ken, but Super Ken might be forced to pop the Retribution. No, he won't. And because of that, Zorn gets his purple buff. You see, Team Vamos are pressuring Super Ken to pop the retry so that the Lord Fight will be in their favor.
Yep.
It turns out they get even more of that because now they get the purple buff on Zorn.
Yeah, so he can just go ahead and spatial migration a little bit more here if he doesn't land the one he wants to. So this is actually a pretty big risk for DFYG to go ahead and start playing around the extra grass that they have here, the extra bush. They'll keep Zed there on the Hilda. At least try to control this space here against Team Vamos. And like I said, even with this kind of lead that Team Vamos has, 2,000 gold ahead. There's the jump in from Zorn. Requiem going to be used as well, and now it's going to try to get away, but Vel will flick around forward and not go chasing him down, a sliver of health. And also Zed trying to run away from this. Not go will be able to hold up that front side. This is an opening now for Team Vamos to go ahead and secure this Lord, unless somehow, some way, Super Ken can get in position to potentially steal this. He does jump in, gets thrown into the air, knocked into the air. Again, a Petrify from Siska. 6-0-1, a massive game once again with this Yuzhong here. Lord secured, team fight secured for Team Vamos.
Oh, Team Vamos out of the trap. DFYG sprung it so easily. They know that eventually when the Lord is too low, DFYG will do everything just to get that retribution up. Super Ken making that play with the dash, of course, with a shadow kill, but Because of that, you can see that Team Vamos were so much prepared. The stun was already waiting in the wings. They know they have the knockup. They know they have the control against Super 10. Not only did they get the Lord, they also get 3 kills on top of that, increasing their lead to 4.6k at just 11 minutes in. They might even be able to push the bottom lane turret easily.
See how they handle this push with the Lord. Again, both teams here facing elimination right now through Games of the Future, and Team Vamos with a healthy lead in this Lord pushing in. They might just win it even off this first push. A Black Dragon form going to be used by Siska just to keep them at bay. They secure themselves that base turret, now knocking down at the tier 2 in the mid. They still have the work to do up top as well, so DFYG will go ahead and defend, take out the Lord. And Team Vamos, despite this lead, will take things a little bit slower just to stay disciplined, take out these tier 2 turrets, potentially take some base turrets down too, or at least do some damage to them. But right now, they're just happy with the one push down on bot.
12 minutes and you get the inhibitor. I think that's a big reason to be happy for Team Vamos, but job's not done yet. They really need to secure this. We'll be waiting for 70 more seconds before the next Lord spawns. And I think the next target now for Team Vamos is to deny that purple buff away from Super Ken. They have positioned their pieces around it already, just waiting for it to spawn. Eventually, the Yi Sun-shin will get to that position. While that's happening, Zorin is actually scouting out where the FYG members are.
Yeah, they have, I mean, even for...
Look at the position from Esmeralda, the extra push from Dangerous Grass.
Oh, no. Yeah. Not goes, though. He's going to be fine. Again, there's so much this Esmeralda can do. You know, it doesn't really... like, if you are going to wait patiently in one of these bushes here, the Dangerous Grass, like, Natko is the guy to go give the information. Doesn't necessarily have to be Zorin here, and that's one of the advantages of having this Esmeralda on this lineup. You know, you can kind of do this all day, man, and that's what Natko wants to do. Very different, you know, than every single time that you see these gold laners do get a chance to play the Esmeralda. Maybe it's a little freeing for them. Like, they're like, okay, yeah, I get to play a very different game than what I normally do in the gold lane with a traditional marksman.
Yeah. Team Vamos, Iridian armor up on Natko. They will start the Lord very quickly. Zorin already started them out and into the prey.
Ooh. Okay, Lord secure though, so that was all a distraction. They'll just go for the reset, get ready to march towards the base here of DFYG once again. And I don't know, Wolf, I think, you know, with this case in game 3, 7,000 behind, and really Super Ken's kind of initial advantage that he had on the high boost, especially early on, has kind of waned a little bit. And now, you know, you're looking to see where that point of contention is going to be with this composition, and unfortunately Long just isn't there yet. Black Dragon form going to be used, pushing them off of this top base turret as the Lord has to be dealt with on the bottom. A stun with a Petrify too. Vel is gone so quickly once again. Lord finally being worked on, but he did clear out the wave. So DFYG, just with the health, or just with the life of Vel, they stay in the game off that Lord push. They still have a few pushing waves powered up for Team Vamos. They're going to go for this mid turret, Natko keeping them cut off from that turret, and Zed might gone a little bit too far there as Clockun picks up a kill. Base turret's going to fall. They have that one cannon minion. They're going to lock onto the base, and they have to do everything they can to stay in the game. DFYG will be able to take out Siska. That's a big pickup and a successful defense for DFYG to face off against Team Vamos, staying in this game 3.
That's enough for Team Vamos to just get out of there in this elimination match. They're literally one win away from advancing into the quarterfinals, and seems like they are leading by so much that they can afford to prolong this game even further. And to be fair, I would agree. I think it's much better for them to just get out. Natko has to get away from this though. That's the flicker.
Whoa, the damage! Clockun with the Wind of Nature too. He's almost able to get away. A good attempt there, but at least the turnaround is something that DFYG needed to happen here. Catching out Clockun, even getting a couple flickers, Natko's as well. This might be a small opening for DFYG to make something happen. Now Arrow 404,
no.
he's actually going to get caught out here too as Long picks up a kill, and now it's Nocto in trouble. Super Ken picks up another. What is happening to Team Vamos?
Oh no, Team Vamos. Overconfident, overstaying as well. Getting outplayed, outmaneuvered in that part of the map. They definitely did not expect that death push play coming out from DFYG. Now they have lost all of their core members. Will lose their outer turret in the mid lane. Long posing for another push, but the defense will be there from Zorn as well as Sizga. U1 might not be enough to get a push up.
Oh, U1
has to get away now.
Oh, he does. The Terrify comes in clutch there. Zorn has immortality, but is he going to burn his flicker as well? Falcon there, quite low. Siska is going to jump in. Super Ken, not sure if he's going to commit to this. He gets knocked into the air. What a stun, a spatial migration. They were waiting for that moment for Super Ken to move forward, and that is unfortunate. Bad timing, too, as now the Lord is up for Team Vamos.
Oh my goodness, what a way to outplay Super Ken out there. The FYG are already outplaying Team Vamos. In fact, they have forced the Dragon form, they have forced the immortality onto Clockun. They have all the tools for them to get this Lord, but Super Ken just stumbles because of the outplay from Team Vamos.
So tough. I don't know if they can delay this, Wolf. They're going to try Zed, trying to get an angle here, but he's going to be zoned in, zoned down, and taken down. Arrow 404 will pick up a kill. Falcon picks up the Wind of Nature again after using it earlier on. They'll be able to secure this Lord off of that. And that is a good play to solidify the objective for Team Vamos after a shaky last couple minutes.
Oh. Now, I gotta say, for DFYG, they tried to buy the time for Super Ken to be there, and almost were enough time, but Team Vamos making any extra movements out there, just focusing on taking the Lord and punishing whoever is in front. Did not overextend to get a kill onto E1 as well as Long, because they know that they can end this with just raw power. Just, their lead has been down to 3,000, but this is more than doable. Might be able to push up top, and then the last push for Team Vamos commences.
Last push potentially here. They're going to go for this Black Dragon form already used. Arrow 404 trying to get away. Bell is low in there. Clockun picks up the kill. Lord's going to be actually cleared out and worked on as Natgo splitting them up, but Clockun gets a double. And now they're going to go a little bit further. Natgo's immortality is going to be popped here. Long going for that cleanup kill, but can't solidify. Taken out Natgo, but still, DFYG still defends 19 minutes into this game 3.
Not letting up. This is an elimination match, and Super Ken is throwing everything. Almost have won against Onyx yesterday in a 30-minute match. I'll not be surprised if they can prolong this even further. You can see the heart from Super Ken. Let's see if they can defend for more. Team Vamos seems like they wanted to make a play.
They do get the Purify out. Again, a Black Dragon up to lead them all, but Siska's feeling the damage now. Natgo's going to be in trouble. He gets caught out with Landshaker stunned in his tracks. DFYG is not going home so easily. They'll take it past the 20-minute mark here in Game 3. And Team Vamos is wondering that too. Like, man, we're so close so many times, but we can't end it. Even with all the base turrets of DFYG down, they still hold on.
Fortunately, no battles for Natgo to save himself out there. Team Vamos tried to make another play, even when they didn't have to. They tend to wait for the next Lord to spawn. But I think it's a good heat check against DFYG. To be fair, Natgo will respawn long enough that the Lord will be available when he is up once again. And I think the Team Vamos can actually afford to lose their top lane turret. They have all of the lanes pushed naturally because of the super minions that they have anyways. And if they don't make any extra moves right now, they can easily play the map in their favor. But here they are, Dragon Form committed.
They want to fight. They know that down bot is Super Ken, so this is going to be a fight they want to take. Team Vamos will take out E1. They're going to be looking for more. Knocked into the air. Yell has immortality. He's trying to get away through the wall. He goes. Super Ken joining the fight. Long has so much shields here. This is Natgo, though, leading that charge. Amount Shocker is going to be able to find his Zed. Zed bobbing and weaving, but will go down to Error 404, and they'll make their way to the Lord to solidify a potential Game 3. This is going to be much tougher to deal with now that it's an evolved Lord.
Oh, what a play coming out from Team Vamos. They said that they should not be doing any extra moves, but they have identified that there's no threat. The Hayabusa is in the bottom lane. It will take a while before he gets there. He knows, Siska knows that with this Warcry built on the Yuzhong, he has a one-hit potential against E1, who is now only rocking the Tier 5.
Once again, this is going to lead that front. Black Dragon form. Vel jumps in with the Bravest Finder. Zaman Force drop down 2. They got to clear this out. Yi1 looking for an ultimate to take. He's just going to go in with the Terrify and keeps Nako at bay. And now Vel trying to run here. Once again, defensive items being switched out. Oh, he picks up an Immortality just in time as well. He's going to heal back at the Fountain with the Lord now. They got to deal with this, and Zorn jumps in. A spatial migration. Super Ken is gone. A massive play and a decision from Zorn. Can they win the fight? They've already lost 3. This is a big defense for DFYG. And despite Zorn's play, DFYG will stay in it. They'll clear out the waves and the Lord.
Oh, was a massive play coming out from Zorn. I thought it was instrumental to the victory of DFYG. But if you think about it, the Hayabusa is not that important when it comes to the defense. More of a distraction at this point, and when they tried to go in all in, they got caught into the backlines with Bell dealing the damage, and as well as Valentina. Valentina, we have already forgotten how much damage this mage can actually deal in a team fight, and we are reminded of how strong a Valentina could be, especially when he's dealing AoE damage. Yi1 salvaging this team, and Super Ken might have been a great target for Team Vamos, but they were so tunnel vision into taking down that Hayabusa. The moment that Zorn caught him, and everybody from Team Vamos just went in, took the beeline towards where Super Ken is. And what generally happened was that we're clumped up together. Bell managed to land a good ultimate combo, dealing enough damage to an AoE, and then of course E1 was there to clean up.
Man, look at the items here. There's so much juggling between these, these Winter Crowns, the Wind Natures, of course. But hats off to DFYG staying into this game for, multiple minutes now, 8+ minutes up to this point. When Team Vamos first entered the base, and you got to remember they were at one point down, 7, almost 8,000 gold.
That's right.
In this game 3, and yes, the gold doesn't really matter at this point. It's more so of just switching in those defensive items when they need it at the right moment. But what DFYG has been able to do is stay in the game and now actually be in a position to potentially contest this Lord. The biggest thing for them is they don't want to get caught in a position they don't want to with what's across from them. Again, that is still Siska for the most part, right? Siska and Zorn. They got to be careful.
Zorn and Ken.
They're going to go from the backside. They're going to go for this back lane push. E1 popping the Winter Crown. Super Ken takes out Nako. They're trying to get away. A couple flickers burned here too. And 404 is gone. This is a massive turnaround for DFYG. They're going to go for Siska. He's trying to run. They can actually start up this Lord. He's doing what he can. Siska actually still alive. And it's DFYG to chase down. Meanwhile, Zed chasing Zorn. Siska finally goes down, but they get 4 kills for DFYG. And with a full force team, they can run it down mid with this wave pushing in. This is massive. What can Zorn do? But just watch. A shadow kill going to be used, but with this wave pushing in and a full team.
Oh, man.
With E1 clearing out the waves, DFYG did they did the comeback. They made it happen, and they send Team Vamos home in Games of the Future 2025.
And they already knew nicely. They took out their headsets because they know that with TikTok timers up and available, they cannot survive. E1 was ready for that play. Oh my God, the Winter Crown to eliminate the Team Vamos. What an outlay. Oh my goodness, the FYG.
Man, what a that's playing here, Wolf. It's unfortunate for Team Vamos that they had control of for so long. And then here comes DFYG. They stayed locked into it. They had some rough here in the start of the game and everything else, but they managed to pull in and turn things around. What an amazing series we have here just to open up today.
No room for errors for anyone, and that postal fight to Vamos. Super Ken and the gang fought tooth and nail for this one, and they have outplayed Team Vamos. What a great play. I'm sure that the panel has a lot to talk about. Back to you, panel.
Question, right? You guys fell through in the second match, right? You've lost the second match. How did you guys recover back up to win the third and call it a night for you guys?
I just tell to my friend, just keep focus at the game 3.
Amazing, as easy as that. Now, you guys are heading into the quarterfinals. Obviously, a pretty huge step for you guys. You're probably going to be competing with a very strong team. How do you guys prepare for such a match? How do you guys prepare for a big match like the one that you're going to be having tomorrow at the quarterfinals?
I think just play and trust my coach for draft winning.
Amazing, that is the right answer. Do you guys feel confident that you're going to take the win tomorrow?
Yeah, confident.
Amazing. Well done. Congratulations. One more time, everybody. Give it up to Team DFYG.
Games of the future.
And that's it. Game 3 is done. The series is decided, and what a way to close it out. The YFG secured that win, a full 3-game battle. Momentum swings, pressure moments, and ultimately a winner emerging here tonight. Let's bring in the desk and break everything down. So, Groot, let's start with you. From a big picture perspective, what decided this game 3?
Well, you know the saying, curiosity killed the cat? Where overconfidence killed Vamos this match. They went overconfident, and that's what made them actually lose this match. They thought that they had it, but then DFYG had something else to say. They told them, no, this is our match. Although it seemed, you know, that Vamos is going to take the win, but after what they've done, they started doing mistake after mistake after mistake, which led to their loss.
Soldier, you think the same?
To be honest, Team Vamos have the ego thing happens in the game, but the FYG tried to play on their mistakes, around their mistakes, and they took the game from their hands, because Team Vamos having the potential in the objectives, having the advantage also on the lanes, having the potentials also in the map. They can move, they can focus on the map more than the FYG. The FYG having more stress in the map, but having little bit overconfident kills you a little bit, because the FYG they play on the little bit relaxed, trying to be confident on their games, without rushing. No need to rush. Just play our style, our scenarios, and our thing and our chemistry, and it happens. And they took the win, and they deserve it, because I like it when they play on their mistakes.
Yeah,
this is the best thing happens during the match 3.
Yeah,
because Team Vamos they didn't notice we are doing mistakes, because they are doing mistakes after mistakes after mistakes, because they're repeating the same things after and after.
Yes, that is very true. That is very true. And this is what made DFYG actually steal the win from Team Vamos. As we can see here, there is not much difference in the gold, in the total gold. Even the towers destroyed, since DFYG did not have to push the side lanes, they had to just push the mid lane to get the win. So, you know, this is how they got the win. Although Team Vamos had 4 lords slain,
yes.
and DFYG didn't even get a lord.
None.
They didn't even need
0.
a lord, you know, to actually grab this win. And Turtle slain, there was, you know, we would say the match was most entirely balanced until Team Vamos started, you know, their ego started, you know,
little bit get higher.
Yeah, and it started taking control over them actually. And yeah, this is where they actually started messing up. The FYG, they held on to the base as much as they could, and they knew that holding on to the base would actually give them a chance for the win, and they got it in the end.
Team Vamos, they tried to play on the quick match, fast as possible. Let's win, let's get this lord, and let's push from bottom. But Team DFYG, they took the deep breath and like they see the mistakes one by one. They see the small points. They see how to critically strike on it, and they won and they got it because they know how to play it. They know how to control how of the map. They took it because Team Vamos in the first it was goal different between teams. It was higher for the BMS, but now on we are seeing in the leaderboard it's equal because we reached to the late game and each game it's equal for them for the goals and the items. But DFYG they play it very perfectly in for the matches and for the like scenarios and rotations.
Okay,
Exactly.
and now let's talk about the MVP. MVP of the game, Soldier. What do you have to say?
To be honest, MVP, it was very perfect for DFYG. He knows he deserved it because in the game it was his impact. It was very noticeable, and he got it. And also his team's it's hidden stars, and he's the superstar.
Good.
Yeah, well, with Dion, he used to play with Valentina, so he was actually doing a great job with crowd controlling the enemy team, Team Vamos. And the thing is with Team Vamos, their disadvantage that they had is their two heroes, Yisun Shin and Kimi, were mostly being targeted by Hayabusa and Hilda. And these were the actual two damage dealers of Team Vamos. And if DFYG grabbed and killed them, you know,
There is
Team
no-
Vamos,
no-
there is
no
nothing
damage
else.
dealer.
Yeah, there is no damage dealer for Team Vamos, so they would actually, you know, gank on Team Vamos and just kill everyone else. And that's what they did in the late game. They targeted Yisun Shin, they targeted Kimi, Team Vamos dropped.
They don't have any other.
They couldn't do
damage.
anything.
Yes.
So
But
yeah.
Soldier, can you talk us through the momentum that changed the game, that sealed the deal for DYFG?
To be honest, for DFYG, they focus on Hayabusa and they focus how to make Hayabusa more stronger, more snowballer, and no one is focusing and no one is noticeable. Like he's getting more and more and more damaged and more like impact and more advantage because they like for Team Vamos, like they have two damage dealer and they are relaxed more. But Team DFYG, they are hidden treasure. Like book.
Yeah.
Suddenly surprised everyone. Hayabusa, it's like a ninja, faster. They are taking the kills like this with the blink of the eyes.
That is very
But do you guys think that the losing side have any chance to recover after that?
Yeah, definitely. They always have a time to recover, but the only way that they could recover, a losing side can recover from their state right now is actually depending on the mistakes of the enemy team, basically. So if they actually benefit from it, that's it. You know, it's perfect for them. They can actually win right now.
Okay, I think we're gonna be back shortly with more in this Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025. Stay tuned, guys. Thank you.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
GTA 13 aja lu bang. Kan? Cukup bukan. Aku ya. Bukan ya. Ah. Oh. Das.
Welcome back, everyone. Coming up next, we move into a best of 3 single elimination matchup here at Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025, powered by ADNOC. So it's gonna be Homeboys versus Verso Time. One series, no second chances, and everything from the group stage now comes down to this moment. Good. How much does the single elimination format change the mindset compared to the groups?
Single elimination format, it changed their minds from where basically you don't have second chances anymore. It's either, you win or you get eliminated. So teams should start taking things way more seriously than the group stage. The stakes are at a high level. So focus, you need to focus. Yeah.
Soldier, from a player's perspective, how different does it feel knowing there's no lower bracket safety net? Same as the question, but how does it feel, you think, from a player's perspective?
But look, for a player perspective, like sometimes I feel like I have a safe place to go, like for the loser bracket. But
Right.
now you cannot go. You don't have a safe place. Now you have all the stress to play on the best of 3 and best of 5, because best of 3 have a different mindset, and best of 5 it's a different mindset and a different coaching style and scenarios of the game. It's totally different for both best of 5 and best of 3, and I don't have loser bracket, so it will be totally different for all the teams.
But for you two, Groot and Soldier, does this format favor disciplined teams or explosive ones?
I think it favors both. It depends. It's a case-to-case scenario in that case. And since we are actually our next match is actually Verso Time versus Homeboys, we will see which one is explosive and which one is not, or if both are explosive in that case. It is going to be excited. Homeboys, they stood out a lot. They are very well known. Verso Time, I would say they are, the rising stars in MLBB. So we're hoping that to see actually the best from them today.
Okay, let's start with Homeboys during the group stage. Groot, from a macro standpoint, what stood out about Homeboys in the group stage?
What I saw the matches from Homeboys, basically, they were not kidding. They were not kidding around. They were playing very professionally, but very chill as well. They were very chill while they were playing. It showed that they actually had a lot of synergy going on between the teammates, and this is one of the reasons why they actually, qualified the group stages, and they're with us today.
Okay, Soldier, execution-wise, how clean were Homeboys, you think, in their group stage?
In the group stage, I like the play style of Homeboys because they have a different play style, better than other teams. And in the group stage, what's like the eyes on them, because they have like macros perfectly and micros. They are playing on the macro and micro very perfectly during their games. Also, their qualifiers from the beginning, better than the other teams in their group. Also, for the other hand, like Verso Time, they have little bit chemistry, and they have a scenario they are doing every match. That's what I like. They're repeating the same thing. Like if you are winning, you will repeat the same thing. Because if you will do something else, you will lose.
Yeah, that is very true. But this is a double-edged sword in that case, because, when you're doing the same thing over and over and over again, people will start to understand your strategy, so they will basically try to counter it.
Yeah.
So I hope they come up with something new today, other than what they've been doing yesterday, and hopefully that would actually something that would be surprising to us.
Like what we were discussing earlier, for sure they have a lot of cards there, because it cannot be just one.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Soldier, what impressed you most about Verso Time?
To be honest, Verso Time, they have during the group stage, when I was like noticing their play style, and like when they are winning, they're repeating the same things. But when they're repeating, they're changing some micros. We are not noticing. Only the players will notice, and the coaches will notice. So other players will notice a little bit, because during the game you will focus on like the superstars and other players, but there is hidden players. They are doing they need to do something in the map. You will not notice.
Yeah, I know.
Like
I
taking
know.
objectives,
Yeah.
taking like blind spots. They will do go to the bushes. They will stay. They will make traps. That's the thing you will not notice little bit. So they will make it fast and clear.
Yeah.
Since you were mentioning about the play styles, I think this is gonna be a real clash of styles. Good, stylistically, how do these two teams match up with their play styles?
In their play styles, I would believe it's not that much. They're not very similar to each other. They might be actually, slightly more into an opposite. Versatile is a little bit more of an objective-based and aggressive a little bit. Homeboys is mostly objective, and they're very chill while they're playing. They know what they're doing, And as what Soldier said, is Versatile is focused on some players that are actually not showing, in the game itself, but they are playing a huge part, in what they're doing, in making their team win as well. So they're not, I wouldn't say they're very similar to each other, but yeah, I'm excited to see the match. I'm very excited actually. How long is remaining for the match to start? I'm very excited.
It's coming right up. Just some few minutes it will come up. But Soldier, do you think who has the clear win condition?
For the clear win competition, Homeboys. Homeboys, they have the clear thing because I like the chill, like relaxed the play style. No need to rush, no need to be like aggressive. Just be aggressive on the time it's like it wants, but just be clear, chill, take deep breath, and you will win. Because we saw a lot of like Russia's team, and they fall apart. But the Homeboys, they have like claiming the ladders one by one.
Yeah.
But who do you think needs to dictate the tempo to win?
Homeboys, to be honest, they need to be on the rhythm, on the same chemistry, on the same strategies, on the same scenario, but little bit unpredictable scenarios because other team will little protect.
Game 1 could set the tone. I think whomever will secure the game 1 will continue. So I'm thinking this is gonna be a 2-0.
Do you think so?
I think so.
I think
How about
not.
you, Good
I
and
don't.
Soldier?
I think not. I think there might be some challenge going on this match. I think that both teams are actually kind of in the same level, kind of. Homeboys with the much more, like a little bit more experience than actually Versatile. But I think Verso is not coming here to play around. I think they want to show themselves up.
For sure, everyone knows what at stake here. We're talking about dollars here.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but let's make a bet. For me, it's gonna be 2-0, and it's gonna be Homeboys.
I think it's going to be 2-1, and I think it's going to be Homeboys.
I like 2-0 games because I like the rhythm when they win. Like they have the the energy to continue. They have a little bit ego because I like to be egoistic.
Yeah.
So they will continue in the same rhythm as the FOIG, but they fall a little bit apart, but they climb and they win.
But you didn't say which team are you with this time.
Yeah, you didn't say anything. He's playing safe. He's playing safe.
Still, I didn't see the selection, the hero selection.
So after the selection, you will decide.
So you think drafting matters?
Yeah,
it's
drafting
not about
matters.
the team. Drafting
matters 70% or maybe 80% because I like.
But Homeboys is very well known.
Yeah, because Homeboys during the group stage, I was seeing every game for them, and I like the drafting for them because the coach behind them, he's very well known, and he's very known like how to draft. There is some coaches are perfect on drafting, but they are little bit down on matching. And some coaches they are perfect on too. But I like for Homeboys they are perfect for drafting during the drafting banner picks. They are very great.
I see.
But what do we think, Good, is the single most important factor for Homeboys to win? Because I'm betting on Homeboys.
I think the most important thing that they need, the factor that they need to work on the most is the objective. They need to focus on their objective. I don't want the enemy team to kind of distract them from their objectives, because some teams, they do get distracted by the team fights and they forget about what they were supposed to do in the first place. So I want Homeboys to stay chill, focus on their objectives, know, reach the goal that they want to reach, which is the base, and get their win. As simple as that.
That's a great analysis.
Yeah.
Okay, Soldier, what does Versotime need to do in-game to control this matchup?
See, for the Versatime, I like the playstyle they are playing because they are old school style. That's why I like, and they can, for the old school style, they can counter each and every scenario for the new meta. Because old school, it's like very known little bit style and known like heroes they can choose, and the old meta they can like we can see Xborg,
Yeah.
we can see Esmeralda, so little bit we can see old heroes they will choose and the old play style for the Versatile.
Let's see. I'm not sure that they would do the same thing today, but
Yeah.
if they actually do, that'll be very exciting. To see the old meta versus the new meta, which is, I'm kind of old school as well. I'm kind of old meta as well. I like the old meta more than the new one, but the new one also has exciting strategies and exciting factors, like the new heroes that are coming out. They're very special. Each and every one has a special thing, going on. So yeah.
Okay, we're just having a technical difficulty right now. We're just fixing it, but we will be right back more with Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025. See you guys. Oh.
That's all it time that you love. I know you wanna know, baby. Hey. Baik, gua. Yang satu hilang. Kapan ini mau hilang? TIH. Em nó bị đau bụng không? Anh mùi. Được. Tuần. Lagian aku pakai seng ya tahu gitu em kira kan em menyebar itu ya karena feature ya karena feature kan yang poweran tuh. Itu sih orang mulai coba. Itu kan mulai ya, babi lah.
Comes down to the
Mulu anjing dari tadi. Apa ini guys, game PP ini? Dan lagian papakan ya Lu ya bantu lu ah, apa ya Kania. Apa Kanina menurut lu ya bantu lu ah. Pasti shot dong. Ang mewah deh. Itu ah. Ông quả muốn bùa ya apa pakai lang. Foto wah. Tang. Ya manja lu paling. Enemy and when I praise the Lord. Komik kayak susah lah. Telur. Jadi tapi kita cek ya. Apa ini guys? Apa aja anjing? Aja bro. Aja bro. Babi. Goblok, orang anjing. Oh. Anjing 3 jam lagi, guys. Mana guys ya? baik. Oh, woi. Tolong. Gara-gara lanjutkan kayak sampai upgrade minion. Bodoh banget anjing, siapa upgrade minion guys? Tolol. Aduh, warden gua ya Allah. Warden gua anjing. Gila warden gua guys. Monitor ketupat. lagi gacor, ketua kondisi lagi gacor, ketua mafi besawedene nanti. Anin. Guys. Banget anjing. Olah, memang kami jalan. So. Kan. Emang nih luan lo. Wah. Emang nih luan lo. Ngapain sih? Emang buat memang tuh luan. Kayak mana ini? Kayak kilo biar aja. Kilo pipa itu pas sih. Pas itu kau ya mi ada lagi kun lah. Oh cuma kun aja, tani kau aja. Namanya lang pangsaikin. Ikat ya noa pangsaikin. Pakai kau ngomong pangsaikin home. Itu home, mấy cái bụi. Anh home, lu chạy kilo pipa ở pas luai kursi aja. Kopai deh kilo jauh, gawe cia, tiga itu mun ya mun chicken. Ya laptop, ya casing, kami kalian phải kìa. Aneh saya ini excited ya, merasa wah mikir lah nih. Ya udah, mami lo. Kayak excited mikir lain. Udah gitu. Apa mau diomongin? Ada kuahnya mikir lain. Ya, main kuno, kan jelasin dulu ya. Use lo, kadang kalau isyo kaki se lo, ini lo. Pak sama saya boyong nih, karena kayak sahabat saya aja. Nah ini kayak kau dulu lah. Chạy nasi lemak leo, cái chạy lên chua, mấy chạy ăn mày lên chua. Nasi lemak bang ya, kibe ya. Aduh, ini sampai kapan mulai guys? Sampai kiamat kah? Tunggu kah mulai nih? Banget gua anjir lah. Farming dulu ya bro ya. Males gua pakai Elgato dah. Stok gua pakai Elgato yang farming COC guys. Be right back katanya guys. Be right back guys. Nah. Be right back. Pak Lau. Apa ya? Doang. Pantat dah buktinya aja tak mau topik jika lu ambil. Mati lo. Kalau jam bosan. Kan wilayah lagi kan namanya saya bakal duit. Mati lo. Kau lucu banget maka lu sang lu nih dari ya kan. Eh, 45 37 kok. Pep. CC. Kan nama CC jadi goblok guys. Bongo. Anjing. Ding. Anjing. Kok ada ini ya, game ya, game ya, game itu. Nah, ada ya. Tong, tong, tong. Tong. Sini. Satu yang. Level berapa? Ntar anjing. Empat. Tang anjing. Apa ya babi gua? Kan ya orang-orang ini ya. mulai guys. Udah mulai guys, udah mulai guys. Udah mulai.
And it's basically Fanny. Fanny is actually, you know, a
It's a
well-known
meta ban.
hero. Yeah, it's a meta ban. It's a meta ban. Whoever picks Fanny usually is going to be extremely annoying to the opposing team.
Wow. To
We
be
see-
honest, Homeboys and Team Verso, they are targeting ban because like it's a respectful like between of them.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
And Eve.
We're seeing Basha, we're seeing Eve, we're usually, until now, we're seeing the usual bans.
There's nothing random about this
Yeah,
choices.
yeah, there is nothing random. It's basically the usual bans. They're banning the top meta heroes, basically, which are, you know, they would give the opposing team a very strong upper hand. And we see Zushin as well getting banned. Although Zushin actually lately got a series of nerfs, but she's still very strong in the meta. She's still considered as a very extremely strong crowd control hero. Right now, we're not surprised. Nothing surprising so far, but we are hoping to see something exciting from both teams and new picks and new strategies. Of course, the third and the final ban for the first stage of Verso team is going to be Kalea. And then we are moving up to the final ban of Homeboys.
To be honest, both teams are drafting around the meta.
Yeah.
Because like we are seeing Fanny, we can see Eve for the blue side, and the red side they have also the,
Ada informasi ya
the
bro ya.
objectives to pick two.
Namanya
For the
itu
blue side.
nama bukan isi ya guys.
Exactly.
Ya.
As I can see, like, you know, nothing surprising so
Yes.
far.
Nama
Still.
MM itu
Yeah,
kan
nothing
isi aja.
surprising so
I'm waiting
far.
for the surprises.
Yeah, that's what we're all waiting for, actually, and all the audience over here are waiting for, to see such a strong match. And the last ban for the first stage is actually Grok. Still nothing surprising. And of course, the first pick,
You like
Lancelot.
his first pick
It's
for
a
game one?
it's a usual pick. It's a usual pick. It's an expected pick. You know, why not? You know, makes my life easier. You know, as a Lancelot player and as a team in general. So yeah, a Lancelot pick is very expected. But are they going to actually? Homeboys are gonna actually choose something else? Or
Yeah,
not?
but does this first pick like reveal too much of the game plan or not?
Not really, not really. It's actually a safe pick, I would say. Doesn't show much, but as I can see, the Team Homeboys didn't hesitate and they just picked Hildy immediately, and Lunox. Lunox actually is such a great pick in this game because Lunox can actually act like a crowd control hero and as well as a burst damage hero. So she can play both roles in that case, which is going to be such a wonderful pick for Homeboys. And are we going to see any counters from Team Verso, Soldier?
To be honest, the first pick was a power pick for them, and keeping like Homeboys guessing until like what is the second phase will happen, because in the first phase of the ban, it appears like they pick Lancelot, and they're targeting like we need Lancelot because it's a win condition for them.
Yeah. Yeah, that is very true. We're seeing Kimi right now. That might be a pick from Team Verso. Are they gonna actually lock in that pick, or are they gonna change any like the pick in the
Oh
last
my
second?
god,
We'll see.
draftnya jadi gini
We're seeing Gatot
guys.
Kacha and we're seeing Kimi. So Kimi is most probably going to be in the mid lane, and Gatot
Aduh, kita harus
Kacha
kesini dong
playing the
berarti.
role of the roamer. Oh,
Terus
the
kesini
new
berarti.
hero, Sora.
Let's see. This is
Are
one.
we gonna actually see Sora today?
Well, one of the surprises, so we need to see it.
Well, that would be very, very, very surprising to see Sora, you know, being an actual hero in the tournament today.
To be honest, like homeboys now, they scales better with the draft until now with the 3, but we will see more in the second phase for them.
Okay, yeah, I didn't think so, you know, because Sora would be like, you know, they didn't have enough time actually to play the hero, you know, although he's a very strong hero, such a crowd control hero, but yeah, they said, okay, let's stick with the meta.
Now
So
it's the
choose.
second ban phase.
Second ban phase. Are we going to see the usual bans or not? Or are we going to see targeted bans?
I think now for the homeboys and Versatime, they will focus on targeting bans, because let's testing the waters in the first game. After that, if it goes 1-1-1, then they will appear the new cards they have.
That is very true. That is very true. Oh, we're seeing Arlot. This is actually a targeted ban.
Wow.
This is not a meta ban. This is actually a targeted ban. So
Groot, what do you think? What synergy are they trying to remove now by banning Arlot?
Arlot is such a you know, a crowd control hero. Is such a strong in his XP lane and in also helping the team in team fights. So it would be a great problem for homeboys to keep Arlot on check in the game, as we can see that Gatot Kacha, Kimi, and Arlot would synergize pretty damn well with Lancelot as well. So they didn't want to take chances. All right, I believe Ruby might be in the ban as well. We might see that, but we're seeing Verso is actually banning Freya as well. So they are focusing more on the XP lane right now. They know, both teams, they know that the XP lane is such a dangerous lane for both teams. So they are actually trying to make it easier for them, you know. I'm still expecting to see Ruby, because Ruby would synergize pretty well with Team Verso's picks. So yeah,
Ruby crowd controls with it. Really gives an advantage for the team, and like it didn't get banned until now. So I think we will see Ruby with it, because in the first games we didn't saw it, and it was targeted. Oh, interesting ban. Use on.
yeah, it's all like all 3 bans right now. The 3 final bans that we've seen, they're targeted and they're actually all XP lane bans. Now this is the last ban for Team Verso. Are we gonna see another XP lane ban, or are we gonna see something else? I believe, Soldier, it's gonna be another XP ban. What do you think?
Because who's controls the XP lane, he's getting an advantage, to be honest, during the game. Because XP lane, it's very important, and it gives you more advantage on the game. And wow.
Okay, they actually went for the jungle ban. They actually went for the jungle ban.
They said enough XP lane bans. Let's go for another level. Let's ban the jungle.
And they actually gave homeboys right now.
Ruby.
No, they're not gonna. They might not pick Ruby, most probably because Chu is there, Hilda is there.
Yeah.
But what they did is they put homeboys into pressure. All right, with not knowing right now what to choose, they minimize their choice of the jungler, and Team Verso might actually go for the Ruby pick. In that case, they might go for it, or they might have something else. There are different heroes that they can pick. Suyo. Okay. Suyo.
Groot, by picking Suyu, what kind of composition is Homeboys building toward?
Basically, they're focusing on the target kills, basically. So one hero kill, which I think Suyo is going to be mostly focused on Kimi and Lancelot in that case. But we still need to see the entire draft pick so we can actually know if this is the actual target that they're looking for, this is the actual objective for picking Suyo, or is there anything else. They picked Lapu Lapu. I think Ruby is out of the picks right now. I don't think any of the teams might pick Ruby. For the last pick, actually, they're going for Ruby. They're going for 3 Gatot Kacha, Ruby, and Lapu Lapu. So we don't have an actual gold laner who is a marksman. One of the heroes, either Ruby or Lapu Lapu, is going to be handling the gold lane in that case, which is, I believe, Verso do not want to take risks of Homeboys picking Ruby in the end. So will this work out for them?
Look, for the blue side, the last pick, it's complete the puzzle. Like, it was a missing piece. Now with Ruby, it's a complete puzzle. We will see a new scenario of the game. Like 3, Ruby, Labu Labu, Lancelot, and 1 team.
Oh.
It's an interesting game.
Xborg.
Wow. Xborg, it's a common sense they choose, because Xborg in the meta, and to be honest, I like the playstyle of the Xborg. During the game, like, it gives you a comfortable things.
Yeah, actually what it seems right now is both teams are playing on the late game. It's going to be a long game because not much heroes can dish out damage in the early game for both teams. What do you think? Who has the upper hand in the draft pick?
Look, for the upper pick, the blue side. But whoever controls the objectives, who wins during this draft? Because this draft, it's like executions. Who execute the objectives, who execute the towers during the game and have more control in the map, more vision, more like easier moving in the map, they wins.
Exactly.
Totally.
Exactly.
But if it were the both of you are playing, which draft would you rather play, Homeboys or Verso Time?
To be honest, I will go with Homeboys.
I would go with the Homeboys as well because, yeah, honestly,
Finally,
we go.
we agreed.
Although, by the way, Verso's draft pick is quite amazing, but it's relying on team fights. It's completely relying on team fights. It's not relying on team fights plus single fights. So, Homeboys has the advantage of the team fights.
Okay, drafts are locked in for game 1, so everything is set. Let's send it over to our casters.
Thank you so much, panel. And nice, we are seeing Stu. Do you like seeing this hero at all? It's going to be up against Lancelot against Verso Time, one of our favorites heading into this tournament. But yeah, Stu, do you like it?
I don't, you know, I feel like there was a time when I would say I don't miss it, but it's been a while. He kind of fell out of the meta for a bit, you know, especially after technically that nerf that was warranted. I feel like there was just so much that Suyo could do that it was just too overpowered. But it's nice to see. Fits in the current meta still. You know, other than that, oh whoa. I thought he was actually. Yeah, he didn't take that, right? Okay, he was just there. Very aggressive start on the Suyo, and that's one of the things you can do. You know, you can continue to be aggressive if you want to, go into the enemy side of the jungle. But even so, it's still really good to be able to go toe-to-toe with someone like a Lancelot. And, you know, when you look at this lineup from Verso Time, that's... Oh, wait, he did take the orange. Because Xeno doesn't have it. So, I guess he retreated that.
Yes, he was able to do it.
All right, that's good.
Okay. Last night I was able to see a Malaysian team in the grand finals. Just recently, it was the Southeast Asian Games. We actually saw the Studio being played twice by the Malaysian team. And first one, they almost won. The second one, they totally lost. And it was up against Lancelot too. I mean, both games. I have a lot of reservations with the Studio pick. Maybe Amal can prove us different, but Personal Time with this Lancelot, it's gonna be a good game day for them.
Yeah, there's already a delay here, though, too. Phantom Execution going to be used by Xeno, but no contest for the Turtle. This might be a bad fight for them to take. First blood, though, going in the hands of Izanami. They're trading it out 1-for-1 so far, but it's still going to go as Reza falls. Castle on the other side. Just bodies dropping on both sides. Oh! I thought he was going to take that, too, man. But luckily, Xeno secures his purple buff. And it's a trade across the board, but the Turtle goes to the hands of Homeboys.
Yeah.
So it's still even though, Wolf. Despite all that, because of those kills, Verso Time keeps things under control.
Yeah, much more manageable for Homeboy, especially because Amal has a distinct XP lead over this land, so that's why they got the turtle. But my oh my, I don't know if you've seen that, but Castle was able to take down a member of Homeboys through the wall just because of how much range there is with this with the first skill one. Yeah, that's that skill. Can go through the wall.
A good kick here. Not sure what Daniel's going to be able to do. If he can actually get away from this, he can. Oh, Traction Pulse, nice block there. It doesn't follow through. An AOG too, not going to catch Daniel with this one right now. Homeboys get some extra gold up there on that top, but it doesn't really convert to too much just yet. They're still going to go ahead and rotate into that next objective when it does come up here. One of the things that I was really impressed with by Verso Time, from their recent tournament all the way to their performance in group stages is, again, they are a team. Oh, I don't know if March is going to be able to survive this. He does flicker. Oh, last insanity from Mlbb. Will be able to pick up that kill, and that's why the panel mentioned too, hey, they love the X-Borg. I think a lot of people do. He's reintroduced into the meta, and you can't deny the amount of pressure a Last Insanity ultimate can do.
Great start for Homeboys with this early game. They're winning all of their lanes. More specifically, that gold lane. The jungler is having so much fun, and Mlbb will secure War Axe very early into this. X-Borg will now be able to activate it come the second turtle fight. If Versatime will even oblige to fight here, because it seems like the positioning from Zeno kind of tells us that they are not even interested in taking this turtle. Homeboys are still fishing for kill.
Oh, Verso March, he has the sustain. Because it's a Ruby, because you got the Bracemite emblem, because you're just the way it works. But they'll trade it though. Another turtle secured for Homeboys. A lot of attempt there down in that gold lane right now.
Daniel carrying out for the members of Versus Time are for some reason Versus Time are still leading by a significant amount of goals. 100 at this point. That tells you that the side lanes are doing okay despite the death on.
Oh, Daniel goes in with a kick, man, right for Zeno. Revitalize is going to be popped too. A defensive AOG on out by Boro. So they're just trying to not get picked off like that. Like we've said, the Cho has popped up so many times throughout our series of games here for the games of the future. Yeah. And we always say that. Well, if you can get the AOG out defensively and it's not used as offensive, plus the Revitalize, that's a bit of a win there for Homeboys right now.
Especially because they want to push the bottom lane. Like that, there's no AOG for this defense. Seems like Versatile will not even try to defend this. They still are holding on to 800 gold as their lead. And Lapu Lapu Castle is getting gold up top as well by pushing the turret. And even when the Homeboys are, it seems like they're doing the right moves here. Versatile still finding some ways to eventually get back to the fight. In fact, Zeno has more than recovered when it comes to the farm. He's now level 9 with Amal.
I'm not sure if this is going to convert to much. A Landshaker able to get the stun. Daniel, he gets pulled though with the I'm offended. A great pull once again from Verso March. And that's what I was going to say earlier on when I was talking about Verso Time's performance through Winter is Coming, the tournament before Games of the Future, and then their performance here through group stages now. They like to go ahead and play with these comfort picks. Verso March on the Ruby, he's had a bunch of good games with this hero alone. Sometimes even single-handedly turning fights around, just because, again, you know how powerful an I'm Offended or just a Ruby combination can be for a team to set things up. And, you have Castle to help with that. There's a kick from Daniel, though. Able to force a fight again. Last and standing, able to get tons of stacks on Verso March. He's gone. Kojic on the run. Dino's going to be able to get killed. The turtle goes for a reset. Clouds will being Castle back to the fight. Kojic should be able to get away there. There's cutting him off from the re-entry, but looks like it's just going to go ahead and dissipate back to a reset. With Turtle still being up last from the game, Reza starts this up. Amal now joining this, they should be able to secure it just because, again, Zeno is down. As they do, Amal securing that 3 for 3 for the Turtles, but interestingly enough, Wolf, this entire time, despite all these Turtles going over the Homeboys, Verso Time has maintained a bit of a lead.
Really what's interesting right now. In fact, Zeno is 4.6k compared to 4.7k of Amal. Did have the triple killing spree for Zeno. Mind games coming out from Daniel. That was just a move coming up from the kill. And well, Zeno will not die or anything, but the fact that they forced Phantom Execution with Rico's out there, gonna make sense to the homeboys. Yeah, we're down by 800 though, but we're fine.
Oh, but okay, he's not gonna go and push the trigger a little bit more. Traction pulse was thrown out, but nothing to follow through, and they'll just disengage. They don't really need to force anything with this while they wait for that lore to come up in about a minute here. So if we look at Homeboys' lineup, then, you know, it's more so just going ahead and playing for that scaling that they're going to have, especially with Izanami on this Lunox. Man, I feel like every single time we have a Lunox pop up, that's the case. Nice kick, though, but it's cast solely Bravest Fighter is on out. The last insanity, though, was able to clean him up. And under the turn, Reza, hungry for a kill, will finally kill Kojic. And right now, Homeboys just seems to flip a switch, garnering themselves 3 kills. What a great start from Daniel there with the kick.
Yeah, massive start for Daniel. And of course, you can see Reza just focusing onto Kojic. A whole combo of the Tilda. And then of course the kill onto Castle started it all.
Earth down. Look, man, the value from this last insanity from Milk Beauty. Flying Cloud's going to be everybody back. They're going to be forced to fight most likely as Pascal jumps over the Bravest Fighter and a lamb shake. Able to find 2 on the stun, even with the flicker. A great play and projection there from Castle. Not sure if they're going to be able to look for more. Amos should be able to get out of this with that kit for the Suyo, and they'll maintain that mid lane, but the Lord is up. Dino might go ahead and decide to give this a call to take it. It's only Milk Cutie down, though, but he is a big part of the damage. The rest Reza gets taken out as well, and that's exactly what happens. Another pull from Verso March. Now with the numbers advantage, they're still going to watch all fronts here. They are starting this Lord. It's at half health. Daniel and Izanami on this other side. The opposite side here, they're going to go for the sandwich play. Daniel goes trying to get Zeno, and Zeno's so low. But Izanami is able to secure the Lord for Homeboys. And that is a tough one to see as Verso time. They fought for it, man. But they unfortunately lost the objective.
My God, Izanami will eventually be the MVP of this game if Homeboys eventually wins. Because you saw that in the first turtle fight where they were able to shut down Zeno, it's actually the Lunox pump, the Ruby DD play coming up from Izanami that we have not seen in a while. And this time he waited for the opportune moment. We can see through the replay. He's waiting and looking for Zeno, and they were able to eventually take him out. He just focused the Lunox pump, the Ruby DD play, onto that Lancelot. And because of that, we're able to get a kill. Izanami is cooking right now.
Okay. World's going to be cleared out pretty quickly here. Verso time, you know, despite how that team fight went, they're not too far behind. This is the first time in throughout this game, though, where Homeboys has now bought themselves a pretty healthy lead. You know, 2,000 up at this point. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get this tier 2 here, as the clearing is still really good, too, for Verso time. They're able to go ahead and kind of maintain these waves. And Homeboys has to be really careful on how they approach Verso time, especially if they're going to do it under these turrets, right? Even when later we get to the holy defenses being up, they have to be crucial in how they approach it, just because, like I said, Verso March, that Ruby can always mess things up for you. And even a traction pulse. So there's a lot of options that Verso time could go with, but right now Homeboys has been fighting really well, and Izanami is actually one of the better performing Lunoxes that we've seen so far in the past few days here.
It's going to be up to how they scale up. Because I think that for now, you can really say that Homeboys have the lead. Eventually, there will come a time where Verso time will have their one-shot potentials as well. Zeno will have so much damage with the Lancelot. You can see the Kimi scale up later on as well. And the question is, how can they survive Izanami? Because now, even with this item choice from Izanami, the Lantern is going to be so important against the tanky heroes, like a Lapu-Lapu, for example, or even a Kacha. Eventually, Versatile will have to itemize this. Maybe your Winter Crown, Athena Shield, perhaps. You cannot leave Izanami just really hit him. That is a good play, by the way, from Castle.
Oh, the flicker forward. As soon as you mentioned Castle flickers forward, Landshaker zip, but now they're dealing with the last insanity once again. They disengage.
Apa sih hard
They
game
might
do anjing
go
lawan
back.
tim
Castle
beginian Verso, tapi Verso
not
kayak
having
katanya
a
keras
whole
ya,
lot of
bro.
battle spells used, man. Nearly
keras sih,
every
Verso.
battle spell over here for Verso time was expended.
Kayak Verso keras sih,
They're
guys.
not going to have it for this Lord Dance. They are going
Boleh
to
lah,
go
boleh lah,
for
boleh
the
lah.
turret, knocking down that tier 1 in the mid lane.
Oke lah, oke lah.
See if they get in position here. This is
Masih
a
keras ya.
pretty big advantage, though, that Homeboys has. They have their battle spells except for Izanami. But that's fine, because he can just brilliance if he gets in a tough position.
I think this is the MO now for Verse. Look for where's Izanami is.
Castle, low, jumps back in, gets the stun, and Daniel is gone. And now Verso time. Going from Melcutie, also last insanity defensively.
Oh,
There's
AOG.
AOG. Gets the flicker out, so Melcutie still alive. Providing the vision here with the res. Daniel, he's out of the picture, so it's 4 members of Homeboys. Can they stop this Lord from being secured? And will Amal be able to get an opening? It looks like he's going to be forced off and is just going to forfeit this one over to Verso time. What a fight! Started up by what? Castle in the mid lane earlier on.
Can they survive Izanami? You mentioned how they should be the ones to look for Izanami before Izanami finds them. That time, though, Verso was prepared. They have many members to peel for Castle eventually, and then they turned it around. They took out Daniel, which was so crucial to the initial fights for Homeboys. Daniel's role as the Cho is so important in this game for Homeboys. And without him, it's so difficult to start a fight, and they might take him down again.
Well, Castle's going to jump in, follow him through. They know he has an immortality. That's going to be Pop. He's gone. Daniel.
Oh, the timing.
He tried, man. Again, he had pretty much everything that he wanted, but Verso Time's just got so much crowd control that they can, you know, catch pretty much anyone at this point. So Amal's going to go for that cut, trying to delay this push a little bit further at least, but the Lord is making its way up top. Verso Time will swing up to this top side, potentially just taking these tier 2s out, but Amal's actually going to get a base turret. Verso Time doesn't have anyone at the base, so a base turret taken down. Good macro play there. Last Insanity going to be used by Melcutie. Just trying to clear out this wave the best they can. Rez going for that back line if he can. Melcutie goes down though. Another pull comes through AOG, but on the backside, Amal goes in with a Soul Sever, not able to connect, and now he's slow, being whittled down. Castle jumps it all again. The pull from March. Verso Time is winning the fight.
Wow.
Lord finally goes down here, and look at the moves.
Wow.
Izanami's actually going to be able to survive that from Xeno, but who won't? Daniel and Verso Time looking to take
Alah, Cok.
so
Homeboys,
quickly from Homeboys
ayam
as the
anjing
base is going to be
Homeboys.
worked on.
Goblok,
They
Homeboys.
want the last
Alah,
kill.
Cok.
They won't
Homeboys.
get it, but they'll take game 1.
Just wanted to fight. Verso Time were able to turn it around. Homeboys were already doing so good this game. They are in control. They got the first Lord. There were so many good coming up from Daniel, and Zanat is already making it work for Homeboys. Unfortunately, Verso Time had so much space in their hand. With Castle just keeping up, dodging even, and of course, last dash. It looked really dicey for Team of Verso Time because there was a split push coming out from K-Ball, but they were far too prepared for that. The X4 getting outplayed constantly. AOG's on point coming out from Boro. Verso Time, they are so back in this tournament.
Very, very tough one to deal with there. It looked like Homeboys should have had that game for the majority of it, and then all of a sudden, Verso Time flips a switch. There was a lot of those interactions, you know. Daniel was starting things up, and they would try to make it work, but unfortunately for Homeboys, it all fell apart towards the end game. But let's go ahead and throw it over to the studio to have our panel break down game 1.
Dung Pigeon. Trio Strong S500.
Alright,
Ini isi
that's
Mers.
game
Aman,
1
gak
in the
usah
books
masuk.
between Homeboys and Verso Time, and what a way to kick off this series. A strong opening statement from Verso Time, one that we did not expect. But let's break down how they actually secured that win. Groot, let me start with you. From a macro perspective, what stood out the most for Verso Time in this game 1?
In game 1, they were actually more focused, as we saw in the draft picks, that they were actually going for more tanky heroes than actually damage dealers, which helped them a lot throughout this game. They were controlling the map, outstandingly controlling the map, which is very great. and we got to know that Verso is actually one of the dark horses in another tournament as well, where they actually won Onyx once, Onyx Philippines, which is a world-class team. So Verso is actually full of surprises, to be honest. So yeah, they did a great job this match.
Just a follow-up question, because we were shocked with the drafting earlier. So was this a draft execution, or do you think it's better in-game discipline from them?
Actually, it's more in-game discipline, all right, more than actually draft picks. Both teams' draft picks were mostly focused on playing safe, all right. They were both aiming for the late game, but they took advantage. Team Versus took advantage of small mistakes that happened from Homeboys in the first match, which they actually took advantage of, and they started pushing to the tower. So yeah.
Okay, Soldier, same question for you. When we look at the flow of the game, where did Verso time really start pulling ahead?
When we see the drafts for Homeboys and Verso, as we are chatting with Adham, I thought Homeboys is winning, but Verso flipped the table and he won and dominating in the game, because we didn't thought maybe Homeboys having some mistakes, and Verso they play around it, and they know how to play around it perfectly, in macro and micro manners. They know how to play it, they know how to dominating, and they know how to control the map 100%.
Yes, that's good. But let's talk about the MVP of the game.
So the MVP of the game is Verso Kodik, which is got 4 kills, 1 death, and 10 assists. He was such a great player this match. So I'm very excited to see him in the next game and see if he's going to remain as the MVP, or we're going to see a new MVP in the next match. Yeah.
But do you think their shot calling was the difference maker here, Good?
It did play a difference, of course. I believe so. Yes, it did play a difference. There is actually one thing that Verso took advantage of,
But
which is
actually,
the
one
first
thing
pick of
you
Homeboys
want
when
were
they
you want
picked Hilda. Right, Hilda is mostly focused on a single hero,
Bang.
where Team Verso
Bang, please,
actually
bang.
capitalized from that, where they picked crowd
Capitalize
controls.
is come
And
back.
if you look throughout the match, Verso was actually aiming for single heroes, which were away from their team. And these are the mistakes that mostly happened in the match, is that Verso is, Homeboys, some heroes are, or some players are a bit far away from their other team. So Verso ganked on them one time after another, after another, after another, until they took control of the entire map.
Okay, Soldier, I know we did not expect this win. What surprised you most about Verso's performance?
We see Verso impact on the map. It's very different on the paper, because in the paper we see Homeboys is drafting well, having heroes pool more perfectly, and we thought maybe they will win the early game and they will take advantage on that. But in the game it's different, totally different. We see Verso, they are taking advantage on the early game, they're taking advantage on the objectives, and they're taking advantage on the map and how spreading in the map, and know how they are taking advantage on the mistakes of the Homeboys. That's perfectly,
All right, there are plenty of insights here, but we're just going to take a short break while both teams get ready for Game 2. Don't go anywhere, the action continues.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Males. Why do you? Oh, what do you? Right. iya, le masuk lah. Kau baca Igi lah di situ. Ada makan di situ.
The same for each and every match. So we're going to see Grog get banned. We're going to see Eve get banned. We might see Fanny get banned, the usual. So yeah, we're looking forward to see if there are actually any target bans happening. This time it's Lancelot, because the first game, Lancelot played a huge part in the win for Verso. Although Verso are the ones who actually banned him this time. Are they planning to show us another jungler for this match, or are we gonna see something else?
To be honest, for Homeboys, it's like they are now under pressure, and they need to take a new plan to stick on it. So we will see new scenarios for Homeboys more than Verso. Verso, they are in the resting phase, and they will focus on the next step, and maybe they will stick to the plan, like they went with it, or maybe they will continue with the same scenarios or the new scenarios they will make.
Soldier, if you are Homeboys, are you expecting Verso time to respect ban what worked in game 1, or for Homeboys to show something new?
For Verso, they need to respect Homeboys, because Homeboys, it's not like other teams. Like Homeboys, they have the macros experience and micros, and we see it like in the group stages. Also Verso, but Verso, now for the drafting, and we see the last drafts, they have respected Homeboys very, and we see it like they're targeting bans, they are flexible picks, we thought. That's why Homeboys and Verso, they are respecting each other, and we will see respectful picks and respectful bans for them together.
Yeah, as you said earlier, these are meta bans that we are seeing right now.
Meta bans.
But good, we saw what worked in game 1 for Verso time. Do you expect Homeboys to ban against the strategy or ban specific heroes?
I think they will stick to the plan. I don't think I don't think they will ban specific heroes. They might do that, but I think what Homeboys are going to focus on right now is actually trying to go for different picks to actually minimize the weak points that they had in the first game. But most probably we might see actually similar picks, almost similar picks with slight changes in some roles.
Okay, so first pick is always crucial. Is this what they are picking right now?
So they have a choice. They actually can go for Hilda, or they can go for Ruby. There is Eve, which is actually open right now, but they chose to play it safe, and so they picked Gatotkacha in the beginning. playing safe is actually also a good choice. But this gives a chance for Verso to diversify more on the picks of the meta picks that are actually available for them to go for right now.
For homeboys, they need to change the priorities, and they need to deny Verso from comfort picks, and they need to let them, or they need to force them to choose the meta picks, and they can control it or they can counter it with it.
But for homeboys, how much does this first pick, Gatot, define the rest of the draft, you think?
I think going for Gatot Kacha, when going for actually meta pick or giving the opponent team meta picks, they know that most probably they will actually push them to go for these picks. And as we saw right now, Team Verso actually picked Eve and picked Yuzong, which are both meta picks. So Team Homeboys is focused more on countering those meta picks. So that's what they did right now. So they might go for Selena, and they went for an Alice as well, which is basically a counter to both the picks that Verso went for. So yeah, Homeboys is doing a great job picking those heroes right now.
To be honest, Homeboys, they are trying to counter the picks, and they are waiting for the Verso steps to do it, and they will study it on time, and we will counter it in the drafts. Because Homeboys, sometimes they are winning the drafts, but in game they have some macros issues, and Verso they have the advantage to do it, and they can they have advantage to control the map, control the objectives, as we saw in the first game.
Yes.
Good, as these picks come in, what kind of composition is Verso Time building toward?
From these picks right now, I see that actually Verso is still aiming for the late game. It seems so that they're aiming for the late game. But as for Homeboys picks, mostly I think Selena would be such an annoyance for Team Verso. And since Selena is actually a burst damage focused hero, they decided to go for a heavier picks, just like Hylos, which Hylos is mostly unlikely to be chosen in tournaments, but they might be forced to go for that pick, or they might have another strategy or an idea of what they want to do in this match. So we're still going to see the remaining picks to see the full picture, I would say, of Team Verso's strategy.
Soldier, for Homeboys specifically, what ban must happen here to stabilize Game 2?
For Homeboys, they need to deny Verso from crowd controls, as we saw in the first game, as Ruby, Labu Labu, they need to deny it, because we saw in the first game for Verso, they have too much crowd controls, and we need to deny it because we don't need to see the same scenario again and again.
Yeah,
because Homeboys, they need to fix the scenario, and they need to play on their scenario, not on their Verso scenarios.
That is very true. That is very true. And as we can see in this match, actually, when we look at the bans, we have three, actually, or four jungle bans in this match. We have Fanny, we have Yisun Shin, we have Hayabusa, and Lancelot. So these bans are actually going to change on how these teams are going to pick their jungles right now. The choice of jungles right now that we have are kind of limited, I would say. So this is going to be such an interesting match. And if they pick Moskov, oh my god, this is going to be... Wow. And Vendetta. All right. So actually Homeboys is playing the role of crowd control plus damage this game more than Verso. But still Verso, they do have the crowd control elements.
Verso from the some of picks, but for Verso, they're trying to play around what they have on their hands. because we need to win this game because we have one game left and we will qualify to the next stage.
Yes, that
So
is.
they are trying to play on the new scenarios. They are trying to make like new strategies during the draft, because in the draft now on the paper, for me, Homeboys as in the first game, because they have the priority, they have the advantage more than Verso.
But good. Do you think they're drafting for comfort or out of necessity?
I think Verso is drafting out of necessity. They're forced to go for their picks. Although, on the other hand, there is one pick from Homeboys which is going to be a problem for Homeboys themselves, which is Selena. Selena is going to have a very hard time with Claude and with Eve, because they're using their Purify skills. And we have crowd control heroes which are supporting Claude and Eve also. So I don't know what is Selena going to do this match. And Izanami needs to be out of this world to come up with something to face the picks from Verso, to be honest with you. So I don't know. I'm excited to see what Selena is going to do this match in front of Verso.
We will see early tempo from Homeboys, and we will see late games from Verso.
That is very true, yes.
Yeah, this is where the drafts either become very clean or very forced.
Until now, the puzzle is completed, and the game will decide who's gonna win and who's gonna dominate in the game.
But on paper, who won this draft?
For me, Homeboys.
For me, it's Verso.
Oh,
For me, it's Verso.
Now we are different.
Yeah. So yeah, we're excited to see what's going to happen the next match between Verso and Homeboys, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen. You know, in those 10-15 minutes, I would say the next 10-15 minutes in this match.
Who will it be? Verso for you,
Verso,
right?
yeah.
And we have Homeboys. Here.
Homeboys.
Yeah. What about you?
I'm gonna play it safe.
All right, no, fair
Who's
enough.
gonna win? She will cheer for us.
Yeah.
All right, drafts are locked in, heroes are selected, and it's time to see if the preparation pays off. Let's send it back to our casters for game number 2.
Here we are. Game number 2 of this best of 3 series already. Boris starting to pressure Daniel. And Daniel gets out, but my oh my, a Fredrin versus a Benedetta jungle.
Yeah, man, I'm not sure if what's going to happen here. The sun does come out, and I was going to ask about this specific pick, you know, this Benedetta jungle. And gosh, when was the last time we saw this? Well, I can't recall. I know it's been a minute in my time, you know. It's been a while since we've actually seen that, and you know, it's one of those things where if you really lean into it, it could work, but it's one of those picks that's very risky, and I think that's why that last choice for Verso time, they just went with the Fred. They're like, you know what?
Yeah.
We can play this safe. We can actually dance around these objectives and extend it if we want to, and play into a Claude late game power spike that you know, we should have. And they've got a great front line. They've got a great initiator too. But Castle got the Yuzhong, and that's something that Homeboys is gonna have to work with here. Arrow thrown out there in the mid lane, but nonetheless, no follow through just yet. So I don't know, that's one of my main stipulations with this. I think Verso Time actually has a pretty beefy lineup that can scale into late game really well, but it's up to Homeboys to make this more damage-centric lineup in the early game work for them.
Yeah. The way that I look at this draft from both teams is that Verso Time have created a holistic composition. It's as able as the good point, while Homeboys
Oh, Throne of Ruin with the Gleam. Bursto Boro gets the turtle, but Zeno's gonna fall in the fight. Castle picking up a kill himself, and Reza trying to get away any way he can, but it's a double for Castle. What a start. Boro will fall in exchange, so it's gonna be a trade across the board. Objective going to Verso Time. And again, I'm gonna say it, every single time we see a Yuzhong get a lead, that's gonna be tough to deal with.
In order for Homeboys to take advantage of the fact that they have taken down Xeno, is to invade their jungle, but it seems like Verso Time have dealt enough damage for Homeboys and bought enough time for Xeno to get back onto taking his own side of the jungle. What's really scary about this Benedetta is it's almost a glass cannon in a way. The way that you risk it, It can be strong in the early game if you are on point, but it can also be disastrous if you just keep on dying. So far, Amal has not been showing us he's about to fight.
Well, right now, that Glorious Pathway is just slowing things down so much. Was trying to jump away. Daniel, though, stopped in his tracks, but luckily not enough damage just yet. And that's one of the things about this versatile lineup that we were talking about. It's not going to have this early game throughput when it comes to damage just yet. So even though that was a great Glorious Pathway coming out from Boro, they couldn't capitalize on a kill. And so Homeboys getting what they can. I think by the time they transition into this next turtle, they'll be in a pretty good position. Good burn of the flicker there, battle spell down. But, you know, that's one thing. I think they need to fight into the second turtle, and maybe Homeboys can start to build an advantage from there.
Yeah. You see that eventually, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like the invasion coming from Aima, I think this is good. This is the way they can play this game. Be oppressive, be invasive with versatile time. And quietly out there, the versatile time have already built up 1,000 gold lead. It's mainly because of the overreactions coming up from Homeboys. We know for sure that they don't have as good as an early game there is compared to Versatile. Because we really see Versatile. It's a very holistic kind of draft. A box type strategy that has good early game, good mid game, have a dependable late game. Homeboys, they have a higher ceiling.
Gonna force the fight anyway under the turtle. AOG drops down. Rotating happening. Both gold laners staying in the gold lane, but Xeno will get the turtle and SOB thrown out. Melcutie does take it. He follows through. He's going to get stunned though by Boro.
Oh, no.
Oh, that was not where you want to be if you're Melcutie. An arrow thrown out, at least to cap out something, to take out Castle. They had to shut him down, and Izanami will get that kill.
Yeah, that's definitely just consolation now for Homeboys because that was a disastrous fight for them. They already lost Turtle, they have lost Reza, have lost Daniel, and then Melcutie tries to go for a fight, did not get any kill for the team. In fact, fed a kill for Verso Time. I think that was definitely a disastrous moment for Melcutie. The fact that he is a Moskov that does not actually have to go for fights. I mean, you're happy if you can land the SOD and maybe get a kill afterwards, or safely get some pickups. But if you're risking your life by giving away your lane to your opposing marksman as well, you're really not doing a great job. And Melcutie has to really make up for that. Homeboys have lost so much ground in the first 5 minutes because of their bad decisions.
Yeah, I almost wondered what if he just didn't use SOD and just kind of check things out. Definitely wouldn't have had this lead build up even further. Not only that, but Versal March now has a bit of an advantage against Melcutie, obviously, and as a Claude, you can play into having that advantage against Moskov. Ooh, RWM catching Izanami. Great usage here for Kojic to use that ultimate, capitalize on a kill. Wow. Amal might be in trouble. What a petrify! Black Dragon form going to be used too, and they tries to go and fight this in a 2v1, but Amal will fall as well. Reza, too late to this fight, might just be able to go ahead and stall out that push on the tier 1 top. But Turtle's up, and Verso Time balloons the lead nearly to 4,000 gold.
How about the juggle coming up from Xeno as well as Castle? I mean, they have spent so much resources, but that was Amal that they were able to take down. This means that this turtle will be free, and that's a perfect word. They will balloon this lead so much.
I like balloons.
Yeah. And it's difficult to pop now. I mean, they do have this Benedetto, but it seems like it's not making the right place now.
Yeah, this is one of the things here, Wolf, is, again, they're going to go switch the lanes up. They get more space to work with as the turrets fall down. Oh, Castle might be caught here in a bad position. It's actually still going to be able to survive it with the heals from, again, this Yuzhong kit when you have this. And it helps so much when you have this type of lead, this kind of power in the early game. Now in the mid lane, he's caught once again. Daniel trying to get away, but he can't survive it. Verso Time taking the pickings here, even though the revitalize just to top everyone off. Now some Verso Time to make their way towards another turret. If you get the tier 1 turret down in the mid, it's almost nearly a
free positioning to deal with the
itu
next
mau
lord when it comes
pula
up
itu
with the first
apa
lord.
nggak dia?
They're gonna fight for it. That's exactly what they want to do. Like Dragon Form already going to be used. Amal trying to get to the defense, trying to disengage Reza as well. No one falls. A bit messy, and at least up top, Melcury will be able to push in a turret up top. The tier 1 finally falls.
Looked to be a really good pincer coming out from Verso time. Members of Homeboys were just mobile enough and tanky enough to get out of there. Good news is that TT is able to farm up top. However, Zeno already prepared for the storm. Chastise Pauldron is the second item for Zeno. I wonder if he has his blade armor up right now, because if you combine those two items together, now that is an anti-Moskov item set for Zeno. Zeno does not need to really counter the Moskov as of this moment, because the Moskov is not hitting him anyways, but they have prepared for it. And I wonder if Homeboys themselves are going to punish that. Maybe they can allocate magic damage against Zeno if they can. But let's see.
Fighting for this Lord here. They're going to keep Melcury down there. Castle is there as well. Not sure if he's actually going to try to force that fight in the 1v1. It looks like he is going to go for the fight anyway. An SOD thrown out. It's going to miss, though. Lord's going to go for the reset, and Daniel is gone. The Black Dragon form is going to be used. Melcury's going to lose this 1v1 unless he gets away, and that he does, but his team is getting decimated on the other side of the map as a triple for Verso March. And Verso Time will now make their way to go ahead and solidify this Lord take, as Izanami can only just throw out Abyssal Arrows to stop Verso Time from going further.
Homeboys might not have faced the Dragon Yu Zhong in that Lord fight, because Melcury was fighting up against Castle. Almost died, but fortunately had to flicker. Even after the ultimate and petrifying commitment from Castle was scary that he did not land the SOD, so he cannot get out from the Yu Zhong, but eventually he was able to get out. However, Homeboys, they were taking care of this Fredrin, but they forgot how to control March. March had a triple against Homeboys, and there's so much damage that's coming out from this Cloud already. At 10 minutes in, I would wager he has his ultimate, his 3-item power spike already available. The fact that he was able to take on Reza, and honestly, this Cloud pick coming up from Verso Time is just paying so much dividends. It has good scaling, great damage profile against Homeboys.
Daniel should be able to get away if he has to burn the AOG, and that he does. Chasing him down, they'll get a flicker out from Reza. Right now, Verso Time playing with his 7,000 gold lead. They'll take what they want in the tier 2s. Shields are up. They're going to pop here in the mid and the bottom, and Lord makes its way up top as Verso Time gets ready to potentially end the game with this type of lead, this type of push. I'm not sure if Homeboys is even ready in fighting form to deal with this. Daniel again getting shredded down, and whoa! Goodbye, Amal. He jumps into his own death. The Lord's going to charge into the turret. The mid's already going to fall. Castle leading charge once again with the Glorious Pathway step down. Daniel taking the brunt of the damage. The waves are cleared, though. So at least this, but the push in the bottom. Can they continue on with just one cart minion? Verso Time might give this a try. Another wave in the mid, pushing Daniel once again. Being brought low. AOGs have found to heal up, and Melcury as well. This takes a little bit of damage here. Black Dragon Form is going to be used. They're going to push him off the base. Verso Time sees the win in sight, but they have to manage these waves. As Daniel's gone, they get a huge setup, though, but a Blazing Duet's going to be used, and now Amal cleans up Castle. Can he get more? It's already going to be fought for. Amal falls down, unfortunately, and Verso Time sees the win. They're going to go for it. They're going to do it in a flashy way, potentially taking out Izanami, but the waves will push in, and that will be a sweep for Verso Time.
A one-sided game from a draft that Verso Time have built and designed.
Malaysia.
The way that they built they had game number 2. But more of let's win in every aspect of the game was there to, of course.
Cok. Anjing. Hama. Malaysia ini Hama, Cok. Sama anjing. Masa dipulangin cok sama tim Rusia, guys. Kira aja pakai otak anjing. Malaysia nih, guys. Keren dong, SRG doang dong, kuat dong anjing. Salah gua udah. Wah, sama nih Malaysia ini asli. Kebohong gua guys. Kalau sama tuh ini. Ah. Sama anjing kok Malaysia ini Asarji doang yang kuat kok, malu-maluin kok semuanya. Oh. Bola aikin anjir. Oh. Aikin anjing. Aikin anjing. Oh, kan. Ini loh fight. Ini kan cuma pasang aja ya, Pak. Kurang lagi ya. Ai tangannya C baru jam itu. Kayak orang ini. Ya lu langsung lah. Này quần cái quá cái bên này quần nó đi phải cái này kèo đi rồi agaknya pasti nah mana ini ya belok nah pak nah kan gue siap tahu bagus lah. tapi menghentikan aja, jatuh naik aja. Nanti waktu anu aja, ya kan? Bola ayam, bilang jalan. Tapi anu, tahu lah. Karena interaktif seperti itu beda. Yang mana? Nah. Oh. Ya. jangan pasang-pasang ring kamera cok, headset anjing. Kamera lu pak, ini nah, kamera gue belum lecet gitu. Aku nggak masang-masang ring goblok itu. Mulus cok anjing. Pasang-pasang ring kamera dah. Oh lagi pasang. Bagus kagak aku setia. Lecet lagi. Kalian gesek-gesek kameranya. Aduh, jangan kan. SR gua udah 6 tahun ya. Iya, kameranya pun masih oke-oke loh. Oke nih. Pas aja lah dosa nih. Kelihatan ya kan. Nah, jangan kata-kata kayak itu. Goblok, Jok. Wah, oh lagi nih babi. Agak agak anjing katanya. iya tahu emang dia
How do I say?
boleh
Hello, cuman nhà lố ai thằng
lah
That the second ban we've seen from Team Max is actually Kalea. Kalea is also such a crowd control. As I can see right now, the usual crowd control bans. Cecilia also is a ban right now. Such a crowd control and such dishes out a lot of damage. Has very high life steal as well, so they don't want to take chances with that. Surprisingly, we haven't seen any jungle bans up to now. We have 4 bans, which are mostly fighters and roamers, and then we have the Eve ban, the usual. We've seen Eve in the last match, and what she's done actually played a huge part. Yeah, plays a huge part. So, yeah, everyone knows Eve is such an annoying mage mid laner right now.
Do we think that this ban is about fear or about comfort?
Fear, definitely.
They are
fear.
feeding from Eve. Because they saw it in the last game and they it's used to it. Like everyone is picking Eve. He can't be a superstar with it. And the team they can play with a long range and they can easier to go inside and they have the front line. They have damage dealer more.
Yes, that is very true. And it seems from the bans, even from third ban, which is Hilda, it shows that both teams are actually more focused on single damage heroes more than actually crowd control heroes. But the first pick, as we've seen from Team Spirit, is actually Zushin. Zushin is going to be annoying. You're going to see in this match how annoying she can be. And yeah, single target heroes. Yeah, Hayabusa is one of the picks as well. He still didn't actually lock in, but he's thinking of it. Yeah, he's thinking of it, seeing if he's actually going for the Hayabusa pick or not. As for Bimodeki, we're still waiting for his pick right now. maybe waiting for instructions. Oh, we have the Chu is over here. Yeah, there we go. So they might not actually go for Hayabusa. They're going for Chu and Lunox, which is basically single target slash crowd control heroes. So yeah, that's such a great pick for Team Max.
To be honest, Adam, if you saw the jungle bans, the team is like focusing on early control focus. And if we saw the support bans, we will see team fights denial. And for the XP, we will see frontline priority.
That is very true. And I believe why they picked Lunox is they wanted to counter Zushin, because Zushin is going to have a hard time in front of Lunox in the early game. But in late game, you might say actually Zushin shine more in the late game. And as we've seen from Team Spirit, the pick of Claude and Hylos also, it shows that they're playing the usual, actually, let's say old school meta kind of picks. So we'll see if this actually works out for them. For the third pick in Team Max, Cypher might go actually for Lunox, or is he going for Hayabusa, as he showed him in the beginning? Nope, he's going for Lancelot. So Lancelot is such a great pick in this match. They're mostly focused on Zushin, to be honest, as I can see right now. They want to, make Zushin kill her in the early game, so she might have a hard time in the mid to late game.
They will take the advantage in the early game, so she cannot do anything in the late game, and she don't have any like damage and or like prior advantage.
Yeah, delaying.
Yeah,
delaying.
Yeah, as we are seeing these picks, what must be banned next, you think?
From Team Max, they banned Fredrin. I believe Team Spirit right now should focus more on trying to ban a fighter, actually, an XP laner, or a gold laner in that case. Yeah, they're mostly focused on an XP laner or a gold laner in that case. They might actually ban Lapu Lapu because he's still open. He's still there for the enemy team to pick. And there are other choices as well.
For the red side, they are thinking about like engage and disengage more than, because it's about the team fights and they like to fight. It's like a chaotic style they need. And they need to focus on the disengage and engaging and the like frontline safety more.
Exactly. And that's why we saw the Ruby ban, which is basically an annoying XP laner. They're like, keep it aside. We don't want her in the match. We don't want to see her in the match. She's going to give us a hard time, especially with the picks of such as Lancelot and Chu as well. So that's a good ban. As for Team Max right now, they might still focus on the jungle bans, because Team Spirit still did not go for a jungler. They might force them to go for a jungler just like they did with Vendetta, but they went for Guinevere, so they're still focusing on the XP ban. Right now, there is still a chance for Team Spirit to go for a good jungler, but let's see their ban. What is it going to be? What are they going to go for?
Yeah, the last ban will continue. We will see for the last ban for the blue side, because we have now 2 XP laners. It's banned. They are focusing a little bit on the XP more than like jungles. Because now jungles it's already open, and Labu Labu it's also open for the blue side.
Yes.
So you'll see maybe they will focus on Labu Labu or the like different play style, Adham.
Yeah, probably they might go for a different lifestyle, but if playing safe, I think they would go for banning Lapu Lapu in that case. Or Gatotkacha, but I don't believe they would do it. So they went for a Lapu ban, yeah.
So are we seeing a defensive ban here or an offensive ban?
It's actually a defensive ban. Yeah,
because they are scared from it. Like they don't want to see it in the game, because he's a little bit annoying and he's in the meta. And he got buffed, and everyone is focusing on it.
Actually, what I think Team Max would go for, they might actually, Vendetta is actually a great choice for an XP laner, facing the picks from Team Spirit. That's a good choice, or even an off-meta pick like Joehead, or a meta pick like Xborg as well is available.
Yeah, Xborg very good, like to choose here. Also for the Joehead, Tigreal, also we can see.
Uranus is actually a good choice. Yeah, Uranus is such a wonderful choice, the king of lifesteal. But we still have Esmeralda, by the way, in the XP lane. There we go. There we go.
Perfect.
Yeah, so I expected Esmeralda as well to happen. Edith is also a good choice, but
we are seeing Yusen Shun in the
Yusenshin,
last.
yeah, Yusenshin is a good jungler, to be honest. Uh, maybe Team Max did not actually expect them to go for that pick, but I think Yusenshin is a forced pick for Team Spirit because this is the only choice that they have right now. Other than Hayabusa, but Hayabusa is not a good choice facing the heroes, the picked heroes from Team Max actually. So,
But these drafts from Team Spirit, does it rely on early game or scaling?
No, it's mostly scaling. It's not early game. These are not early game picks. I think both teams are actually looking to go for the mid game, not late game, mid game. Yeah.
Because Yusen, you need to wait until like mid game until he will get like his complete items and he will can make the more damage. Because the red side he can like little bit counter it during the farming, during the roamings. But Yusen he can little bit farming and he can focus on the jungle side better.
Yes, that is very true. I believe Team Max will go for a marksman to face Claude. They're still not sure what to pick, I believe, so there are lots of choices. What do you think, Soldier? Granger.
As we said, marksman.
Yeah, they will go for a marksman. Granger.
So the Team Max draft have a clear win condition now?
Yes, definitely. They have a very strong win condition. Lots of their players are dishing out damage. Although on the other hand, they're not very tanky compared to Team Spirit. Team Spirit, they have more tanky choices, but they also have a lot of damage dealing. So we're gonna see a lot of kills.
Gas Granger anjir, penasaran gua.
This match.
We will see a lot of like playstyle from Team Spirit because, as I said in the beginning, it's a chaotic style they like. That's why they picked tanky and damage dealer. More than Team Max, they are playing in the structured thing and they like to play it like ABC until Z.
So with this draft, who won it and why?
Team Spirit. It's a, like
Lama gua kali Granger guys. Let's go guys.
fighting style. That's the thing I like. Yusen Shen.
Do you agree,
I'm
Chris?
waiting.
I would agree to disagree on that case. I think Team Max actually has
yang
the upper
OP
hand
banget
in
di
this match
turnamen itu di
because they have higher mobility,
Let's go.
much higher mobility than actually Team Spirit.
Penasaran gua.
So yeah, that's what we're expecting, and the match started right now. Excited to see. We're gonna see lots of kills this match. That's what I'm
And
sure
they're
of.
very hyped about
A lot
it.
of objectives also.
Yeah.
Kaburi banget anjing.
So we're going.
Nonton ya, babi banget ya, Cuk ya.
That Team Max has got the composition to
ya.
actually take game one
Menonton
against
ya.
Team Spirit, Naisu.
I think they do, man. You know, this is one of the things that
Penasaran Granger, sumpah.
it's a little bit of a
Sumpah, gua
throwback.
penasaran sama Granger.
King Ares has the Uranus, and then you have
Kalau
the
kok anjing
Esmeralda
Cloud
across
itu.
them. Hold on, mid lane though, they're quite low.
Kalau kok anjing.
In a good position. Fowl's actually dying to the first blood. One shot was going to go for his own. Sunset Leopard goes forward just to drag him back. A whole lot of battle spells thrown out in the first minute of the game. But it's a trade, though. The 1-for-1 across the board. To answer that question, though, I will say Team Max. I like the composition they have, Wolf. You know, I think it's a pick-off-centric composition. Anytime you have the Cho there, that's going to be the case. But also, you kind of have some insurance towards the late game if you get there. But I would say Team Spirit has that, especially with Hiko on the Claude. You know, once he gets those 3 items, that power spike's going to be there. It's really going to be difficult to kill Sunset Lover because of moves like this. I don't know if you're going to get away this time. Yeah. The key goes down. Bimo down in the mid.
Kalau Granger gampang aja. Kita pakai spell fangnya
Well,
sih.
the key for Team Max is gonna snag actually this Uranus. Tanky hero survived. They did not even force a flicker. So King Ares only has to pop the concentration for that one. I think Team Max are fairly okay with this. However, Team Spirit have already killed them.
And the fight for this turtle is just going to result in TS getting it, right? Team Spirit's got control of this turtle. One shot secures it. Now, if you look at the lineup from Team Spirit, it's literally nothing fancy. Right? This is like this lineup is just kind of, it's very standard in the way it's going to fight. Eventually, when Hiko is online, then the clock kind of adds some variance to that. But what I was going to say about Sunset Lover too is on his Jushin or even the other mages that he likes to play in the mid lane, he doesn't die much. You know, and that's if you notice in a lot of Team Series games, Sunset Lover is able to go ahead and play more on that utility style mages, and he can also play the the more bursty ones. But when he does get his hands on the Jushin, for example, like this, he's very good at just kind of controlling the battlefield. And then you complement that by having the Hylos. The Hylos has been popping up more and more once again within the meta. Glorious Pathway, obviously one of the great kind of crowd control ultimates drop down. It really slows down or cuts off exit routes for the opposing team. You pair that up with the Jushin, man, you have so much control within these fights. King Ares, this is what I'm talking about. This Glorious Pathway is going to slow him down. He's going to be able to get the stun, and then they clean up the kill. And that's why I was saying my point with the Hylos works so well in this current setup of having more crowd control, being able to catch certain heroes out, even like the Uranus now.
And what's great about that Sao ultimate Glorious Pathway was laid down in advance. He knew laid down the Glorious Pathway where King Ares would go. And that's where King Ares was. So I was
Rangernya level 5
like the turret. Might even make a move at the 4 minutes in, you have 2,000 gold for Team Spirit.
Big lead already up to this point in the game. We'll see if Team Max is able to adjust, and most of that adjustment is just to see what Cypher can do, but he's getting thrown around, and there isn't much that you can do about it right now. One of the changes with the Jushin, like I said, she went through a little bit of a change with the recent patch. There's that cooldown, of course, of about 4 seconds when you throw someone around before you can throw them again, but this is just an objective, go in the hands of Team Spirit here. Second turtle of the game, easy take for one shot, so it's Team Max trying to scrape up what they can with Wolf and gonna try to potentially make a play. Sao dropping down the Glorious Pathway. They know they want to fight this. Even 3v4, they'll take this fight, and they're gonna throw King Ares around. Little Rhapsody shots here from Lei will keep them from initiating further.
For 3.4k gold lead for Team Spirit. You wouldn't think that it's a massive lead, but if you look at that time, it's just 5 minutes of this game. Now they're taking over. Kid Bomba even thought they were stacked. He is
Saksu.
Unlikely to actually get the orange bulb, but the fact that they're giving information and forcing retributions all over the place, already good. And now can be back to farming. Will prompt Team Max to decide what lane to go to this.
Oh, this is gonna be tough now. Fighting around the purple buff. Pathway dropped down by Sao. Kid Bomba jumping in under the turret. 4 key. They just have everything lined up. Cypher trying to get away. Burning. HP will still stay alive.
Kenapa gue liat Rangernya kayak gak bisa ngapa-ngapain di sini? Karena sedangkan Claudenya kayak bebas gitu loh. Paham gak sih?
On that bottom lane to go ahead and push in that tier 1 turret. So right now Team Spirit playing fully into the advantage that they have, and Team Max are looking for some type of play somewhere, somehow. You're starting to see this gap building further, even just between the jungles here.
They've taken out
gue bingung juga Rangernya kenapa ini, apa karena pengaruh Dinam? Kan Dinam kan hanya damage ke minion doang. Dan Dinam tuh hanya damage minion doang guys, kalau Ranger guys. Gak ada apa-apapun lagi gitu.
Yeah, I don't know. Like the amount of value he's getting out of this Hylos right now is just it's maximum value. The Glorious Pathways have been amazing. Sao himself is just able to go ahead and take up so much damage, and this is like one of the best experiences you can have as a jungler. For one shot, you just do what you need to do. Rotate your buffs, get the turtles, and scale up as quick as you can. The rest of the team is just on control of the jungle, and as you mentioned, Kid Bomba doing a fantastic job at actually just giving information over to the rest of the team. Like, hey, Saksu is here. He's grabbing his orange buff. He's up on this side of the map. If you guys want to make a play, you probably can. And this is what's going to happen here. King Ares. Get away from the great. Hiko there, nice dodge with the
Dua lagi
BMI.
di
Blazing
Ranger.
Blur going to be used, but he is cut off from the rest of the fight.
Dia
They're
memahami
still going to go
banget
for
Ranger
more
kalau
as
game
Cypher
berat
falls.
banget.
Kid Bulba joining the fight, going to pop the Brilliance here. King Aries trying to get away, but he's dragged to his death. A beacon
Ranger mau
under the
target
tier
siapa?
2
Gak ada yang bisa
bottom
ditarget.
lane.
Kayaknya gue
Team
agak setuju
Spirit
sih
will take
dari
3.
komenanmu.
Wow. A clean
Setuju
take.
sih, dia pick
Yeah, for
Ranger
Team
kayak gak
Spirit,
ada
especially
jawabannya
when
juga.
the likes of Kid Bomber are
Betul.
jumping in just to
Gak ada
force
yang
on
bisa
the
ditarget
brilliance,
ya.
and then everybody
Betul-betul.
will just back out and then go back to
Dia
the
gak ada
fight
yang
with
bisa dibunuh. Kalau
such
dia doang.
precision
Kalau
coming up
dia
from
bisa
Spirit Kids that
dominasi banget.
they look untouched. And feel that they didn't
Setuju sih
even
gua.
have
Gak ada yang
to
bisa ditarget.
worry about their lives.
Iya
At the
jawabannya
moment, the
bener.
Team were just
Iya,
so in
gua
the
setuju.
defensive that the resources that they have
Karena gak ada yang
should
bisa
have been used
ditarget.
for their own offense weren't
Juga
even used
midnya
at all.
Justin.
Team Spirit are
Skill.
just
Kalau
running
Justin
through it,
itu mid
rolling
tank.
through the map right now.
Oh!
Gaji
Hiko
gue.
jumping in with Blaze do it. 3 members, 4, just
Astaga.
feeling that strength of a fully locked in
Setuju sih gua gak ada yang
Hiko
ditarget.
at
Gua setuju.
this point. I think he's got the 3 items already. They've scaled up so fast, man. 10k lead at 8
Anjing agak
minutes. Maybe
gawe
he's just got 2.
anjir lah.
Working on the 3rd.
XP gak
Okay,
gawe.
look at him. Okay, yeah, he's
Midnya
working
gak
on the 3rd right
gawe.
now. I was gonna say he's got to be so close with
Wood
this
gak
kind of
gawe.
lead and just the laning he had.
Yang gawe siapa
He's
doang?
not yet
Tuh
to the
doang kan?
tips, right? The 3
Yeah.
item power spike. But
3
he's
item
almost
power
there.
spike, yeah.
He's almost there. And you could see it with the Blazing Do It already. Just pump
Gawe
out that
tuh doang
damage.
sok.
It's the Team Spirit not going to stay in the mid from the mid game. We haven't even reached the mid game yet, but now we are.
Ranger mau target siapa?
Lord is now available
Kan?
for Team Spirit to take.
Gimana caranya? Coba dipikirkan secara logika, ayo.
Man, 850.
Jawabannya itu ya.
8 minutes and 50 seconds. 3 item power spike for
Pikirkan
gold
secara logika, ayo.
laner.
Itu
We
nggak
haven't
lo-
seen
jawaban
that
dia
in a
bener
very
juga.
long time. Ever
Ada yang
since
bisa
the
ditarget.
patch, the next project next were out of
Berarti
the
oh
gold
bener dong.
side lane
Kalau
for-
misalnya Rangernya gak bisa ngapa-ngapain,
we have not seen
Emblem
any
Fighter anjir.
39-minute 3 item power spike. This is one of the fastest 3 item power spikes we've ever seen. As of late, I mean.
Yeah, this is about one of the fastest ones we've seen, at least here too for Games of the Future. I'd say, you know, one of the quickest power spikes that we see built up on a lineup that, like I said, isn't anything fancy. And honestly, if you look at all the team fights and everything they've done, it's either been a pathway drop down or just Sunset Lover dragging people, right? And now, like I said, once Hiko was online, which has just happened about a minute ago or so, you know, he just needs to jump in with a Blazing Duet, brings multiple people low from Team Max, and they're not really in a fighting position. I mean, even just a couple auto attacks, oof, plus the charge up shot from one shot, able to bring them down nearly to half health as they get ready. Hiko too, though, good damage with the Thorn Rose. He's gonna get healed up while they're revitalized. They're going to try to do the best to defend against this push with a massive disadvantage in terms of gold. You can see they have to really choose the way they fight against Team Spirit. They got to clear in the mid wave, though. It's got to push into here. The base turret is going to go down on the bottom lane. One shot. Go ahead and poking down at Team Max. Another one. Lord's finally going to go down here. Natsu trying to make some work. Thorn Rose trying to clear out the waves, but the turret goes down anyway. Team Spirit still has a wave of pushing up top to possibly clear out one last base turret. I think even with 13,000 gold lead, unless they are able to convert a kill here, they might not push it in, but they dropped down the pathway. They're going to flicker out from King Aries. They're still going to be fine, but they can't get this turret. What's Team Max going to do here? Do they watch the base get fully taken out? Cypher jumps in, but he might have gone a little bit too far as he's taken out by Sunset Lever, and finally King Aries goes down as well. They lose two. Team Max is going to lose the last base turret, and Team Spirit with the numbers advantage. Whoa! Goodbye, Bimo. The key just absolutely decimated. Baxter going to be next. He's going to possibly get dragged back, but the base is going to be worked on. There's 1 million. It's cleared out. They still have the mid wave up pushing in. So Team Spirit will wait a little bit longer. There's way too much time still here for Team Max to be back up. So the base is going to be locked on.
Hama dong, Ranger Hama anjing. Ranger Hama, Ranger Hama guys.
Team Max to be that.
Gak gawe anjing.
Looking at the heroes that they have drafted, very standard.
Kok gak gawe guys?
It's really, really good. I think nobody can get enough after overextended in this game. You know how good their execution was. It was very quick. You didn't watch it. I mean, of course, Team Max was able to get that first team fight, but versus Team Spirit just did not let go of this game. I'm sure that there are more points that our panel will be talking about, so let's go with over to this video.
Welcome back to the Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025 powered by ADNOC. We've just wrapped up Game 1 between Team Max and Team Spirits, and what a way to start this best of 3 single elimination. A strong statement made early in the series, but remember, this is far from over. Okay, good. First impressions. How did you feel about the overall pace and control of Game 1?
Of course, it's obvious that Team Spirit actually utilized their picks much more better than Team Max. Team Max picks were actually good, not the best. They had an issue with the XP laner and the gold laner. Like a pick like Uranus might have been better if they would pick Xborg or Joehead in that case. And for Granger is such a great pick, but not for this match. An Obsidia pick would actually be a better pick as a marksman in the gold lane facing Claude. But it seemed to me like it was more of a skill gap issue more than an actual draft pick issue.
Okay, let's bring up the numbers now because statistics tell a big part of this story. Soldier, looking at the objective control, what stands out to you the most?
To be honest, Team Spirit have controlled all over the objectives. They have 3 turtles, 1 lord, and for the gold difference, I think almost to 11k. So that's a huge gold difference between the teams. Team Spirit, they focus also in the early fights, as I said, like early skirmishes. They like to do that, like in the chaotic style. They need to finish it fast, as until like Team Max, they will not reach their potential or their win condition. So Team Spirit, their win condition as for the early game.
So good, goal difference, turret control, neutral objectives. Do these stats reflect goal difference?
Team Spirit, Team Max, they will not reach their potential.
Has the upper hand, but why has she not performed? Because there were better roamers, better roaming, better protection for Zushin compared to the protection for Lunox. Chu, I believe, also was not the best pick to go for as a roamer. You know, he could not actually stop the pushes and the ganks happening from Team Spirit. So as we see right now, Sawo is the MVP from actually Team Spirit, who was actually playing with Hylos. He did a great job as a roamer, a wonderful job. He was roaming to protect Claude, Zushin perfectly, and also protecting actually Yisun Shin. And he was there in the team fights. He knew what he was doing, and this is what we're talking about. Well, is this Team Max's skill? I would say no. I believe they would do better in the next match, hopefully. But yeah, Team Spirit had the upper hand overall in this match.
So do you agree with our MVP, or do you have anything else in mind? Anyone else in mind?
No, actually, I believe the MVP is actually the right choice. He was there all around the game. He was visible all the time.
He was influencing the team fights.
Yes.
And objectives, for sure.
Yes, definitely, definitely, very much. Actually.
Okay, let's talk about teams. What went wrong for them?
No, as I said, the picks, they had a slight mistake on the picks. They didn't utilize their picks. It seemed that there was actually an element of fear as well in the team fights. They were, having second doubts either to join the fight or just back out, They had lots of second doubts, which actually made Team Spirit benefit from, yeah.
Is this a fixable mistake within this short break? Do you think they will be able to get back in Game 2?
Hopefully. Lots of teams, they've done it, so I believe they could do it.
Soldier?
For the Team Max, they have a lot of cards, and they can play on early, mid-game, more than late game. Because Team Spirit, they are focusing in early game. That's like the counter play for this one. Focus on the towers, focus on the jungle side objectives, and focus on the XP lane and the roamers. That's the thing will get you to the like win condition for you.
So basically, the entire team needs to actually
Yeah.
synergize more
Yeah.
than what they're
Chemistry
doing now.
more.
Yeah.
Okay, so they need to shake things up instead of focusing on their comfort.
Yeah, like they need to, like Team Max, they need to see what is the mistakes we have done in the first game, because first game it was
Jangan
fast
dah warga
and
epic.
like not clear for Team Max, because they thought maybe we will make it for the mid game, early, late game, because our picks it's like comfortable with late game as we saw in the drafts, but Team Spirit like they didn't like maybe
Pantes ya,
they
Oni
predict or they
Granger
surprised
lagi
the
ya
Team
Budi
Max
ya.
for it and they
Kan
finish
kan
it as
kita
fast as
aneh sih.
possible
Kita
with
lihat
the
sekali
Lord
lagi Cloud dia
objectives,
anjir ya kan,
turtles,
nggak
3
Granger loh dia
turtles,
kan.
and the gold difference and the towers. That makes more difference for the team.
That is very true. That is very true.
Yeah, plenty of adjustments to
Yeah.
make, but when we come back, it's gonna be straight into the draft for the game 2 between Team Max and Team Spirit here at the Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025, powered by AdDoc. See you guys.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous robotics and many other activities.
You anjing kau kira you Dok. Kita main rank pakai Granger guys. RRQ kapan main? Besok Budi. Besok ya Budi ya, jam 3 ya Budi ya. Besok Minggu jam 3 Budi. Besok ya, jam 3 ya Budi ya. Pas jam 3. Bud. Aduh. Sedih juga anjing Granger sejago ini gak ada yang iri. Cok. Granger sejago ini gak ada yang iri, cok. tahu juga. Nah, kalau kau nggak ada beda di situ dan dan beda deh.
Tuh, kata Ji. Wah, wah.
Aduh, wah, salah. Wah, main saja. Kopi ya. Cái chuyện chuyện ra má vậy luôn. Đấy, cái lúc 12 mang xạo bố ở đó từ ra má vậy luôn kìa.
NPC.
Wah, ya ini
It's a usual pick, you know. If Hilda is open, then why not take it? She plays a huge part as a roamer. She's such an annoying roamer, actually. There is no need for them to go for another Hylos pick in this match. Maybe they want to mix and match, see different styles, different strategies, you know, try them out. Since they are actually feeling comfy right now and having the 1-0 win. But I believe Team Spirit will still go for the win. They will try to go for the win and not just gamble. As we can see right now from Team Spirit, they are going for two heavy heroes plus a marksman, whereas Team Max went for Gatot Kacha, including the mid laner Kimi in that case. Now I believe Team Max still has a chance to go for a meta pick, but picking a Ruby early, do you think that this is a good choice?
For picking a Ruby as like a loser, like if you don't have a chance, it's a good, because like it's a good advantage for you. It will make you, it will buy a time during the game to get to the win condition, to get like buy the items, and it will get like for the team to get advantage on it for the Ruby.
And as we can see right now, the third pick from Team Max is actually Lancelot. And Lancelot is going to have a hard time with actually Fredrin if they're going head on, 1v1. But I believe this is another task for Lancelot. It won't be his main task to go a one-on-one with Fredrin. Right now, we're back to the second phase of the bans, and we're waiting for Lei to go to choose the ban. What is he going to go for? Is he going to go for an XP laner, or is he going for something else? He went for an XP laner. Yep. Now they're going to start banning XP laners, since I believe both teams still did not go for their XP pick. And still also Team Spirit did not go for the mage pick. So Team Max has two choices, either to go for a mage ban or an XP ban.
Now Team Max under pressure, and they will think we will focus on the mage more than the XP, and we will take advantage with the mage better than the XP. We will give Team Spirit the advantage for the XP. Maybe it will be it will get better, but Labo as a ban.
We still have a Ruby in that case. We still have a Ruby in that case. We still have an X-Borg. We still have Joad. We still have lots of fighters. Yu Zong actually is banned. We still have Arlott as well, who might be a good choice in this actually picks. So let's see. They're thinking mage or XP ban right now. What do you think they would go for? What do you think you would go for? No idea? No idea at all. What about you, Soldier?
To be honest, for Team Max, they will think to go for the late game, and they will think, let's make it late as possible for them.
They went for an Edith ban, which is...
Wait, what is it?
Actually...
It's little bit question mark on it, for it as the meta now.
Now we might actually see a Ruby this game.
Wait, Uranus also?
Uranus is a ban, so we might see actually a Ruby this game, or we might see an X-Borg. Or probably both of them having a face-off in the XP lane. But Team Spirit still has a chance to pick Farsa as of course a mage, a mid laner, or they might actually go for Kadita as well. So let's see. We're waiting for Lei right now.
But so far, how would you describe Team Spirit's composition? Is this a draft that wants to close early or scale comfortably?
Actually, no. I believe they're gonna play early to mid. Their picks are pretty much early to mid game, so they want to reach the mid game max. But even if they reach the late game, I believe still Team Spirit has the upper hand. Still has the upper hand. But let's see. I don't think Suyo. Yeah, he went for an Arlott. So, and okay, Zeishan. Zeishan is actually not a usual pick happening, but she's such a strong mid laner, which is going to give Kimi a very hard time.
For Team Max, they need to avoid the early skirmishes until they will reach for win condition for that situation. But Team Spirit, maybe they will continue the same scenario as they win in the first game, like the early skirmishes, the early advantage, the early objectives. But as we can see in the paper, in the drafts, the pick and bans, it's little bit different, Adham, because it will be different now, because now the stress for the both teams, it's different. And we will see the last pick for the red side will be, he will choose it. Oh wow, Ruby, as we expected.
Actually, from the draft picks, Team Spirit has the upper hand in the draft picks. They have a lot of damage dealing. They have 2 heroes which are, or 2 to 3 heroes which are kind of tanky as well. And Team Max, on the other hand, they lack the damage. They have a lot of survivability, they have a lot of sustainability, but they are lacking damage. So let's see how are they going to do in this match facing Team Spirit.
Team Spirit, they have the early rotations better. for them.
Yes, that is very true.
What do you think has to go right for Team Max for us to see Game 3?
They need to extend the game as much as they could. But even though they don't have like with these picks, it's
kapan main besok guys.
Saying if this game goes late, Team Max has the benefit?
Yes.
Might have the benefit. Might.
Maybe.
Okay, the word might.
So guys, besok guys.
If they do this, if they execute this perfectly, yes, then we will see a third match.
Yeah, this feels like execution versus momentum.
Then
Okay, let's wrap this draft up. And there you have it. Drafts are locked in for Game 2 for Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025. Casters, take it away.
Here we are. And possibly the last match for Max unless they pull off something different. Maybe they can punish this Zetian pick coming out from Team Spirit. Already we're seeing a different shade of Team Spirit with his Fredrin pickup. I know that it has a great combo with his Zetian, but do you think that this is actually going to work?
I hope so, man. You know, the patch came out. Zetian hasn't seen the light of day for like the longest time until, back in what? I feel like maybe back in our last big international is when we actually got to see the Zetian still kind of forced. Like it was like forced to be picked up when she first came out. But, and then she fell off. And the fact that Team Spirit brings it out here is actually really interesting because, yeah, so for those that are wondering, after the patch, Zetian has more damage and less mana for her skill 1. So that's going to help her basically through the late game damage output because that's one thing that was talked about a lot, when she first came out. I think that she falls off at some point. The Phoenix ultimate and all that stuff is great, but it just felt like she was lacking something. And maybe that change is going to help here a bit, that bit of a buff. And we'll see how this plays out. Now, my biggest thing here, Wolf, is Team Max got absolutely rolled game 1. Now, this lineup should allow them to not have that happen again. It should be able to. There's some early damage here. They're going to get the flicker out from Sunset Lover. Sawo there to help him. But that is a resource down, and I think that's one of the main things. They just got to make sure they don't get snowballed over like last time.
Again, they start this is to eventually punish this Zetian in the mid lane because the main criticisms about Zetian is mobility.
Final smash already used. In a little space here, Kid Bomba actually is able to flicker out. One shot securing the objective. Gets the turtle.
Oh, wow.
There's the Fury of the Phoenix. What a great run. Finding multiple members. A double for Kid Bomba. He wanted to make it a triple, but now they're looking for more. The flicker comes through just to stay alive. And oh my goodness. It's already started 2.5 minutes in.
The Team Max did not expect such a tempo of coming up from Team Spirit. In fact, Sunset Lover was level 3 when that fight broke up.
Udah kelar bang. Oke. War dulu udah war
belum. The turtle, obviously,
udah war bang belum.
Your heroes will get.
Itu tadi gua 2 kali war habis itu udah malas banget gua cok.
The perfect timing.
Kan gua minta mesin aja gak ada anjing.
Get 3 kills.
Minta lah ya gua pas war tadi ya. Tapi gua minta mesinnya gak ada anjing. Mana anjing?
We were talking about how important this is for Team Max to get back.
Bang minta mesin bang. Ya guys, gua sampai gerombol clan castle gua cok.
Yeah, this is not where you want to be, man. This is almost reminiscent of the last game.
Gua sampai
You're a few minutes in. You're already
castle gue yang unlimited itu hanya keluar 2 kali.
Which, again, with this kind of lineup that they have, they don't want to be in that position. They want to go ahead and because we've seen this many times. Like if you don't have that traditional marksman, the room is great. We talked about this quite a bit. You have great crowd control, you have great sustainability, but there is a certain time in the game that lacking that traditional marksman goal and that team composition is going to most likely affect the way that you can close out a game. And the fact that you're playing with your back against the wall already in the early game and you're most likely going to lose this second turtle as well is a tough position to be at with this kind of lineup because again, Hiko is in the same position. He's basically just a ticking clock here for them. As soon as he's online, he's got even the 2 items, he's going to be okay. You see, he actually got pulled by Lei. Lei using that I'm offended, but Hiko didn't even need to use a Purify. He's fine in that lane until eventually he joins these team fights later on.
Saya mesin
to
up level 2
5K
aja
golden
gitu. Lu udah
for
bisa
the next tournament.
donasi
Level
ke
7
2
one
level
shot.
gitu kan. Kan rank kita ada level 10 kan.
Big final slash once again, forcing the fight, throwing a ruin, thrown out there. Emo Key trying to get away. Saksu also on the run now. Kid Bomba actually quite low. He's going to go for that stun. He pops the regen, but King Aries will be able to whittle him down. It's still a trade,
Gimana caranya? Coba dipikirkan secara logika, ayo.
The turtle will go in the hands of Team Spirit.
Apa itu unlocknya tadi?
Close start coming up with the combo of the Zetian. Go with Arlet. Combo it up so well. Unfortunately, Team Spirit kind of overstepped their bounds and wanted to really take down Saksu. Saksu runs away. They will lose one of their heroes. Kid Bomba.
Counter RN cuma PH doang anjir sama Malaysia Rasjir.
However, Team Spirit will not be
punished.
punished.
Counter RN.
It's the purple buff. It's put away from Saksu. That's
the
third cycle now of the buff, right? And all out of the three cycles, Lancelot weren't able to get the purple buff for himself.
This is definitely one of the things you're seeing here in this game, and the way Team Spirit has been playing. You know, ever since their group stage game where they got bullied by RQ Hoshi, I feel like they've really refined the strategy here, Wolf, you know, and they are playing like a team. Right? For some reason on the first game on Stream A, it just seemed like they were disconnected. Well, they quickly fixed that in the previous days, and they're a well-oiled machine up to this point. So for Team Max, they're going to have to be able to, like, they need to match that. The presence that Team Spirit has across the map, the way that they're actually giving each other information. You see this so often with the way that Saul is playing. And again, he's so proactive in that roam role that it gives so much information on one shot. So that's one of the big pluses here. Whereas on the flip side, unfortunately for Cypher, he's left to mainly kind of playing defense and protecting the team or protecting the key. Because there's been so many instances, especially when that flicker is not available. Comes up now for Nemo, but earlier on it was burned. So, you know, Cypher is just trying to play Guardian up to this point. And it's a really tough position to be in as the roam for Team Max.
Yeah. DH is picked up by Hiko just a few moments ago. It's actually too hard to middle for the bot now. Go for King Ares.
Should be able to get away with a gleam here or something, but the final splash is going to keep him there. Gonna ruin used up. He heals up a little bit. He will be able to escape over. The Fury of Phoenix is going to actually stun him. Good discipline on waiting to use that. With King Ares gone, Saksu, what's he going to do? He's going to go for Hiko, try to convert something out of this. The Blazing Duet going to be used, and Sawa joins the fight just to make sure he's there, but they want to secure the objective. Last turtle of the game, it's going to be started up by one shot. Team Spirit has a clear sign to take this. With the Saksu, no room to move here, so turtle secured. Cypher on the run, I'm not sure Energy Eruption is going to be used, but not worth it. Team Spirit continues to once again build up on this gold lead.
Yeah. We are just quietly farming up top. We're waiting for the golden staff, I believe. It's usually you go for that kind of build up. And this will mean that eventually Team Spirit will just run over Team Max again. That plan is going to be crucial of knowing the late game.
Cool. Just gone. I mean, even as a tanky hero, so quick to just go down. And again, this is proof of having this kind of lead.
Yeah.
You know, we saw this exactly in game one, Wolf.
Yeah. Sort of invade here coming out from one top. Cameron Lancelot is just level 9, almost level 10. One shot is 11. And actually take out this purple buff. Oh my goodness!
Wow.
One shot was ready for that, and Arnold Fredrin, a classic combo, even a Lancelot, apparently.
They're not going to land up here, Wolf. Under the turret, in between the tier 1 and tier 2. Team Spirit just unrelentless on what they want to take from Team Max, not giving them a moment to breathe. Team Spirit wanting to end this one just as quick as they did in game 1. And like you mentioned, that deadly combination of the Fredrin Arlot just proving why it's such a deadly kind of combo of kits that you can utilize in many different ways.
Then Zetian and Arnold with additional stun from the ultimate that is almost guaranteed it will mean that you will ever so pop your passive skip bomb. Something cover from somewhere get orange off from somewhere. This is how massive the lead is. Now they can go for stock once again.
Once again, look at this. Cypher, not sure if he's going to be able to get away. He's relying on that pass, but he goes down. It's Hiko. Hiko going to the back line. He will get stunned here. A couple flickers being burned. King Aries going to be next. He tries to get away. He bumps a flicker, but Hiko goes in under the turret. Will pick up another 4 fall for Team Max. Only Saktu left alive. Lord is for the taking. The shield will pop in the mid. And there you go. Team Spirit once again finding themselves 11,000, almost 12,000 ahead, just like in game 1. With this Lord ready to go ahead and march into the base and potentially sweeping, sending Team Max home. Let's take a look at the replay.
With Bumble being the aggressor here, Tavo on the other side pressurizes Cypher out, and then the main is there. Goes to come from T-Bomb, but then gets out. Wants to clear out the way. Then he goes. Feeling ever so confident, there will be no punish whatsoever. As they not only get the teamfight win in the bottom lane, they also get the Lord unscathed, untouched. It's looking bleak for Team Max. It will take a miracle for them to get back. We'll see if they still get something to attack here.
Not much of a fighting position to be in. One shot jumping through the wall. King Aries already low. Has to go ahead and heal back up. Lord working on his base turret. A divine glade picked up for Sunset Lover to do even more damage. They're waiting for these waves to push in so they can time it out as the Lord finally takes the top turret down. Hiko will take down the mid turret. The wave that pushed up bottom. Team Spirit seeing the win in sight. They might force it. Once again, they're going to go. Kid Bumbo waiting for that final slash. He's going to use it. They're collapsing it down under the base with that wave pushing in now to take out the last base turret of Team Max with this massive lead, 14,000 gold. Does Team Spirit stay around to fight? A couple Guardian Helms to pick up to top off the health bars. But it looks like they'll go for a bit of a reset.
Will live to see another day. For a few more minutes, more items now available for the squad. Including the left core, which will then be backed up by a Winter Crown. I think that's definitely the way to end this, the end game scenario here for the squad. Whereas for Team Max, they're still looking for items on the Lancelot. Lancelot had to pop this brute force breastplate together with the war axe, completely skipping the upgrading Fury Hammer. That's how difficult life is for Saktu. How many cycles has it been since he was able to get his purple buff? He might not have gotten any purple buff after the first one, so really just a difficult play now for Team Max.
Very dire situation to be in here, Wolf. I mean, this is a massive deficit. You usually don't even see it get to the point, you know, at this point, even if it's 10,000, you're like, man, that's so hard to work against. Now 14,000 in this case, you know, you got Team Spirit basically locked in terms of itemization. If they wanted to actually force a fight, they could most likely win it, but there is always that chance if you force that fight when you don't really need to, that you give that opening window to the opposing team to just kind of turn things around. Because the shutdown gold would be massive here if Team Max is able to get it on the right heroes. And that's why you see Team Spirit, again, a team with veterancy that has played multiple internationals and multiple tournaments together up to this point, still showcasing that they're going to go and do the right things, stay disciplined, grab this objective, and then march into a base that doesn't have any base turrets left for Team Max. So Lord is obliterated just as quickly as Team Max has been through these fights. And they might choose to just fight Cypher. Get some shots from Hiko here, but they'll prep up for this defense.
Stubborn Hiko stealing away the purple buff again. How long has it been since Saktu was able to get that purple buff? Team Spirit are going to be methodical with it. Going to be waiting for the Lord. A massive army of Team Spirit minions, heroes, and the Lord going to be knocking into the base of Team Max in the face of elimination. Let's see how they defend it.
Good Bomba jumping in with that final splash. Here's the combo they've been doing all game to take out Team Max. 2 fall. Lord is still up. They can just walk into the base, but they still want to go for the kills. They go for more. Base at half health. Lord still up too, and Team Max desperately trying to clear something out, but it's just way too much. As Team Spirit will sweep out Team Max.
Back-to-back dominant games coming out from Team Spirit. But what's amazing about game number 2 is that they have
Lagi ya tim Falcon Mythic Seal ya.
La vida es un carrusel.
maju satu gua sih terus aja. Bang, RRQ main jam berapa bang? RRQ besok main jam 3 guys. RRQ besok main jam 3 ya sob ya. Disconnect. Let's reconnect. Oh, kenapa? Malah tim gua. Emang main malam ini kah? Apanya main malam ini, bro? Ini sisa 2 tim lagi, sob ya. Jadi besok baru main nih. Nih kalau lu mau lihat jadwalnya nih, sob ya. Jadwalnya nih, bro ya. Tuh. Nih besok yang seru nih. Supercan lawan Eraki. Aurora Turki lawan ini Verso Time ya. Aurora PH lawan Team Spirit. Oni antara dua ini ya, bro ya. Enggak, sob. Tuh, itu jadwalnya, bro ya. Jadi sisa 2 tim terakhir ya, bro ya. Enggak, bukan malam ini. Malam ini sisa ini. Malam ini sisa ini doang, cuy. Nih, malam ini sisa ini doang ya, bro ya. Besok baru ini nih. Besok, Bang. Lihat enggak layar gua, Bang? Besok jam berapa, Bang? Itu tuh ada tulisan tuh, jam 3 WIB tuh. Lihat gak? Tulisannya. Tuh, lihat gak? 3 WIB di layar gua. Lihat gak itu 3 WIB. Ya 3 WIB. Terus lanjut 16.55, 18.50. Lanjut Onik paling malam. Onik paling malam, cok. Anjing. Paling malam aman, anjing. Anjing. Amal udah ini. Anjing. Sama anjing. Masuk. Sama guys. Ya, mulai guys.
Ban, and for Uranus actually it's a target ban, but for the other like Eve, Lancelot, you know, it's a meta ban. I believe Mythic Seal, they know that someone in actually, I'm not gonna say who, I know who, but I'm not gonna say who, from Team Falcon that actually is a pro with Uranus. But the other bans are basically meta bans. They know that whoever goes for these picks has the upper hand. So they would actually play. They're playing it safe from the beginning, from the first match. But I believe no more testing waters. What do you think? Or are they going to test waters for this match?
For Team Falcon, they will not test waters because they are confident with it, and they are confident with their play style. Like, they are saying let's stick to the plan, and we will not change it, whatever happens.
All right.
But for Mythical Seal, they will test the water.
I can see Mythic Seal is actually, they might actually go for a Fanny. This is the first time we might see actually Fanny today.
Fanny always banning.
Yeah, Fanny is always in the ban. So are they actually going to go for it, or are they still thinking about it? As for Team Falcon, of course, Zushin is actually, you know, an easy pick. You know, it's an auto pick, I would say. Myth, are they actually going for Fanny? No, they're not. They're going for Esmeralda and Yi Sun-shin, which is the safer, actually, pick, to be honest. Because if they pick Fanny from the beginning, they know Team Falcon are pros. They know that what they're doing. They're very experienced. That they would know who to pick to actually, you know, stop Fanny from farming at all.
But for Team Falcons, as far as I know, they like to play on the structured team fight more than random team fights, random objectives. They like to make it like on the rhythm, on like ABC, until they will win the game. But for Team Mythic, maybe they will not predict it until like they will see inside the game what happens and what's going on like in the first 5 minutes, let's say.
Yeah, most probably. As I see, Team Falcon is actually going for the safe picks, you know, the guaranteed picks like Arlott and Fredrin. You know, they're looking for basically a kind of a mid to late game picks from what I can see. Myth is actually doing the same thing as well, going for the Esmeralda and Yi Sun-shin, which actually kind of, you know, tells what they're planning to go for, which are they actually following the same route as Team Falcons.
For Team Falcons, like they are trying to focus on their objectives and the early team fights. And Team Mythic, they need to avoid the early team fights and the early objectives, and they need to trade it with, let's say, towers and kills.
Exactly, yes. And what surprises me is actually Mythic is they went for the Grok pick, which is actually a first time for us to see him play. Is it confidence from Team Falcon, or you know, is it something else? Actually, they didn't actually expect Mythic to actually go for the Grok pick. But let's see the second ban phase, starting with Team Mythic. Who are they gonna go for? They went for a Gatotkacha ban. We can see, and of course, okay, they went for a Farsa ban. This is very interesting. I can see they're targeting the. We have an XP laner, we have a jungler, we have a mage in Team Falcon, so we still have a roamer and a marksman or a gold laner for Team Falcon that they would actually go for.
Some of teams at home, they know how to play around the Grok. Like Team Falcons, maybe they are not scared like other teams. Like other teams, we are seeing always Grok ban. They are not. We didn't see him until now. It's the first time. So Team Falcons, maybe they have the confidence to like we will play against and we will play around it, and they can counter it also.
Most probably, yes, they might counter it, but it's unlikely. Hildeman as a roamer, they're actually making it kind of harder for Team Falcon to go for the roamer. But there are still lots of options like Tigreal, there is Matilda, there is, I would say Atlas. There are lots of actually other roamers picks, but what would they go for in that case? We will see. So Ruby ban is the final ban for Team Falcon. I'm kind of surprised that they actually went for a Ruby ban because we already have Rock and we already have Esmeralda.
Maybe they are scared, like they will play more crowd controls and they like we don't need annoying heroes. Like enough Grok, we have like it's against us. No need for Roby, so they will play around like safer picks for them.
Actually, even if Ruby went for a gold lane, I would counter her by picking a marksman.
Yeah.
You know, because Ruby should actually get very close to me in order, as a marksman, to actually target me or try to kill me. Which I'm kind of surprised. Why would they go for such a ban? But anyway, Khalid is actually such a good pick if they're actually gonna go for it. As for the mid laner in Team Mythic, they picked Kimmy. Okay, Team Falcons are actually taking risks right now.
We will see Khalid this time.
Yeah, we might see Khalid and we might see Granger. As a safe pick for a marksman, I believe Obsidia would be actually the better pick than Granger, but yeah, they're taking the risks. They're taking the risks.
At this point, do you think who has the clearer win condition now?
For now, it is not easy to say, to be honest. It is not easy to say. Both teams, they have amazing picks. Are we going to see a Fanny? I don't think so. Are we going to see a Fanny?
To be honest, the Grok, both teams are like surprised me with their picks. It's like now 50-50, and in the paper also it's 50-50, and because you cannot predict it, because Team Falcons, they have their own play style, and maybe we will see the early games rotations and focusing more than late game, and also objectives and the map control more with Falcons more than Mythic. But Mythic, the last pick, they will go for Labu Labu.
They actually went for Lapu Lapu, which who was going to go facing actually Khalid in this match. This is both teams' draft picks are amazing. This is the first time that I'm actually clueless.
So we don't know who we are giving the draft advantage to.
No. Both teams are actually did a great job in their draft picks.
Since we don't know, what does each team then need to do in game for this draft to succeed?
Yeah, for me, Falcon, they need to play around the early game, as I said, because for me, my playstyle is early game always and objectives. If you take these two, you are winning this game and you can snowball easy. But Team Mythic, they need to resist that snowball, and they need to avoid the early skirmishes and early fights, early aggressiveness.
I believe actually both teams are playing for the mid to late game, and this match might actually, I believe it will actually take a while to end. We're going to have lots of team fights, we're going to have lots of pushes, so it will actually take a while. This is going to be a one long game.
Yeah, teams are ready, and it's time to get into the action. From all of us here at the desk, let's send it over to our casters for Game 1 of Team Falcons versus Mythic Seal.
Thank you so much, panel, for the breakdown here. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It's me, Naisu, with Wolf, to bring you our last and final series of the day. This best of 3 elimination match between Team Falcons and Mythic Seals. We've got some good drafts here. I would say on both fronts, Wolf. I think both of them serve the purpose really well. But I don't know, man. I'm going to have to lean towards the potential here with Team Falcons lineup. Just because, I'll throw that out there, just because the Arla and the Jushin have been working wonders, especially paired with a Fredrin in there. And Troll, he's got a Khalid. So this is a solid lineup for me in my book for Team Falcons for Game 1.
I guess the term that we can use is it's a balanced lineup, right? You have your late game scaling with a Granger. You have so much early game courtesy of the Fredrin. You want to poke into the mid lane. And then the Jushin with this Khalid is just so strong in the mid lane that can help this Fredrin Arlet combo, right? So I can't blame you. This is such a balanced lineup coming up from Team Falcons. Mythic Seal, however, they have employed their Eastern Chain was the training with the Grok, which is also very strong in the mid. I am expecting a lot of team fighting from both teams.
And just think how long Grok Kimmy has been a combination. Oh, this is gonna break out.
Gonna break out. Troll actually poking King Cash out there. In comes the lift onto Zenju, and Zenju is gonna go down so quickly. Team Falcons have not started the turtle yet, but they're already taking out one member of Team Steel, trying to go for more plays as they try to invade the Crammer. but I'm pretty sure that they have planted themselves so easily to take this turtle. As the Eastern Shin is so far out, I don't think that Mythic Seal will try to engage anymore.
Unless, yeah, I was just saying, some ways, somehow, Kuhn is just like, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just try to take this. And the Retribution's used to secure it by Boyette. Right now, Team Falcon's not massively ahead or anything like that, but based on that decision-making, that's what we've seen from them. You know, you got to remember Team Falcons throughout the group stage and their performances, they are the team that has gone through the ringer, man. Each of their series in the groups was 3 games, right? They went 3 games versus the Mongols, then they went 3. Oh, Sanji! Okay, Sanji's out of the picture. That's a good play there from Mythic Seal, but that's what I'm saying. Team Falcons has been through the 3-game series. They've gone. They almost also against RQ Hoshi.
Yeah,
right? They had a great series against them. It was unfortunate they couldn't win that, but definitely improving. Again, Team Falcons a team that has so much experience. We've seen these players play for quite a while now internationally. Hold on top.
Oh, Troll be punished out there. Boyd wants to fight this, especially because he has his teammates backing him up. Without any minions, without any true reward, they will not continue. With that, San almost taking out Ruby Didi down the bottom lane. Fortunately for the Esmeralda, survives. Now, Team Falcons as well as Mythic Seal, I think that they're just going to be farming their own side of the jungle. Going to be waiting for 38 more seconds because that's going to be the next big objective that these two teams will be looking for.
Yeah, possible. If that was a pickup for Sano, that would have been great for him. Again, you know, a Granger versus an Esmeralda is going to be a little bit more difficult to actually get a kill by yourself in that lane. So maybe Team Falcons can kind of figure out a way to go ahead and potentially let Sano scale up. Oh, Cuffin.
Combo. Will not commit to that because, well, I think smartly they will skip that kill for now because they can get more if they do decide to take it around this turtle time. And Boyet as well as the rest of Team Fight can be prepping up for this next turtle. The expanding reverse troll, or they poking down Boyet, but obviously this drop is very tiny. Boyet versus Boyet in the turtle fight. Nice usage of the rampart to reset this turtle, prolonging the team fight now for Team Falcons. Coffin already scouting out where the Esmeralda is. Can any kill out that? There is an initiation coming out from Kun, but they will miss Boyet. In fact, it will be enough to show that the members keep that. The turtle now goes in favor of Mythic Seal, even prompting a flicker coming out from Sanji. I think Mythic Seal, just by positioning an aura alone, they have won an important team fight.
Yeah, and it seemed like the decision there was to just let Sano stay in that gold lane, get some of that extra gold from the turret, and that's exactly what they did. So even though the turtle goes over, nothing too much a loss for Team Falcons right now. Not sure if this is going to be a play here, Bob.
Ooh, kind of with that, but we didn't survive Rampart to block any kind of additional out there. Mythic Seal have not been successful in taking out Ruby Didi down the bottom lane, but they will lose their turn up top. So Mythic Seal are just winning the macro battle in here. So it seems. And you know, they quietly have built 1,000 gold lead over Team Falcon.
Yeah, slow and steady. Sano really working on this turret too. You know, they traded the objective again with Team Falcon's lineup. If they're not able to really find anything, it's just kind of waiting for that Granger to come online here now. If they were to try to find one of the targets, it's a little more difficult because of Mythic Steel's lineup. You know, it's a little bit harder to catch a Kemi, especially when she's able to get away. Or maybe this time for Ruby DD. Even this, when they commit, like Troll's been down here a couple times now. They do get Ruby DD low, but then, you know, they're not actually able to capitalize on a kill. I think they just really want this tier 1 turret in this bottom lane down so they can actually transition into another part of the map, but it's still not going to go down.
Well, many times they have attempted a takedown onto Ruby DD. Ruby DD will escape death once more. Troll gonna be poked down in the mid lane. Seems like this is going to be the step down for the next turtle. Fredrin will have to go for the purple buff for now, whereas the Eastern Chain is still ways away from the turtle. However, this is still expanding reverse, so it's easier for them to position one of the teams. In fact, Boy is going to be starting the turtle fight right now. Okay, the zone of members of the on the bottom though. Ruby Didi going to be Geraldo, 3 members going now onto Ruby Didi. The Esmeralda finally falls. Circle is no being taken by the Kimi. Now Kun will have to wave the spider away from that. Oh, what a tech charge!
Oh, tech charge.
And the stun will be there. This is for the disengaged Mythic Steel. They're gonna be happy with a kill and a turtle for now. It's gonna be zoning away the members of Team Falcons and happy to get out of that fight with only losing the Esmeralda in favor of a kill and a turtle.
Yeah, Ruby DD was able to go ahead and like get, you know, the get that distraction that he was looking for so they could secure the turtle. And, you know, unfortunately Team Falcons doesn't really have the damage to take out some of the more tankier members unless they commit a lot to it. And that's what we see here. Traction Pulse thrown out.
Oh, Coffin has the ultimate for that one. Big skills. Looking like they want to make more plays out here. Martin will decide to just take away some of the green camp. Falcon. This economic damage that they're dealing to Team of Falcons right now. No need to rush. It will be a minute before the Lord fight happens, and all they have to do now is to farm up, be ready for the next big objective to happen.
One of the difficult things too, I mean, look at the gap between the junglers. Boy at level 10, King Flash farming like crazy, sitting at 13, and not stopping anytime soon. Even looking at the difference in gold, you know, about 1,500 gold above Boyet right now, and the YSS is able to provide quite a bit of damage. You know, and over in that gold lane, like I said, Sano is going to be the one that they're relying on with this Granger here. And the Fraser's Wrath thrown out, so I'm not sure if there's any follow-up though. They wanted to, but no.
Kind of poked on the Grok. I mean, if they did get a kill,
hard to get him.
It's kind of hard to do as of this moment. Now they have, unfortunately, they didn't have to waste any of their spells, any of their ultimates. It will be available for the upcoming Lord fight, which can happen soon. The prep now for Team Falcons is to push up the top lane, whereas for Mythic Steel, they're sending the Esmeralda into the bottom lane to set up a slow push. Arlott will have to answer for that. We'll have to clear that wave so that will be even out. Now all of a sudden, Ruby DD is in the middle of the fight, the belly of the beast. Genju will be in a prime spot to deal the damage level. And the point is point. Down, Boy once again, but in comes Lapu and the tech charge. It's not going to be good, but Boy is pushing onto the back lines, onto the beast and spin. They're zoning out this beast from Mythic Steel, and in fact, he will die because of that coming up from also Sanji. It will be a punishment. That is going to be the troll, but the jungler from Mythic Steel down. Falcon get another kill. That will be down for the count. They are very much happy there for this team fight. They're going to be waiting for the Frederick to get back into the fray and maybe take this first Lord as it glitches back to its fit.
Man, I'm not really sure what happened there for Mythic Steel. You know, they had the advantage in terms of space to work with, but a couple misaligned ultimates brought them to this moment. They are going to be back to fight for this. King Flash making his way, half health on the Lord here.
Oh, something going to be taken out. Sanji wants to go for an exchange. White is so low right now, and it's still holding on. That Lord. Oya will be the exchange, but Sanji will fall as well. Kun, mind sweeping, looking for a target. They have found Boyet. Ruby DD wants to get a kill. A Jake Flash instead will just take this turret. Mythic Steel should have blatantly lost that fight, but fortunately for them, they have held on for quite a long time. They have equalized. All they need to do now is to defend against this Lord that Paul was able to steal away from Mythic Steel.
It's actually pretty crazy because, yeah, you know, the Praiser's Wrath was already used from Boyet, but then good timing on the Raging Sandstorm. Cures that Lord. It buys Team Falcons some of this time that they need to get this gold lead that Mythic Steel has maintained for a while now for the majority of the game. Get it back under control, potentially get some more space to work with, and get these items, you know, in the hands of Sano here to deal with some of these tankier members. This one thing that the Grok does do is it's just such a obstacle to get through, you know, not only the ramparts, but just how he's able to kind of body block and give space for the rest of the team to work with here. So that tier 2 is going to go down. Tier 1 falls as well. So finally Team Falcons is able to make work across the map. They have basically gotten rid of the gold lead that Mythic Steel had. You know, it's still almost 1,000 here, but nothing too crazy. They're actually capable of fighting is what they're showing us here for Team Falcons.
That's right.
Mythic Steel just doesn't want to make those positioning mistakes. You know, Ruby DD even himself needs to really watch where he initiates with the Falling Star Moon. That last team fight that broke out before that Lord is was a trouble thing here. Here's Ruby DD.
You might have jinxed him. Has the pop the flicker just to get out. And apart from that, there is no overextension coming up from Mythic Seal. To be happy with just keeping Ruby DD alive as of this moment. You're right. Positioning coming up from the XP laner of Mythic Seal needs to be fixed. Otherwise, he will be taken out so easily. With just the Oracle as a defensive item for this Esmeralda, it's not yet time for him to be in the spot where he can be taken out easily. And apart from that, it's the Sky Piercer build coming out from Zenzu, which usually it's not good for a Kimi. I usually, there are only few Kimi players that I would say has the license to actually pick up the Sky Piercer. But I guess how Nico Zenzu is playing right now with 3-1 and 0, yeah, probably you're allowed to pick up the Sky Piercer.
You gotta earn that right. Is that how it works? To have the Sky Piercer on the Kimmy, you know.
Right.
But yeah, that's one of the things. I mean, think how many times we've seen the Kimmy be picked in that mid lane though, Wolf. Like it's constantly been popped up, and we've said the same thing. You know, throughout the game, once that Kimmy's locked in, you've got a pretty good source of damage. And, you know, Traction Pulse just kind of helps you. I feel like Traction Pulse is just one of those things where if you're going to throw it out there, you might as well see if you catch anyone. You don't always have to rely on that ability to go ahead and set things up with the tech charge, for example. And that's one of the advantage here. So they're going to fight for this Lord. They're in positioning. Boy, it could be in trouble here. He's tanking up a lot, but he is a Grok. So he's just going to go ahead and continue to deal with this. Oh, why the final slash on the Grok?
Way too early now. Boyd Snow has to dash out of there. And already Team Falcon's positioning is compromised. Mythic Steel now have regained control of this Lord. Boyd will have to exfil his way into this fight. Boye. Ultimate protectors got to do in snipe control. They want a clean flash right now, and they're using the Zushin, but it will not be enough. They will be punished, and now Ruby DD again to deal damage. That will not be enough as well. He's taken out. Decent Spin transfers to the top lane just to heal up and actually get more for his team. It's a 1-for-1 trade-off. A roamer for an XP laner. As the usual this time, Pink Flash is just under duress the entirety of this Lord fight. And unfortunately, the traction pulse will miss. Sanji's ultimate is now back up. And even after that bad positioning coming up from Team Falcons, Mythic Steel still cannot take over this Lord.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to get it just yet, too. They decided to give the call for King Flash to go grab both his buffs. He used the Retribution earlier on, too, so, you know, it's going to be up here in a couple seconds. So now they're in the position once again. It's basically a full reset. The difference here is some battle spells being down, especially for Team Falcons. Mount Shock are going to be used. They're going to press it.
Okay. Half-face Lord, even third person Boye with the ultimate of Sanji. And he has to back out. He's no, but he comes the final smash. Made up, Company will take out Kun from the backside. It comes over Priest, and it will be done there for the Fedrin, and they will get more. That will be the exchange, but they have collected 3 kills already. Now they want to punch Ruby DD this time. Sano will escape death once more. A triple for the Granger, and they have Bracer's Wrath for the Fedrin with the Retribution to aid the team of Falcons in this push. Only Senzu left. Nice too. I don't know if this is deathable for Senzu.
I don't know. It's only Zenzu, man. Can he do it? He's got to clear out this wave.
Has to clear the wave. But the big minions out there. Troll wants to really apply the pressure onto this one. Sano just quietly takes out the base. Team of Falcons have found an opening against Mythic Steel. Once again, game 1 goes to Team Falcons.
Oh, you can see this here too. The comms afterwards. Wonder what was being said here for Team Falcons. I think they were, again, you know, really wanted to lock on that win. Crazy play, too, that they were able to get that Lord. Boy, it did go down in that last Lord that they secured, but again, that Fraser's Wrath, the Retribution combo, helping it secure it. So we're going to be throwing over to the panel here to break down a game number 1 for Team Falcons on this victory.
And that's game 1 in the books, and it's Team Falcons who strike first in this best of 3. A confident opening from Falcons showing exactly why they are such dangerous team in a single elimination series. But credits where it's due to Mythic Seal didn't make that easy at all.
To be honest, Falcons,
they did a great job. They did a
Ability.
wonderful job, actually. You know, like Team Falcons, you know, they're Team Falcons. Their play is amazing. Although on the other hand, Mythic Seal was holding on so much, and I was actually watching, and I was like, Mythic Seal might actually have a chance. But then one fight happened, and it ended everything for Mythic Seal. One small mistake, and it was over for them. Although they know, and they should know. If they don't, they should know that, you know, Falcons will take advantage of mistakes, you know, and they know, they have the experience to take advantage of any means mistakes, and that's what they did.
Yes, Soldier, when we look at the statistics, what can we say about this game?
See, for the Team Falcons and Mythical, it was a close game for both, but in the one team fights happens that change all the game rhythm, all the game things. Because Team Falcons, they took the priorities, how to make the fights and how to initiate the fight. Because they need to have a team fight, a structured team fight. And when they did it, they destroyed everything, they took the advantage. They know how to go to the front line, how to know how to eliminate the damage dealer from Team Mythic. And now Team Mythic, it's handless and they don't have anything. And Team Falcon, they took this advantage very well.
And as you noticed, actually, Mythic Seal had the upper hand in the beginning of the game. They had the upper hand in destroying towers. They had the upper hand in controlling the map. They were controlling the map more than Falcon. I had some question marks with Arlott, Sanji, when he was playing with Arlott. But then I realized later on that they were actually planning for something. They had a plan, you know, going on. They were cooking, you know. And basically, when I saw this fight, I was like, okay. You know, they were cooking for that fight, you know. So they actually made Mythic Seal feel comfortable around the control of the map, but they didn't see it coming. They didn't see what was coming for them. So kudos actually for Team Falcons.
Talking about the MVP of the game, did you expect it's going to be Sano?
Not really. But actually, Sano was the most guy who was actually stationed around the map. He was going back and forth, you know. As a marksman, you know, usually marksmen don't do that. But he was around, he was always there in the team fights, he was stationed, you know, his positioning was actually perfect as a marksman, you know. Mythic Seal had a hard time reaching him, and that's why he never died in the match, and he got 7 kills. So yeah, kudos for him.
How about you, Soldier? Do you agree that the MVP of this game is Sano?
To be honest, as a marksman, and his movement and playstyle, it's so different than other marksmen we saw in this tournament, because he knows how to position, and he knows where can I initiate the fight, and where can I do the damage dealing, and I know how to take advantage of this fight.
Well, that's basically it. So anyway, kudos again to Team Falcons for winning the game. I know you guys were both rooting there. I guess I lost our bet.
Yes. for now on, yes.
You still have a chance.
Yes, we still have a chance. Game 2. Yeah. But do you think going into game 2, what if we want Mythic Seal to win? What do you think they need to do? And if Team Falcons needs to continue the momentum, what they need to do to secure the game 2?
For Team Mythic Seal, in order for them to actually secure the win, they need to not make any mistakes, because they were playing perfectly. They were playing amazing, actually.
At the early game, yes.
Yeah, they were playing amazing. But one small mistake, they realize right now that one small mistake makes the entire difference. It's either win or not. So yeah, they need to focus a bit more on that.
But do you think, Soldier, that Team Falcon is going to keep the momentum and end this match, the last match of the day, with a 2-0?
To be honest, as a winner, you need to keep the rhythm up and up, because if you lose the momentum, you will not come back as old. You need to keep the momentum, and you need to know how the team will protect your team fights. Like as team Mythic, for simple mistakes, the weakness, they need to know how to initiate the team fights, not like Team Falcons. Team Falcons, they already know, they already pro in this one. But Team Mythic, I think they are a little lost with the team fights, because Team Falcons, they are step behind, step up on one step.
Yeah.
So they are already prepared.
Yes.
I agree with that keeping the momentum, because once you lose it, I think when it comes to game 3, the balance will not be the same as the first game when they seal the win. So let's see if they're gonna do it 2-0 or gonna be 2-1. Okay, we'll be right back more with a break as the team just gets ready for the game 2. See you guys.
Abu Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Running a business doesn't have to be complicated. At Solutions Plus, we provide a tailored combination of consulting, business process outsourcing, and technology solutions, from digital to finance, procurement, HR, ESG, and integrated facilities management. We take care of it all, letting you focus on success. Partner with Solutions Plus and take your business to the next level.
Health is the essence of who we are. M42 is a global health champion harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, technology and genomics to transform healthcare systems and ensure that everyone, everywhere, has access to the care they need. Our dedication to health knows no borders, and we serve with the belief that health is not a privilege. It is a universal right.
What if the spaces between us could disappear? And one move makes all the difference. Sometimes it feels like bonds growing stronger across any distance. When the spaces between us disappear, beautiful things happen.
Looking for car, health or home insurance? Don't waste hours calling around. At insurancemarket.ae, I bring you quotes from the UAE's top insurers in seconds. Compare, choose and buy instantly, all in one place. Over 200,000 policyholders already trust us with a 4.8 star rating. Join them today. Insurancemarket.ae, where insurance gets smarter. Insurancemarket.ae.
Energy is life. And today, life is happening in two worlds, physical and digital. In Abu Dhabi, where source energy powers innovation, a new kind of energy rises. An energy that unites worlds through intention and action. Where physical skills meet digital mastery, and next generation of champions are born. This is where talent meets technology. Where strength meets strategy. Where energy amplifies through action and powers the future. The games of the future, powered by ADNOC.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here again with the Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025 powered by ADNOC. And now I guess they are starting now.
Yeah, they actually started the ban phase. Actually, we see 3 bans right now. Uranus, Yuzong, and Ditertawakan from Mythic Steel. And for Team Falcon, we have Basha and a Lancelot ban. We are still waiting for the 3rd ban from Sano. Who is he going to ban? Is it going to be a meta ban, Soldier, or is it going to be something else?
To be honest, for the Sano, he needs to focus on the team fights initiatives, heroes. But for that one, it will be a meta ban because all the team fights now, all the heroes are focusing on the team fight structures and how to structure the team fight and how to do it. That was Eve.
Yeah, I was actually expecting an Eve ban, so I was kind of surprised. Why isn't there any mage ban? So yeah, they actually didn't take the risk. They were like, okay, fine, we will go for the Eve ban. Let's play safe. You know, let's not give them a chance to go for Eve. Although if they went for Eve, Team Falcon would have actually went for Farsa or Zushin. But yeah, that's playing safe, better safe than sorry, we would say. Kalea is there actually. Are they going for Kalea?
Wow, actually, Kalea for the Mythic?
Kalea, yeah. Kalea is actually such a great choice. Oh, are they going crazy this match? Everyone's
Falcon,
going crazy.
Coffin and Troll. They're hovering.
Troll is going definitely for a roamer, but are we going for a Fanny? Is it gonna happen, Soldier?
Fanny as a first pick. This is a respectful pick, but I really like it. Because it's a Fanny first pick, like first time we saw it, Zushin.
Yeah, Zushin, so definitely a Zushin pick.
Interesting pick from Coffin.
They don't want to take risks, so obviously they don't want to take any risks. They said, okay, let's go for Zushin, let's not go crazy and pick Fanny, and then they would counter us with all the heroes, the remaining picks, so
to be honest,
why not?
Risk it for the biscuit.
Yeah.
So can we say that they are trying to secure this game too?
Yeah, they're trying to secure the game. They're trying to take this game seriously, actually.
Zushin and Hilda.
So yeah, Sanji went for a Hilda pick. So this
seems interesting until now.
Yeah, it seems interesting, but it's still way too early for us to judge actually if this is going to be a match that will last for a long time or not.
Sometimes from the picks you can choose, you can predict how the game will go. From the first 2 picks from each team. Like for Falcon, I think it will go for the team fights early game, like Zushin and Hilda, and rumors, and a little bit like harassment in the lanes, and a little bit annoying during the game. But for Myth, they're going Esmeralda and Yushin. Yushin and Esmeralda, this is the best combo I ever had.
Do you like how Mythic Seal is answering this first picks from Falcons?
Yeah, actually the only change they've done right now is going for Kalea, but when we're talking about Esmeralda and Yushin, this was their previous pick actually. So are they going for the same strategy, or they're just going to make slight changes? We will see in the last 2 picks of Myth actually. But for Team Falcons, we can see, Hilda is joining right now the battlefield. Sano, Akai. So this is actually okay. Team Falcon are actually taking risks right now, and they're playing it right since Akai, as a jungler, is going to give Yushin a hard time. They banned Valentina as well, so they didn't want Mythic Seal to go and use Valentina, because she would actually steal the ult from Akai and use Akai's ult against Falcon. So this is very smart for them that they actually banned Valentina immediately after picking Akai.
But to be honest, Adam, when they saw the Yushin, they go immediately Akai to counter him. Okay, you will go for Yushin, I will see you. I will check, and I will see you in the map to pick you Akai, and we will see how to counter.
But this is a double-edged sword, by the way, double-edged sword pick. Yep.
But so far, who do you think is drafting better?
So far, I really like Mythic.
I'm actually thinking Falcon is doing the more of an experienced ban, as they banned Carry as well. So they knew Carry, that Carry is such a marksman with burst damage against tanks. And since they have Hilda and Akai, they just banned Carry immediately, so there wouldn't be a hero that would melt Akai and Hilda down. So very smart of them, very experienced of them. Right now, Team Mythic, they
guys.
banned Arlott because they've seen Arlott in the previous match, what he has done, and right now, the last ban is Sissy as well. So this is going to be one hard match for Mythic Seal. They went for close. Okay, I think they're actually trying to, you know,
secure it.
Yeah, they're trying to secure the deal. Yeah, they're trying to secure
They're
the
trying
deal.
to secure it to 0, and they are trying to play it in the safe. And we will choose our confident picks. We will not go like far away. We will choose our favorite confident picks. We don't need to show off a little bit. Let's play it on safe mood and until we will get 2-0, and it's easier for them. But it will be hard because they are choosing their favorite picks and confident pick. Oh, we'll see Export. Export, now you are happy.
Now we see Export. Yeah, I love Export. Yeah, I love Export.
But we will see Farsa, Export, Yusunshin, Esmeralda.
Actually, Mythic Seals picks are very interesting. You know, the synergy is very interesting. But it's extremely high risk. Extremely high risk for Mythic Seal. On the other hand, Team Falcon, they're actually picking more synergized picks, heroes that would actually help each other throughout the game. Are we seeing a Chu over here?
Choose Roger. I want to see Roger this game.
Roger is actually used to being in the meta, but right now he's off meta. Yeah, he's off meta right now. He's not as strong as he used to be.
Yeah, in the last days it was very strong. But now I think he got nerfs. Interesting.
So can we say that Falcon has the clearer win condition now with his lineup?
Yes, they do have a clear win condition. Chu, as the last pick, will actually force some heroes in Team Mythic or Mythic Seal to use Purify as their spell. Alright, to avoid, of course, Chu's ult, because Chu's ult is pretty annoying.
But what do you think needs to happen for Mythic Seal to succeed the game 2?
They need to steal the game early.
Yeah.
They need to try to steal the game early. If they go to mid to late game,
so
it's going to be extremely
kudos to late game to Falcons?
For the late game, Falcons will win. But for the early game, Mythic, they have the upper hand and they have the advantage to win for the early game because the heroes, they're focusing on the early games, early advantage, early objectives.
But who are you with in the end?
Mythic. I like early games style.
So you're with Mythic
Still
this match?
Mythic.
Yes.
Falcon all the way.
Okay, let's
enjoy
see.
the Falcon.
We will see what
I'll
will be
enjoy the
happening.
win.
See, okay, the drafts are locked, teams are ready, and it's time to jump into the action. From us here at the desk, let's send it over to our casters. Take it away.
Take it away, we shall. Thank you once again to the panel. They're breaking things down from this draft. In game 2, once again, it's single elimination. It's a match point right now. And one thing's for sure, Mythic Seals are going to want to make something happen with this lineup. I would say if you look at the way that the nature of last game was, you know, it was quite impressive on how they were able to utilize their lineup. Team Falcons was able to do that. And I think the same can be said with this lineup. This lineup allows them to do the same thing. Mind you, Troll is on the show. This is one of his favorite roams, one of his marquee picks. And if he starts things off here in the early game, which he's done many times, if it converts into kills, they're going to be in a troubled spot already for Mythic Seal. Now, I just want to mirror that by saying that Boya can do the same exact thing with a Kalea. Power pick that has been banned time and time again through these drafts. So it's kind of the pressure right now is actually on these roamers once those level 4s become available.
Yeah. And what we do know about Troll is this is the last pick show together with this Akai. So there's and then we combine in the Hilda. There's a lot of frontline now for Team Falcons that will allow Sano to do his thing. Just like in the previous game, I would say that Team Falcons have found their groove when it comes to their composition, right? Because they're they were kind of successful with the non-marksman kind of composition with the utility jungler, but this time, back-to-back games, they have a traditional marksman in the golden for Sano, which will allow them to scale even better come the late game.
And that's what we've seen happen now. Now that, because every time we get through a draft, that's one of the things for teams to consider. Do they go with a fighter in the gold lane, or do they go with the marksman? I would say so far throughout Games of the Future 2025, it's actually been pretty even. I'm not sure if one of those have a bigger percentage, but a lot of the marksmen are working right now. You know, the Grangers, the Claudes. Claudes especially have been popping up a lot. We have seen glimpses of the 1-1 now, too, in the hands of Hiko. And, you know, it's a good place to be in. This fight for the turtle, though.
Oh, they were coming up from the park right now. Boyd wants to get the turtle, and he will. Damage coming up from Kun onto the shields of Team Falcons. If there's anyone that will have a great time for Mythic Seal, it definitely will be the Esmeralda up against Akai, up against Show up, against Hilda. But it comes they want to get a kill. That great stun coming up from Boye to actually stop Coffin from dealing the damage. Boye with that slam, with that stun, with the knockup, I mean, actually stopped the kill and peeled for his team.
This is going to be tough, too. Boye, his purple buff is taken. He's going to have it to heavy spin on out. So it's only the little minion that's left there, and so they get the call. Cuffin's gonna go clear it out, and that's why he was trying to take the purple buff over here on Mythic Seal's side. But nonetheless, he's gonna be forced out of the jungle. So right now, King Flash doing a great job at stealing, kind of doing some counter jungling. Will get his reset on this purple buff, so it gives him a bit of an advantage. Nothing too crazy. I know they're both level 6 now, but King Flash is nearly there to that next level. And, you know, eventually I think he'd want to fight for this next one. Oh,
what about Boye? Boye is taking out Boye versus Boye. King Flash wants to still fight this. He's actually regening well, but indeed he will be breaking out. Kick just in time. Boye gets out of there. That's the Kalea that will be able to get out. So far, Boye is the one that's not having the great time to they still want to go for more in this time, but I recognize that will be the end of all of the pokes on both teams. He's gonna go back to farming.
Yeah, and that's not fun for Boyet, you know? We got Boyet and Boye.
That's right.
So, but look at this pressure here. Ruby DD.
Boyd would love to have that kill, but it's gonna be Coffin to get it. Nevertheless, this Lucian is gonna have a great time this game. 1-0-1. King Flash is ahead of the curve when it comes to the jungle. It's just level 6, that's the Akai. The Yisun Shin is level 8, almost level 9.
Oh yeah, he's really just kind of focusing up on that farm, scaling up so quickly here. This turtle for the taking, second one of the game. It's going to be pulled here towards Team Falcon's side, but there's a Tsunami Slam.
Oh, that's going to be the one to drop. First one to drop for Team Falcons. Now the ultimate from Boyet already committed. They have lost all control of this turtle, and the mid-2 members are just around the turtle right now. There's no way for Team Falcons to fight this. They might even lose the Crammer. Boyet did not get that. We would have seen it. Now he really wants to get this orange buff for himself. Boye, the Kalea, already stealing the Crammer. Boye will have to pop the Retribution, and that's indeed going to be the case. While King Flash is just pushing up top. A beautiful start for Mythic Seal in this game.
Mythic Seal doing a great job of playing around their timings here. Especially with, like I said, it's kind of up to the roamers, and you see it. The Tsunami Slams or the kicks. So far, Troll actually hasn't been able to get a kick that's, you know, well converted for the team just yet, and Boyet is now in a position to just play catch up. And you could be the next target here.
Oh, actually, it is the target. He will be figured out just as quickly. Mythic Seal might even pressure top lane with the push, but that will just transfer to the bottom lane. In comes the engage, though. The retaliation coming up from T5 just want to get the export in exchange for Sanji, and they will indeed get that escalator from the opposite side. Could not enough firepower to deal with 3 members of T5. At least Sanji's death will be avenged.
Oh my god, anjing, kalau dia jadi OP gini
Basically,
gimana?
trading across the map happening right now. Team Falcons really just kind of banking once again on Sano to be online on this Claude once he gets those 3 items that he needs. But they don't want to keep losing the macro game here. You see they're going to go switch up towards the top side. It looks like they're just going to trade this, you know, top side turret for this bottom side one. And Team Falcons choosing to just go ahead and more lean towards more just being safe, right? Staying together, especially protecting Sano here, and letting that scaling happen. And they also need to be able to deal with this kind of additional health bar that comes with the Esmeralda plus the X-Org throughout these team fights, and that's a little bit tougher to deal with, until you have the proper itemization to help you with that. So this next turtle, last round of the game, comes up. Both sides having one turtle each. We'll see if Team Falcons is actually going to contest it. Sano tried to join the last fight, but he was way too late to actually join it. And so he might actually just continue to put pressure here on the tier 2 on the top side of the map, but it is in check. But there's Sun Slam.
Quick one with the strategy to support it on the Hilda. He's not having a great time. Sano wants to go for it. Can he dodge this one now? Yeah, he will. Has to pop the Purify for that. I believe that Blazing Duet is utilized just to clear out the minion wave up top, just for farming. Team Falcons have, I think, identified that they might not have enough of a team fight until now. They just want to farm, as Mythic Seal is leading by 2,300. The items now available for Mythic Seal.
Yeah, great lead here. Oof. Okay, they're still going to be fine. Great lead for Mythic Seal. And it's more or less the same thing every single fight, like you said. And if that target is pretty much always going to be Sanji, then why not? If you can get a free kill off of it, it's basically just a tsunami slam into any of the setup that they want to go for. And you can convert that into kill after kill. Obviously, eventually, Sanji's not going to be worth, too much, but eventually in the late game, that's their time for Team Falcons to bring it back. And as long as Sano doesn't die, that's the main component to making this work. Cuffin as well. Like, Cuffin is a big part of that, but right now with Mythic Seal's lead, they have control of the map, and they'll go ahead and start to take down some of the tier 2s here. Team Falcons is trying to hold on to it, and they will. They'll lose about half health on that, but this is about all that Mythic Seal can do until the Lord is up, and I wouldn't be surprised if Team Falcons actually contest that first Lord. I don't think, granted they're down this much gold, I don't think they just let it go either. So we'll see this potentially. Okay, Troll, good thing he doesn't get caught there, but they'll go ahead and just get that into place.
Broken walls showing us some openings that could be there. No, Troll's going to be lifted up actually. They want to commit on Sanji. This time Sanji, 5th death on this Hilda. They want more. Mythic Steel popping the feathered airstrike to zone of the members of Team Falcons as they push the bottom lane. Fortunately for Team Falcons, they do have the wave clear. While that's happening, the Claude is pushing a little bit up top. It will be answered by Ruby Didi quite soon. It comes the kick coming up from Troll. Poyet is there. The damage, it's going to be enough. Senzu down for the count. Even Ruby Didi, if we lose the ground armor, Troll will be with change. Sano is here.
They want to fight.
They're not coming there. Nothing will stop before that happens. And it comes out the Tsunami Slam. Purify far too late. Now Poyet and Sano has to run away. Oh, the ultimate coming out from Akun. Catches Poyet. Poyet is down. Team Falcons, they wanted to go for the extra place, but Mythic Steel, they are prepared for that and punishes them, now collecting the Lord for themselves.
Yeah, that was a bit off because, Team Falcons, you saw Sano trying to join the fight, but he didn't have enough stacks, and that's, not the fight that he wanted to take because not only didn't he have the stacks, but he also just now picked up the golden staff. So he's got his 3 items, so that's the power spike for the Claude. But unfortunately, they have so much ground to cover. Now that they're going to have to get ready for a defense push from that Lord when he eventually spawns here, Team Falcons looking at the items, they still need some time to build up. Like I said, the 3-item trinity is there for Sano. That's great. But you need some more defensiveness, especially for Sanji, man. Sanji doesn't have much at all, right? He's got just, pieces of items basically in place, which we see that a lot, but he's just getting taken out so quickly. He's barely been able to play, barely been able to do anything with this Hilda other than die, and that's not a place you want to be in. This feathered airstrike just doing so much work, as well as that shield's going to be popped here on the bottom side, and the Lord will charge in. Force a fight with Team Falcons here. Trying to clear out this Lord. It's still held on. They want to bait him.
That's insanity going to be used for the entry for Mythic Steel. They will be able to push. They might be able to get a kill to Sanji once again. Sanji, fortunately, survives. And that will change. No, they're pushed into the mid lane. Apart from the inhibitor down the bottom, they will get the mid lane as well. Now, Kapu might be in trouble because of this. Zenzu is so much farmed. Even with without the Divine Glaive yet, he's already dealt so much damage on the Coffin. Radiant Armor picked up by Troll. Will this be enough of a defense They do have all of their ultimate now for Team Falcon. In comes Oye, wants to initiate. Now it's just a fake. Now Troll will not land any Jeet couldn't go block. LPDD will get out of there. They want to kill Troll this time. But Troll will get out. It comes up there. Stack not landing on so much. Nothing will be able to run away. Has pulled the ultimate just to get out. That's the beacon down for the count.
Oh, he goes for the kick.
That's what the Kalea. It comes the heavy spin as well. They pin down Boyet. Boyet gets out of there. And now Boyet is down. Now they want to go for the export. Pops the dash insanity to get out of there with a tumble. And they will try to on 4. I can be so difficult, but they just have to forfeit their mid lane inhibitor turret. Parcel with the ult once again. Or wants to cancel this, but he's going out. Oh, slam. There is the slam once again. And she's dead for the 6th time this game. In just 12 minutes, we still have taken out 2 inhibitors of Team Falcons.
Did I not say that this is going to come down to the roamers, man? And it was exactly how that happened. Like, Troll has not been able to find anything, and even when he finds a kick, yes, that combo worked before, kick plus heavy spin from Boyet, but you saw because they're so far behind in terms of itemization, they weren't even able to capitalize on that around the base. Meanwhile, Boyet has all the pickings in the world. It doesn't matter who he tsunami slams. It's going to be a kill. And so now with this Lord up, Mythic Seal will go ahead and start it up again. Almost a 9,000 gold lead up to this point. Team Falcons might just go for a miracle play with Boyet if he's able to zone them out.
Oh, Troll, far too forward, will go down. That's the legendary streak now for the Eastern Pin. And they still want more. Boyd has to run to the hill. Sanchi faces a party of Mythic Seal only to fall over. So they see it. It's going to be open.
Gelo, warapan nih guys.
They spend it off.
Gelo.
Into the back.
Gelo, SB-nya.
Falcon will get a double because of that.
Gelo, comeback lah.
But the rest of the team is down.
Tabrak dia.
Sanji survives all of that. He'll have to call for Toon wants to really get to Coffin and will actually get that one. Together with the minion wave, Paul and Sanji. They defend as much as they can. As Ruby went out, the Lord without their jungler. They feel they can smell it. They can see it. They want to finish this. Toon just manhandling 2 members of Team Falcon.
He's dancing.
Of Team Falcons, they're just dancing at this point, but fortunately for Team Falcons, there's no marksman, no turret hitter. No buildings to be taken down just yet.
Yeah, but they got the Lord, and by the time that Lord is up, the entire team will be here towards the base. We're going to take a look at the replay on this. Again, a team fight breaks out. Troll was on that side of the map. This was what started it all. The beacon and that last insanity all overlaying each other. And this is just a space that you don't really want to fight against this lineup, you know? Again, Last Insanity does so much damage, and now they're in the base of Team Falcons.
For a heavy spin. Off the mark right now, they're pinning out, but the damage is not there. Sanji falls. Boyd was follow through. Nothing what it is. The back guys come in. It's going to be taken now, but the is not. That's the damage again. Troll wants to get out. Will be successful in doing so. But that will take down the thing. That's game 2 in the keyboard of Team is Ham with that start with the knockup. It's going to be lifted up actually. They want to win Sanji. This time Sanji 5th net on this Hilda. They want more. Mythic Steel popping the feathered airstrike to zone of the members of Team Falcons as they push the bottom lane. Fortunately for Team Falcons, they do have the wave clear. While that's happening, the Claude is pushing a little bit up top. It will be answered by Ruby really quite soon. It comes the pick coming up from Troll. It is there's like not landing on so much. Coffin will be able to run away. Has pulled the ultimate just to get out. That's the beacon down for the count. Oh, he goes to the kick. It comes the heavy spin as well. It's in the Boyet. Boyet gets out there. And now Boyet is down. Now they want to go for the export. Pops the dash insanity to get out of there with a tumble. And they will try to push on 4. Pops the dash. Oh, he goes to the kick. Has pulled the ultimate just to get out. That's the beacon down for the count. Oh, he goes to the kick. Has pulled the Kalea. It's the heavy spin as well. It's in the Boyet. Boyet gets out there. And now Boyet is down. Now they want to go for the export. Pops the dash insanity to get out of there with a tumble. And they will try to push on 4. The defense to be so difficult, but they just have to force their mid lane inhibitor turret. Parcel with the ult once again. or wants to cancel this, but he's going out. The
Oh,
problem
slam.
is the slam once again. Sanji dead for the 6th time this game. In just 12 minutes, Mithril have taken out 2 inhibitors of Team Falcons.
Did I not say that this is going to come down to the roamers, man? And it was exactly how it happened. Like, Troll has not been able to find anything, and even when he finds a kick, yes, that combo worked before, kick plus heavy spin from Boya, but you saw because they're so far behind in terms of itemization, they weren't even able to capitalize on that around the base. Meanwhile, Boya has all the pickings in the world. It doesn't matter who he Tsunami slams. It's going to be a kill. And so now with this Lord up, Mythic Seal will go ahead and start it up again. Almost a 9,000 gold lead up to this point. Team Falcons might just go for a miracle play with Boyet if he's able to zone them out.
Oh, Troll, far too forward, will go down. That's the legendary streak now for the Yeast to win. And they still want more. Boyd has to run for the hit. Sanji faces the part of Mythic Seal only to fall over to the next speed. The ultimate. This must be good. This is the last step. Send it off. Boyd wants to go for the stab. But into the backline, until Boyd being punished by Team Falcons. Falcons would get a double because of that. Runs away from Boone. The rest is still down. Because of that, into the backline. This must be good. This is the last.
Kalian lihat isu sini ya.
Send it off. Boyd wants to go for the stab. But into the backline, until Boyd being punished by Team Falcons. Falcons would get a double because of that. Runs away from Boone. But the rest of the team is down. Sanji survives all of that. He'll have to call for Kun wants to really get
like totally dominating, and Falcon they cannot resisting the damage from Mythic.
That is very true. That is very
What's
true.
the key number that the Falcon needs to fix going into Game 3?
I believe they would just take the games way more seriously than they did in the second match, because it clearly showed complete dominance when it comes to Esmeralda, who was doing a lot of damage and taking a lot of damage. Farsa, who was actually doing a lot of burst damage that didn't give actually Falcon a chance. Even and it's clearly Yisun Shin King Flash is the MVP with 13 kills, 2 deaths, and 3 assists. And the entirety of Mythic Seal in the last match, they all did a great job. I wouldn't say one of them did the best job, but all of them did a great job, and this is what made them actually win this match.
But I think for you, one more player stood out the most, correct, Groot?
Yes, to me it was Boy actually. Boy with Kalea, he is the key. He is the winning key. Actually.
You were looking for Kalea, yes?
Yeah.
How about you, Soldier? Do you agree that it's King Flash?
Nah, King Flash was dominating, but you know, don't forget about Farsa. Farsa was a hidden piece for the team Mythic. She was doing a magical damage for the team fight, and she was the team fight setup. She was setting the team fights. King Flash was coming from behind, and he's clearing all the like you know, pieces, little pieces in the during the fight.
Yeah, that is very true.
We were talking earlier about keeping the momentum of the game. And you know, in game 1 it was Team Falcon, now it's Mythic Seal. Do you think the momentum shifted to Mythic Seal now? And do you think Falcon will not have a chance anymore?
For me, Team Falcons, they got too comfortable. Like they see, like we win one like first match, no problem. We can little bit having comfortable season, and we will see like we are testing the waters with Mythic Seal. But Mythic Seal, like they surprised, like it's a Santa Claus book. Surprise.
Yeah.
And they won the game, and like it was 18-7. Like, totally like one side.
And we can say that both cards has been shown because they are tied 1-1. So what do you think will be different going into game 3?
To be honest, for game 3, Team Falcons, they need to come back as a team fight like structure, team fight setup as we saw in the first game. And for Mythic Seal, if they continue in the same rhythm and the same momentum they have now, they can win against Team Falcon, and they can have 2-1 for them.
Do you agree, Groot?
Yeah, I totally agree with him. I totally agree with Soldier, and I believe it's time for Team Falcon to take things seriously, because Mythic Seal is not what you actually think they are.
We didn't expect that.
Yeah, they're not what you think they are. So you need to amp up, you know, and show us your real skills, Team Falcons, if you're actually willing to actually win this match.
Yes, that is right. And I think they're just getting ready the sets, but we will be back in a short break for more actions.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Sudah sana kok. Aman nggak? Harganya sampai ya on aman. Awet aja anjing. Aku besok juara dunia, beli Toyota, nanti kan kau keras sekali. Untuk perorangan perang aja. Kabar VIP all tire 5k per match, 40k and live 20k double stream. Ya namanya global ya. Anjing. Itu guys. Cowoknya nggak dianggap, emang hina banget sih cowoknya. Cowoknya emang hina banget sih. Ada di pos juga bisa. Banget anjing. Banget cowok anjing orang ini. Ya hanya rusak karena gua casnya pakai kabel anjing. Kalau nggak pakai kabel tuh nunggu banget gitu. Gak berani anjing mau ganti baterai bongkar anjing. Kalau ini tas aja lah. Males anjing nanti diambil-ambilin cok part gua anjing. Kalau kecuali bener-bener kembung yang kayak bener-bener idiot dah, gak apa-apa dah, gua ganti baterainya. Gak mau anjing gua ganti baterai tanpa alasan. Tadi aja lu ganti baterai. Padahal ganti baterai tapi gak kenapa-kenapa gitu. Gak gitu kan. Ya kagak, ngapain diganti anjing. Ya gemuk kagak ya anjing. Rata anjing, gak gembung cok. Sar gua anjing. Pak. Bro. Yes. Bro. cok. Sama iPhone 2 anjing. Mahal anjing.
And actually go for
Expecting from Team Falcon, they will counter Hayabusa with a crowd control. We will see from Troll and Sano, because they took Gatogat as the fourth pick. Chu.
Carry is such a
Falcons?
gamble, to be
Yes.
honest. Carry is such a gamble pick.
If someone is picking a hard carry, he's too much comfortable, too much confident also. Chu and carry. Wow.
But actually, it makes sense for Team Falcon to pick carry because, as you can see, there is Esmeralda and there is Gatokacha, which are very tanky. Carry is the only marksman. Anti-tank is capable of melting, actually, both of them. This is going to be such an exciting game. Xborg.
Xborg as a last pick for Team Mythic, or he will choose another one.
Phobius. Phobius is actually such a great pick since Carrie is actually in Team Falcon, and she will actually activate his ult pretty easily. So Phobius is very smart. Yeah.
At this point, I think Mythic is the taking place.
Yes.
Mythic is countering the Team Falcons one by one, but Team Falcons, they are trying to play on the, you know, the ABC or the book of the Mobile Legend.
Yes.
They are trying to play it like, if they have tanks, we will choose anti-tanks. If they have like mages, we will try to play on the front line, and we will focus on the front line more than back lines.
I actually have a concern, just one concern with one of Falcon's picks, which is Chu. This is my only concern. The other picks are actually good. This is my concern. Chu might not be the best pick. It is a good pick, but might not be the best pick. As for Mythic Seal, I believe all the picks are actually good, but the remaining 30%, which is skills, is the thing that remains right now.
This is the game 3, and this is tied 1-1. This game decides everything.
Yeah.
So one team moves on, and one team goes home. Okay, the draft is locked. Teams are ready. Take it away, casters.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them.
And we're jumping into the very last game of the evening here. It's come down to a game 3. Just like our previous days, where always the last series tends to go to a game 3, and we wouldn't have it any other way. Again, tournament lives on the line with this one in this best of 3. Will it be Team Falcons or Mythic Seal? Very interesting drafts that we've had throughout the series so far, Wolf. And once again, you have to go ahead and take note of how good the junglers have been, but also the roams, right? The roams have been integral for this series, and it's going to be the same this time around. Troll getting another shot at the Cho. Boya this time on the Galakacha. How do you like the rest of the lineups, though, for both spots here?
Yeah, I like the fact that Team Falcons just went to the old reliable Fredrin Arlet with the kill and the carry and the marksman gold lane, and then for Mythic Seal they will pick up this Phobius. But this time, now I think that they have set up a good game for this Esmeralda. There are so many ways for Esmeralda to survive this game. I think the only threat here is the carry, and then they do have the Gatokacha with the Arta, which is also blue. So I think that both teams have just stuck through with their playstyle, with their comfort playstyle. They're either gold laners here for Mythic Seal, while the balance lineup is there for Team Falcon. Yeah.
Interesting to see a Phobius, by the way. We haven't seen him much at all in the past in the group stages.
So, I think that you usually combo it up with maybe a Grenadier or an additional knockup, but I guess with the presence of Esmeralda that can always be picked up anytime during the draft, we can see that some people will just maybe last in the focus at first. But you can really set up a good game for that. But it was a turn of fight. Mythic Seal are actually controlling this turn of fight very earlier on, and could not be only a minute of Boya is underdressed now. He's actually dashing forward. Wants to put the faces up, get the retribution up. Boya receives a place at the pink flash actually taken out. Team Falcons is really good coverage, but the ultimate cancels it so that he will be safe. The damage has been done. Boya is out. Extremely control. Boya might be the next one, but the dash and the Cyclone Line, they're gonna be safe. What a dream scenario for Team Falcons in there.
Yeah, what a fight, you know? I feel like that's been how the series has gone.
I'm not sure if they're still going to go for Kun here. Do they really want to do this in a 2v1? A Feathered Airstrike will be dropped down. I think they just, yeah, they're going to back off from this. They have to. I mean, you're not going to kill the Phovius. Yeah, and so yeah, Team Falcons able to get the first turret of the game. I'm not sure. I was thinking if Troll was going to go for that kick or not, but again, maybe better to hold it off. But this is what King Flash has been doing throughout the series. You know, if he sees an opening to take a buff, he'll do it. And he's got kind of this advantage right now with Hayabusa. Yes, he died in the last fight, but his whole concern is to go ahead and scale up as quickly as possible right now, that early to mid-game power that the Hayabusa brings to the table.
I mean, defensive Feathered Airstrike, and I say defensive because it's used to clear the waves. They're going to be waiting for the next turn of fight. What it tells me is that Mythic Steel are not interested at all when it comes to team fighting as of this moment. They're just going to farm it up. King Flash needs a lot of recovery in this one. Fortunately for someone like a Hayabusa, there's always a way for you to recover when it comes to farming. You can always get kills, and you're really quick when it comes to farming. All they have to do is to set up for something.
What they're going to do, Wolf, is just going to set up for a fight again. If Team Falcons isn't able to go ahead and get a pick off here, which is pretty difficult to do, just given the team composition that Mythic Seal has, you're going to force them for a fight. So they're going to rotate up towards that turtle now. It's half health.
Oh, yeah. It's the middle of it all. How comes the fight? You want to turn this around to the Yi. Better open this time. Boyet receives the shadow kill. Attacks him like a boss. Team Falcons will not lose anyone as they have ended off the attack from Mythic Seal and take the turtle with it as well.
No one died, which is, you know, at least as crazy as that team fights have been breaking out around the turtle, it's just objective control right now for Team Falcons. You know, they want to go ahead and secure that. They don't need to force a fight because, again, if they are caught into a real-world manipulation, or not a real-world, yeah, if they have a real-world manipulation that they can use, that's great. Here's a kick, though.
Oh, yeah, the Vitalize not needed. Like, it's coming out from the Hayabusa. They want to get Boyet. He's actually going to be controlled here. The movements coming out from King Flash. And they have taken out two members of Team Falcons. Boyet and Troll had no business staying there, and Mythic Seal made sure that they can be punished.
This is what I was talking about, scaling though. You know, in the Hayabusa, you get a double kill for King Flash. He's already been all over the map, so he's going to continue that. And you know, that's why for Team Falcons, like I was saying, they can fight around the objectives and secure them. That's great, but hopefully when they break out into those team fights, they're able to actually convert. And part of that is, once again, the strategy for Team Falcons for the majority of the series and their games is usually to play into Sano. Sano is the one that obviously needs to scale up here on this carry. It does take a little bit longer there, but eventually when Sano does, he will shred through some of that front line, right? Some of these tankier members that Mythic Seal has, especially the Ganakacha and the Phovius, and even to an extent that Esmeralda in a way. So Team Falcons is more so just kind of waiting. They're playing the long game here, see if they can get to it. And part of that is just dealing with King Flash, not getting set up with a shadow kill, not getting forced into these exchanges. And so far, I mean, they've done a decent job about it. Ruby D2 gonna go ahead and rotate down. This might be a full 5v5 for this last hurdle of the game. This time around, Seal will find it out, be in good position to do so. Sanji, gotta keep an eye on him. He's got 2 kills already. Flicker available, final slash to follow suit if he decides to go for it. Boyet on this Fredjin. They're going to force this fight.
They are definitely going to force this fight. They want to go with Boyet right now with the Revitalized. AO2 defense to use as the Fredjin finds the retribution out there and gets the kill as well. But in comes the Quad Shadow. The Shadow kill is not going to be enough. The kick is there, but again, not enough for him. In fact, Team Falcons are collecting just one after the other. They will take down the Hayabusa. They want more. Boyet with the Bracer's Wrath. Wrapping up Kun this time. They really want to kill this Phobius, and he wants to fight with the ultimate. But there are 4 members of Team Falcons, and they take out the Phobius. Team Falcons have found another dream team fight for themselves, and now are leading by 2,600 gold.
Hopefully they don't overstay here. They should be able to get this purple buff and get out. As they do,
That was a massive team fight objective for Team Falcons. Got to give it up for Boyet to stay calm and collected. That's what the Fredrin does. That's what it allows you to do, these utility junglers, but more so the Fredrin. And, you know, secures a turtle, but then that fight breaks out and, you know, that combination, like I was saying, that real-world manipulation is able to go ahead and catch hearts or members of Mythic Seal. And as long as Sano is protected, he's able to go ahead and dish out quite a bit of damage. You can see it. He's building into his third item now. He's already got the Cross Siphon and that enough with those procs seem to do really well. This is probably another kill here.
Is setting up where they all have all the control in the world and the damage coming out from top in. Bonus skill going in favor of Team Falcons as Ruby D is caught red-handed in the bottom lane. Maybe the exchange now for Mr. Steel is to push up top. Like the Fredrin is nearby, but in no shape at all to defend up top. Team Falcons will answer now with a potential push in the bottom lane themselves.
Yeah, they should be able to get this tier 2 down. Sano working through it really quickly. It's interesting because, again, it's one of those cases, right? If you aren't able to get a good start on your assassin jungler like King Flash did previously, you find yourself in a tough position just because, again, you know, this is an Esmeralda gold lane. You don't really have the tools to just fight, and that's why Team Falcon continues to force themselves on this side of the jungle, fighting for this purple buff. The Feathered Airstrike drop down. King Flash will probably just get this. Oh, he doesn't. Yeah, he tried to get the retribution, but he holds on to it too, knowing that this Lord is up. So they'll go ahead and start this. Boyet didn't even need it, right? So they're going to force this Lord fight.
The cooperation for Boyet, they can have the retribution line. They will. Sanji onto the backline, manning down the members. So if the Kilo be getting punished here against 4 members jumping into the fight like that, that's going to be really bad. Now Kun might be next on the top end as the Sparta is going to use the ultimate. Kun eventually being taken out. Boyet, come on to Boyet. Now they will get the kill on the Boyet. No, that's the AOG, but the damage has been done. Boyet keeps himself safe. Boyet also keeps himself safe, but now Mythic still doesn't have the tools to defend it. They're hurt in the mid lane.
Yeah, it goes down. They still in the Holy Shields. Troll looking for a potential set up with a kick, but just gets the Holy Shield in the mid lane. Lord still making his way down bottom. But right now, Team Falcons feeling very confident with this lead, almost 7,000 gold. It just seems like every single team fight that breaks out, Wolf, they don't lose anybody. Everybody's fine. Everybody's chill. They know their positioning really well with this composition, and they're forcing a Mythic Seal to respond half the time here. So the Lord goes down with that shield, but they still have these waves pushing in on all 3 lanes. Are they going to go for it again?
Yeah, they want to go for Rupini this time. There's like off the mark. Only gone to 90 this time. Rupini is not going to survive. Hey, really open it as well. They have taken out food. Now the shadow kill. They want to kill a Boyet, but Boyet will go down. That's going to be King Flash to get out of there.
Jangan dipikirkan secara logika, ayo.
And in the bottom lane. Now the mid lane is the next target. In comes the Hayabusa once again. Boyet needs to run away. Enough of Team Falcons with a fresh new wave of minions in that mid lane. They are able to take it. Bottom lane is the next target for Team Falcons. And there's the goes down. Get away. This is still the end of the storm. Team Falcons has to back out fully.
I don't know, Wolf. I don't know. I mean, I get that they wanted that that bottom base turret. But, you know, taking the turret shot and then knowing that a Farce is across from you and that Feathered Airstrike can, you know, most likely cap you out. And that's what happened to Sanji. So they stayed a little bit too long after, you know, playing into that base. Would have liked to see Team Falcons just take that mid turret and notice that, okay, we shouldn't risk it here. Again, this is an elimination game in this game 3. Whichever team loses this will go home, be out of Games of the Future 2025. And whichever team wins will move forward. And I believe their opponent waiting for them is Onyx.
That's right.
From Indonesia. So right now, can Mythic Seal make a miracle happen? They need to take out Sano. Some way, somehow, they have to get to Sano. And Sano picking up the Malefic Gun is just going to give him more space to work with now. That's one of the weak points of carry is that range that you have to work with. But now, a little bit extra range with that Malefic Gun picked up. Lord's coming up here in about 5 seconds. And with the expanding rivers, everyone will get there just in time. See what Troll's going to do. Troll might get spotted out. on that side of the jungle. Actually, they're going to go for troll. Potentially, they do spot out. They're just going to blitz this Lord.
Yeah, we just gotta blitz it. They do have all the tools to do it. Barca have the predators. That's gonna be enough. Boya getting belted down. But the 4 members of the team of Falcons, they want more. They want to get a feedback. Then comes the kick. They found the Hayabusa. And Mythic Steel will lose 2 of their heroes. Despite keeping up the Lord already, now Team Falcons 5 versus 3. They're feeling it. Ruby needs to next target. The final slash connect. The Strong was thrown away, but he cannot. The damage to Team Falcons, he's out. Sensu will go for the Predators like this to defend this, but there are 2 remaining minions in a fresh set of minions in the mid lane. E with the ultimate. Once they're gonna kill the Coon, Boya is back. They want to defend with this one. The Lord to push now. Boya in trouble. Boya down. Now Kun might be next. They're looking for the kill. The Bobby's that kick is there. And now Boya with the top. Nails down the Hayabusa. They take him down in the base as well. Team Falcons have eliminated this steal.
And there you have it. Game 3. You can see the celebration there from Team Falcons. Feeling good about
Dah. Okay. And who can be? Running the clock. Guys, kita habis ini lanjut rank ya bro ya. Ini lanjut rank buat sob ya. Lanjut rank kita. Ya. Kita lanjut rank, oke? On. Kita lanjut ke rank ya bro ya. Mana komentar gua ya? Malam Tahun 2 udah main. Jowo Jero kakak gawe guys. Gawe cok. Pokoknya bro ya. Kak. Oh, di Super Ken, Aurora Gaming versus tim Indonesia. Aduh, bakal report channel Vito tanya. Kali sama Facebook aja kali. Apa ada yang mau lihat Facebook gak? Yang mau lihat apa Facebook gak? Nama Facebook nih. Ah, senjir. Reveal ya? Nama gua nanti. Ah, jangan dah. Jangan anjir. Aduh, jangan. Paksa. Idola gua, guys. Idola gua, real gak bohong gua. Nih, idola gua. Idol, guys. Idol, cuy. Ngasih story gak? Idol, guys. Gak bisa, ini gak bisa story gak? Story gak? Gak bisa ya? manis. Scroll dan konten kreator masih banyak lagi geser enggak jam 2 Januari. Kok 10 Januari, guys? BO1 doang.
Gimana caranya? Coba dipikirkan secara logika, ayo.
Editannya anjing. Ya, guys. Editannya, guys. Lihat, guys. Wah, anjing editannya real. Kasih kalau ada kayak di ada Kairi. Kasih kayak juara. Karena susah juara anjir kalau gak ada ini. Kalau ada Kairi. Tahu ya, serah. Gue berharap Oni lengkap. Gue berharap ya sih kayaknya. Ya guys ya, menurut gue ya. Menurut gue ya guys ya. Sorry nih buat fans Oni nih. Banget nih. Kalau M2 saya kasih sia-siakan kesempatan dan gak juara. Hai. Guys. Selesai. Kalau mereka gak juara aja udah selesai.
Gets upset up.
Gak juara ya Oni M2 ya. Gak akan ada kesempatan manapun aja. Untuk banding selamanya Jok itu. Gak mimpi aja. Farewell guys. Itu M7 ya. Kalau Oni gak juara ya, udah selesai Cok. Barat lu ada Dream Team, Skylar, gitu-gitu. Wah, jadi kalau masih gak juara sih, wah tahu lagi dah. Wah, tahu lagi guys kalau M7 juara. Kalau M7 gak juara sih, enggak sih. Iya. Mana sih lu 25? Telepon. Kalau dia gitu. Kalau dia Main harus gitu loh. Oh iya. Tahu biji gara-gara gua rekomendasi lagu TikTok sampah cok fit gua anjing. Yang kok animasi Animasi. Baru gue pengen. Nonton.
A19 Pro dengan pendinginan uap.
Halo teman-teman, hari ini kita akan membahas recap patch note terbaru season 39 original server. Yang pertama ada hero baru Sora akan hadir hari ini jam 3 sore. Buat teman-teman yang mau tahu penjelasan skill lengkapnya, itu bisa cek aja video yang sudah saya upload kemarin ya. Berikutnya ada Freya di buff untuk ultimate-nya, cooldown-nya itu dikurangi. Yang sebelumnya 54-46 detik dimulai saat digunakan, turun menjadi 34-26 detik. Tapi dimulai setelah digunakan dan mendapatkan 50% pengurangan damage saat menerjang serta sedikit meningkatkan kecepatan saat mendaratnya. Berikutnya ada Zuxin Adjust. Pasifnya di nerf, pemulihan mana dari setiap Crimson Butterfly-nya dikurangi dari 5% menjadi 3%. Untuk interval pemulihan mananya naik dari 0,2 detik menjadi setiap 0,33 detik. Skill 2-nya di adjust. Damage dasarnya naik yang sebelumnya 33-88 plus 28% total magic power naik menjadi 45-95 plus 30% total magic power, dan bonus magic power itu akan meningkat menjadi 60% terhadap minion. Untuk damage hantaman dasarnya diubah, yang sebelumnya 300-800 diubah menjadi 200-300 plus 10%-15% dari max HP target yang ditangkap. Jadi sebagai contoh ya, sekarang kalian bisa menangkap Tigril dan melemparkannya ke Layla, maka memberikan damage-nya ke Layla itu berdasarkan max HP-nya Tigril guys. Jadi saran saya ya, kalian nangkap hero dengan HP yang tinggi, kemudian kalian lemparin saja hero tersebut ke hero lawan dengan HP yang rendah guys. Kemudian untuk interval penumpukan soul snare-nya naik, yang sebelumnya 0,2 detik sekarang menjadi setiap 0,33 detik. Dan sekarang ada efek baru ya, setelah berhasil menyebabkan airborne ke hero lawan, target itu tidak bisa ditandai dengan soul snare lagi selama 4 detik. Dan selama periode ini, skill ini akan memberikan 15% sampai 25% damage yang lebih besar ke target tersebut. Nah, jadi udah gak bisa ngisi stack secara terus-menerus, ada cooldown-nya. Tapi sebagai gantinya, damage-nya lebih besar sekarang guys, kalau kita lagi gak ngisi stack hero lawan tersebut ya. Dan kemudian di sini juga ada penyesuaian penggunaan mana ya, yang sebelumnya kan menerapkan soul snare ke hero lawan akan menggunakan 120-150 mana. Sekarang diubah menjadi mengaktifkan skill 2 akan langsung menggunakan 90 mana setiap 0,33 detik. Jadi kalau gak ada target, gak ada siapa-siapa, jangan di spam terus lagi ya skill 2-nya guys ya. Ultimate-nya di buff. Interval penumpukan soul snare-nya dikurangi, yang sebelumnya 1 detik sekarang menjadi setiap 0,5 detik. Berikutnya ada Leomord di buff. Untuk pasifnya itu di revamp. Sekarang basic attack dan skill Leomord itu akan memberikan 25 energi Outkeeper untuk setiap target yang terkena damage. Dan ketika energinya mencapai 100, maka basic attack berikutnya itu akan memberikan 200% critical damage dan memulihkan 100 plus 10 dikali level hero plus 12% max HP tambahan HP. Tapi sekarang basic attack Leomord itu tidak bisa lagi memberikan damage critical secara normal ya, dan setiap 1% critical chance itu akan dikonversi menjadi 1% critical damage. Dan di mode mounted-nya, setiap perolehan energi Outkeeper-nya itu akan meningkat sebesar 200%, lebih cepat penuh energinya. Skill satunya di adjust, jadi menghapus efek perolehan shield. Sudah tidak ada shield lagi ya di skill 1, tapi diganti efek baru, damage terhadap creep-nya akan meningkat menjadi 200%. Berikutnya ada Angela di adjust. pasifnya di nerf, peningkatan movement speed per stacknya itu dikurangi dari 7,5% turun menjadi 5%. Skill satunya di buff, cooldownnya naik yang sebelumnya 7 detik sekarang menjadi 8 detik. Tapi ada efek baru, jadi sekarang saat menempel cooldown skill ini akan berkurang 50%. Jadi bisa dipakai terus kalau kita lagi di dalam tubuh teman ya. Untuk ultimate-nya di adjust, cooldownnya naik jauh dari 20 detik menjadi 60 detik. Tapi untuk durasi mode penempelannya yang sebelumnya bertahan 12 detik ya, sekarang menjadi 20 detik. Jadi lebih lama ya. Durasi shieldnya juga diubah, yang sebelumnya kan hanya bertahan 6 detik. Sekarang shieldnya itu akan tetap ada hingga kalian keluar dari badan teman kalian. Serta menyesuaikan mekanisme cooldown menjadi langsung dimulai ya setelah menggunakan ultimate. Berikutnya ada Rafaela di buff, skill 2-nya di buff. Bonus magic pada pemulihan tambahan untuk diri sendiri dan hero rekan dengan HP terendahnya naik, yang sebelumnya 45% naik menjadi 65%. Kemudian untuk yang sebelumnya bonus movement speed itu meningkat 1% setiap 20 magic power, itu diubah ya menjadi bonus movement speed itu akan meningkat 1% setiap 10 magic power saja. Ultimate-nya di buff, cooldown-nya dikurangi, yang sebelumnya 42-34 detik turun menjadi 38-30 detik. Berikutnya ada Estes di buff, skill satunya di buff, pemulihan berkelanjutannya naik, yang sebelumnya 250-400 plus 60% total magic.
Let me get a punch. Let me just feel a punch. Play with the wrong guy, put with
Power naik menjadi 360-585 plus 90% total magic power. Durasi peningkatan hybrid defense-nya juga naik ya, dari 3 detik menjadi 5 detik, lebih lama. Tapi untuk cooldown-nya sedikit dinaikin, yang sebelumnya 11-7 detik naik menjadi 11-8,5 detik. Sebagai gantinya penggunaan mananya jadi lebih hemat, yang sebelumnya 110-210 turun menjadi 60-120. Ultimate-nya di buff. Sekarang Moonlight Immersion yang diperkuat akan menggandakan peningkatan hybrid defense serta mengoptimalkan deskripsi skillnya. Berikutnya ada Lolita di buff, pasifnya di adjust, menghapus efek shield yang diberikan secara berkala ke hero rekan di sekitar. Shield itu masih tetap bisa diberikan ke hero rekan di sekitar saat menggunakan skill sekarang. Dan untuk frekuensi shieldnya yang sebelumnya setiap 6 detik sekarang menjadi setiap 6-3 detik berskala dengan level Numenon Blast-nya. Skill satunya di buff, cooldown-nya itu dikurangi, yang sebelumnya 10 detik di semua level menjadi 10-8 detik berdasarkan level. Damage dasarnya dinaikin juga, yang sebelumnya 300-550 naik menjadi 400-650. Ultimate-nya di buff, efek slow-nya naik dari 50% menjadi 60%. Damage dasarnya juga naik, yang sebelumnya 500-900 naik menjadi 600-1200. Serta ada pasif baru ya, sekarang setiap kenaikan level itu akan mengurangi jeda shield yang diberikan oleh Numenon Energy Core sebanyak 1 detik. Berikutnya ada Tick Reel di buff, skill 2-nya yang di buff ya, kecepatan pergerakannya naik dari 6 menjadi 8. Ultimate-nya di buff, damage dasarnya naik, yang sebelumnya 270-430 naik menjadi 600-1000. Berikutnya ada Ultimate-nya Johnson di buff, bonus damage ledakan saat mengenai lawannya naik, yang sebelumnya 160%-240% total magic power diganti menjadi 240%-360% total physical defense. Berikutnya ada pasifnya Kufra di buff, cooldown-nya dikurangi dari 12 detik turun menjadi 8 detik saja. Berikutnya skill 1 Atlas di buff ya, damage-nya naik, yang sebelumnya 215-390 plus 60% total magic power naik menjadi 400-600 plus 100% total magic power. Tapi di sini ada efek baru ya, jadi sekarang setiap target itu hanya bisa terkena damage-nya 1 kali. Berikutnya ada Hayabusa di nerf, skill 2-nya di nerf ya, mengurangi jarak pergerakan Hayabusa dan bayangannya sebesar 20%. Sebagai gantinya cooldown-nya dikurangi, yang sebelumnya 20-16 detik turun menjadi 16-14 detik. Ultimate-nya di buff, cooldown-nya dikurangi dari 50 detik menjadi 40 detik saja. Berikutnya ada Lilia di buff, skill satunya di buff, jangkauan penggunaannya naik dari 7 menjadi 7,5 unit. Skill 2-nya di buff, jangkauannya dinaikin dari 5 unit menjadi 5,5 unit. Dan area setelah Gloom melahap shadow energinya juga naik dari 5 unit menjadi 5,5 unit. Berikutnya ada Nana di adjust. Skill satunya di buff, damage-nya naik yang sebelumnya 300 sampai 400 plus 90% total magic power naik menjadi 300 sampai 500 plus 100% total magic power. Tapi skill 2-nya di nerf, damage-nya dikurangi yang sebelumnya 250 sampai 375 plus 50% total magic power turun menjadi 150 sampai 275 plus 30% total magic power. Berikutnya ada Zetian di buff untuk skill satunya yang di buff ya, damage 2 gelombang pertamanya naik yang sebelumnya 200 sampai 275 plus 30% total magic power naik menjadi 150 sampai 275 plus 50% total magic power. Damage gelombang ketiganya di nerf ya, yang sebelumnya 385 sampai 660 plus 120% total magic power turun menjadi 360 sampai 660 plus 120% total magic power. Untuk penggunaan mananya jadi lebih hemat, yang sebelumnya 70 sampai 120 turun menjadi 50 sampai 75. Cooldownnya juga dikurangi dari 6 detik menjadi 5 detik. Berikutnya ada Aurora di buff untuk skill 2-nya, sekarang ada efek baru, mendapatkan tambahan 0,06 detik durasi efek freeze untuk setiap 100 magic power. Jadi bukan hanya di ultimate-nya doang, sekarang skill 2-nya juga ada scaling dari total magic power kita untuk durasi stun-nya ya. Berikutnya ada Beras di buff, ultimate-nya yang di buff, ada efek baru. Sekarang jika ultimate itu tidak mengenai lawan, maka cooldown-nya itu akan berkurang 50%. Dan efek baru kedua adalah jika ultimate-nya mengenai lawan, maka Detona itu akan langsung mendapatkan stack maksimum big guy. Kemudian ada perubahan efek juga, yang sebelumnya kan 60% cooldown itu akan dikembalikan saat penggunaannya dibatalkan. Sekarang turun menjadi 50% cooldown itu dikembalikan saat penggunaannya dibatalkan. Ada efek yang dihapus ya, yang dimana Detona mendapatkan stack big guy saat respawn. Sekarang respawnnya dengan 0 stack guys. Untuk bonus HP dari damage tambahannya itu naik, yang sebelumnya 1,8% total HP menjadi 5% total HP. Berikutnya ada Zilong di buff, atributnya di buff ya, tapi kecepatan basic attack-nya dikurangi guys, dari 1,2 menjadi 1,05 saja. Pertumbuhan physical attack-nya yang naik, yang sebelumnya 6,65 naik menjadi 9. Pasifnya di buff, damage basic attack-nya diubah, yang sebelumnya 100% total physical attack diubah menjadi 100 plus 80% total physical attack. Damage Dragon Fury-nya juga di adjust, yang sebelumnya 30 plus 40% total physical attack diubah menjadi 80 plus 30% total physical attack. Untuk syarat pengaktifan Dragon Fury-nya diubah, yang sebelumnya memberikan damage 3 kali dengan basic attack, sekarang menjadi memberikan damage 3 kali dengan basic attack ataupun skill. Skill 2-nya di nerf, ada efek yang dihapus, yang dimana melancarkan basic attack setelah menggunakan skill ini. Berikutnya ada skill 2-nya Lucas di buff ya, cooldown-nya dikurangi, yang sebelumnya 14 sampai 8 detik turun menjadi 12 sampai 8 detik. Untuk damage Lightning Storm, damage tambahannya itu naik, yang sebelumnya 40 menjadi 50 sampai 100. Berikutnya ada Pakuito di buff, skill 2-nya di buff, cooldown-nya dikurangi, yang sebelumnya 8 sampai 6 detik turun menjadi 7 sampai 5,5 detik. Ultimate-nya di buff, cooldown-nya dikurangi, yang sebelumnya 17 sampai 13 detik turun menjadi 15 sampai 12 detik. Berikutnya ada Grok di nerf, pasifnya di nerf, ada efek yang dihapus. Sekarang tidak lagi mendapatkan crowd control selama menggunakan skill. Ditambahkan efek baru yaitu skill tidak bisa diganggu ya. Jadi hanya skillnya doang yang anti crowd control, tapi si Groknya itu bisa terkena efek CC sekarang guys. Ultimate-nya di buff, ada efek baru, sekarang mendapatkan kebal crowd control saat menerjang. Berikutnya ada Gatot Kaca, skill 2-nya di nerf, durasi tahunnya yang sebelumnya kan 1,5 detik di semua level. Nah sekarang menjadi 0,9 sampai 1,5 detik berskala dengan waktu pengumpulan kekuatannya. Jadi semakin lama kalian ngedennya ya, tahan skillnya, maka akan semakin lama juga durasi tahunnya. Untuk jarak pergerakannya itu dikurangi, yang sebelumnya 3 sampai 4,4 menjadi 2,2 sampai 4,4. Berikutnya ada Mia di buff, pasifnya di buff, total bonus physical attack Moonlight Shadow-nya naik dari 20% menjadi 25%. Jumlah efek basic attack Moonlight Shadow yang diwariskan juga naik dari 20% menjadi 25%. Ultimate-nya juga di buff ya, bonus movement speed-nya naik, yang sebelumnya 35% sampai 65% berdasarkan level menjadi 65% di semua level. Berikutnya ada Granger, skill satunya di nerf, damage dasarnya dikurangi, yang sebelumnya 60 sampai 120 turun menjadi 60 sampai 100 dan tidak lagi memberikan damage tambahan ke minion dan crit. Berikutnya ada Harith di nerf, skill keduanya di nerf. Bonus damage basic attack yang diperkuatnya disesuaikan. Yang sebelumnya kan 90% total physical attack plus 90% total magic power. Diubah menjadi 100% total physical attack tapi plus 60% total magic power saja. Untuk perolehan shieldnya di buff. Yang sebelumnya 120 sampai 270 plus 100% total magic power naik menjadi 120 sampai 270 plus 120% total magic power hingga 3 stack. Dan sekarang basic attack yang diperkuat itu hanya memberikan 50 sampai 100 dan damage basic attack normal itu ke turret. Berikutnya di perubahan medan tempur mythic diubah menjadi medan tempur mythical honor. Penyesuaian atribut eksklusif medan tempur mythic sekarang hanya berlaku setelah mencapai mythical honor. Jadi penyesuaian atribut ini dibuat karena di pertandingan rank tingkat tinggi banyak fighter yang bermain di gold lane sehingga sangat membatasi efektivitasnya marksman. Oleh karena itu Muntun telah membuat penyesuaian mythical honor battlefield untuk mengatasi hal ini. Untuk CG minion gold lane-nya gold tambahannya naik ya, yang sebelumnya 30% menjadi 40%. Untuk HP base turretnya juga naik, yang sebelumnya 7.300 naik menjadi 8.200. Dan untuk HP dari base-nya sendiri itu juga naik dari 7.900 naik menjadi 9.000. Berikutnya di penyesuaian item yang pertama ada blessing roaming. Semua blessing itu di buff ya. Gold yang diperoleh dari pengungkapan lokasinya naik, yang sebelumnya 30 sekarang menjadi 30 plus 1 dikali level hero. Untuk XP yang diperoleh dari pengungkapan lokasinya diubah, yang sebelumnya 30 pada 2 menit pertama dan 60 setelah 2 menit setelahnya diubah menjadi 25 plus 5 dikali level hero. Dan untuk gold yang diperoleh dari setiap 5 detik setelah 8 menit yang sebelumnya 9 naik menjadi 10. XP yang diperoleh dari setiap 5 detik setelah 8 menitnya juga naik dari 18 menjadi 20. Berikutnya untuk konsel dan dire hitnya di adjust ya. Sekarang tidak lagi mendapatkan gold dan XP dari minion dan creep yang dieliminasi oleh rekan di sekitar. Diganti efek baru, mendapatkan 30 plus 2 dikali level hero gold dan 20 plus 8 dikali level hero XP setelah memberikan damage ke hero lawan. Tapi ada cooldownnya yaitu 15 detik. Berikutnya untuk encourage sama favor itu di nerf ya. Perolehan dari minion dan creepnya yang dieliminasi oleh rekan di sekitar dikurangi dari 40% menjadi 35% saja. Dan berikutnya encourage-nya juga di adjust. Sekarang memberikan 20 hybrid defense ke hero rekan di sekitar. Berikutnya ada item Demon Hunter Sword di buff. Jadi meningkatkan daya tahan hero yang didapatkan dari 3 equipment attack speed ya. Untuk atributnya di nerf, jadi menghapus plus 8% life steal. Untuk pasif unik D4-nya itu di revamp, yang sebelumnya kan basic attack memberikan 2% life steal ya. Sekarang diubah menjadi setiap basic attack memulihkan 20 plus 4 dikali level hero HP dan dianggap sebagai efek basic attack. Berikutnya ada Rose Gold Meteor di adjust, menyesuaikan skala equipment agar lebih mudah mencapai hybrid defense maksimal ya dari equipment ini, menghilangkan ketergantungan pada life steal dan basic attack untuk meningkatkan fleksibilitasnya dan sedikit mengurangi physical attack untuk keseimbangannya. Atributnya di nerf, physical attack-nya dikurangi dari 40 menjadi 30 saja sekarang. Pasif unik Dragon Scale-nya naik, yang sebelumnya setiap 1% life steal itu meningkatkan hybrid defense sebanyak 1, sekarang menjadi setiap 4 physical attack tambahan itu meningkatkan hybrid defense sebanyak 1. Pasif unik lifeline-nya di buff, sekarang efek ini hanya bisa diaktifkan setelah menerima damage dari hero lawan. Berikutnya ada Queen Swings di buff. Jadi mengoptimalkan pasifnya Queen Swings Demonize. Sekarang efek ini hanya aktif setelah menerima damage dari hero lawan. Berikutnya di penyesuaian battle spell ada Ice Retribution di nerf. Sedikit mengurangi kontrol dan potensi tarik ulur Ice Retribution. Movement speed yang dicurinya dikurangi. Yang sebelumnya 70 plus 2 dikali level hero turun menjadi 50 plus 2 dikali level hero. Berikutnya ada Vengeance di nerf. Beberapa fighter ofensif yang menggunakan Vengeance itu terlalu mengancam hero barisan belakang ya. Jadi Muntun mengurangi damage yang dipantulkannya. Untuk damage-nya dikurangi ya, yang sebelumnya 35% dari damage yang diterima sebelum pengurangan menjadi 25% saja dari damage yang diterima sebelum pengurangan. Oke guys, jadi itulah dia semua recap patch note original server yang sudah hadir di season 39 ini. Terima kasih sudah menonton.
Oke guys, dan ya guys ya.